I was, in fact, not late. Let the record show I wasn't late today. Good afternoon. Welcome in. How are you doing, Conduit? That guy doesn't exist. Cade. Chip. Salty Squid, welcome in. Blackburn. 2 minutes too early? Jesus. Also, I realized I didn't turn on my streamer lights. Hold on, let me fix that. How are we doing? Also, I will say that, I was going to be late. I was going to be late because I do have to go put my tea, steep my tea, but then you had to say that in chat, and then that's why I came in here, just to spite you. My wife couldn't tell if it was a Biden or Trump. Oh, come on, Salty. You know, my man Biden looking pretty fit, okay? He's looking pretty fit. No longer impressive? Yeah, no. Fair enough. Okay, hold on. Let me go pour out my tea. Sorry about it. Helicopter hat is 100% Biden. Welcome in, Song Singer. Okay, here, let me turn these on. And let me turn this down. How are we doing today? It can go down even less. I'm doing all right. I had a nice sleep in. Actually ate some food. Yesterday's convo was cancer. I highly disagree. I feel like we got to a sort of agreement, and I've actually been thinking about it. Do you think Trump will attack Iran? I don't know. I honestly do not know. It could go really either way with Trump. I feel like, given that he had already attacked, like, you know, he'd already struck Iran like last year, right? Okay. Also, hold on. Let me switch over. Cat. Yes, cat. Wait. Let me see if I can move that thing so you can see the cat. I like that you can see the tail. Why? You should be able to see more of it now. Predicting what Trump does is a failure on law. Oh, hey, no. Hold on. That's why we don't have that thing. Come on now. Here, I will move it out here, okay? So y'all can still see the cat if he decides to show up, but you know, won't get like fucking access that you have already wrecked. She's actually Swedish. No, she's not. No, she is neither Swedish nor German. Cat's working at the warehouse? Yep. At the Costco warehouse. I like my boy's tail. He's got such a good fluffy... He's got a good fluffy, like, raccoon tail going on. He's a good boy. Alright, let me grab my tea. Should be ready. Then we'll start. Alright, sorry about that. You based in Europe? No, I'm based in...
Obama!
Why is cats an emote for gay sex? If I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Thank you for the 50 bits, okay? So I'm based in the US. And I'm natively Sri Lankan, but I'm an American citizen now. So okay, also conduit. I know you're not like debate, you know, you're not a debate pervert, you know what I mean? But would you consider coming, like, you know, it doesn't have to even be on stream or anything. It, I'd want to hear your 2 cents, because I you know you were crashing out, but I don't know, like, the substance, you know what I mean? Are you pro Sri Lanka or pro America? I consider coming all the time. Okay, I meant coming on VC, you know what I meant. Come on! How are you doing, Watsaku? Welcome back. I'm a debate pervert. I mean, I'm a debate pervert too, you know what I mean? I did think that yesterday's conversation was more like discussion than debate pervert, or at least that's kind of where I was coming from. Whenever Watsaku comes in, you know? If Watsaku comes in, either he is coming in for, you know, nuanced conversation, or...
Colonizer, Ava, you're a colonizer. You come to my country. Your skin color is white and you're a colonizer.
Thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, so either Watsaku comes in for, like, you know, nuanced discussion, or he comes in for, like, a fucking... Either he comes in for a fucking meme, you know what I mean? Let me see, do I have that clip? Is that a clip that I have? The sniffer gas can? Hold on. Let me find it. It was so good. I need to find it. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go, Ties. Look at his little feet! Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, Ties and Wine. Immediately finding my new alert that I added right before stream today. It's funny people think it's shameful to be called a colonizer. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know what, I don't know that people really find it shameful. You know what I mean? Like, if you're saying, like, that people try to use it as an insult, then, I don't know that it has, I don't know that, it has, like, that much weight behind it, you know what I mean? If you read the brief convo I got into with, I think, Chodley, that pretty much sums it. Okay, I'll have to go back then and look at the chat, when that was all happening. You wouldn't happen to know, like, around when, like, not, you don't have to give me a timestamp or anything, but, like, if you know who was in the call at that time, then that might help, you know? My genuine reaction to being called a colonizer, the chips. I don't know, some colonization was very immoral and that is insulting, but how is it applied? How it is applied, I agree, stupid. Oh yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's only, okay, hold on, actually, I think that, yeah, I think, you know, looking at a random person and saying you're a colonizer, therefore bad, like, that's very stupid, you know what I mean? If you, like, basically, now I think where you could have an issue, right, is if you, or like, where you, because yes, like, colonization bad, right? I think that might start to honestly become more of an issue going forward. Hold on, I need to change my color here. But, you know how, like, okay, like all this stuff with Venezuela and, like, you know, the Greenland thing and whatnot, right? Now, at some point, you know, especially if Trump is not pushed back on this Venezuela stuff, we're just gonna have a bigger presence in Venezuela. That's just gonna happen. And then we are going to have that conversation of, well, what of like, because his whole thing is now like, oh, making Venezuela, like, you know, better. How? What do you mean? No idea, but I also didn't say a lot in chat, so if you scrub it... Oh, you know what? Conduit, I can also just search from, like, by what you said. You know what I mean? Like, I can search by your name, so I think I'll be able to find it, actually. You're a colonizer. No, man. I'm literally sitting here in my apartment eating Cheetos and thinking about jacking off. I haven't shit done in the shit in the positive and negative. Letting the weak own Venezuela is just stupid. I don't know what that means, song singer. What does that mean? My family came over during the Irish potato famine. They were dirt poor and treated as non-white, but none of that context matters genuinely. The C word for white people isn't insulting typically because it's just talking about how pale someone is, but in some part of the US that refers to the white workers that would whip slaves in the field. Oh, you know what? I never... hold on a second. I actually did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know that, Tyson White. I knew that it also refers to, like, skin color, but I didn't know that it actually referred to, like... a thing, you know? Western leftists be talking a lot about colonizers, but then they call me Russophobic double standards SMH. It has so much resource without military. If USA doesn't take it, China and Russia will, so why not just own Venezuela outright? I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I'll say that as far as I know, it is, like, it's not just like Trump. All I know about it is that, it's not just Trump who... It's not like a whim that he had, you know? This is kind of a longer, plan that, like, you know, the interest in Venezuela is there. As to whether, you know, we have, like, the answer is we have to take it or China or Russia will. I think that's a very dubious claim. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. That's, yeah. Citation needed. Cattle drivers crack whips to citation. Jesus. They took Epstein Island, so Venezuela should be for the pedophiles? Jesus. They have oil, we should own it. Yeah, I don't... No, I don't agree with any of that. That's the part that's like, okay, that's like naked, you know, I'm pretty sure this is the right, I'm pretty sure that's just naked imperialism, right? I don't like that out of America, just as I don't like that out of Russia, you know? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, welcome back, George Bush! This is what Gappy called a 10 out of 10 game. Oh, wait, hey, Roach Boss, welcome in. Hold on, no, I wanted to show y'all a Watsaku thing. Hold on. So, yeah, either Watsaku... Oh, no! You need my fucking art, dude! This is the lolly folder. Okay? The lolly drop, okay? Hold on. Let me pull this up. I was working on the fucking GIF last night. Watsaku, have you seen this cursed shit that I'm working on? What? Wait, what? Hold on. Why are we in... Wait. Hold on a second. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Song singer. What is... Hold on a second. What is this, brother? Why are we even interfering in their land? It's stupid. Okay. Hold on. You realize that you're the same person. You are the same person who said, they have oil, we should own it. And it has so much resource without a military. If USA doesn't take it, China and Russia will. Yeah, this is... Oh, sorry. You are... delusional, buddy. No, I'll let y'all play with... I'll let y'all play with y'all's food for a little bit, okay? Oh, sorry, song singer. That... Okay, wait, here. Watsaku. Actually, no, you know what? I'm not gonna pull it on screen because I still need to, work on it, right? So I'll just show you, I'll just forward this to you, okay? What the heck? Oh, there you go. This is how far down the hole I've fallen, Watsaku. Okay, wait, here, I want to get back to this. And... react. Alright. Okay, here we go. Following your logic, Russia should just get to conquer Ukraine to get lithium deposits. Or keep a chud to toy around with. We just for a little bit, you know. Yeah, get out of Ukraine, focus on Iran. When you think about it, Poland is just mini Germany, comments. Watsaku's like, I'm worried about you. Is that before or after you watch the thing? Did you say that before or after you watched the thing? How is invading countries coward? Yeah, this guy could benefit from the What is Fascism stream I did yesterday? No. Immediately after? Oh my god. Okay, look, okay. I'll say this, okay? I'll say this. I've always wanted... I said this yesterday too, on stream to be clear. I've always wanted that NSC alert, you know? But I've kind of always also felt uncomfortable with just using it straight up as it is, because I know she's like expressed, like, you know, I know she doesn't like the alert. So yeah, the awoo, yeah, the awoo Tyson White. So my thought was, why don't we go back to the original, like the origin point of the alert, which was the Meowdalin, the dog girl, right? Why don't I make the alert of like basically Meowdalin, but with the NSC audio? I don't get it. Why has Trump not put us out of Ukraine? Yeah, this is honestly, okay. It's gasoline thinking, okay? Here, this is This is a perfect example of this kind of thinking, okay?
The grocery bill too damn high, right? Am I right? Okay. Cut through the red tape, easy. Okay, easy.
Yeah.
Let's address the elephant in the
That's a
room.
no. That's a no.
Let's address the elephant in the room. How do you like that? You like that one?
Oh my god.
Get it? Because the elephant, the Republicans.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So
You like that? Is that good?
I
Alright, hold on. Let me sniff some gasoline. Hold on.
I think Saku just cooked us both, to be honest.
Yeah, fair.
Oh my god.
Sniff a gas time, brother. Like this is like the kind of thinking that you're embodying right now, Song Singer, is very sniff a gas time. Hello, Kirk. How do you say that word? Low Kirk-genuinely? Fuck with me, Adeline. We need to bring imperialism back. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I get it. No, I get it. No, okay, now I get it. You are just straight up, like, you straight up just want imperialism. Okay. No, okay. Low Kirkenuinly. Low Kirkenuinly. Low Kirkenuinly. Okay. Why is that giving me so much trouble? You're trolling too hard. You will have people figure out. Yeah, you are trolling too hard, buddy. You are. Also, I just saw the things that Blackbird said that if we stop arming Ukraine, we can have Greenland by next. Okay, no, that's at this point you're just getting boring, brother. See you next week. If you come back. I mean, look, okay, nothing of value is lost. I think it's yeah, no, okay. At first I was like, are you delusion? And it's like, okay, no, never mind. You're beyond delusional. But yeah, it's not even funny trolling. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that I could have maybe you know, if it is if like the thing is that when it's like, okay, they're only slightly delusional, that's when it's like fun to dig into them, right? Beans watch chat play with their food like a cat plays with an injured mouse. I don't. Okay, look. I'm just saying that I only like. I would actually hate. I would actually hate to watch, like a cat actually play with food. You know what I mean? Like sometimes the most that I'll watch like my cats play with their food is when it's like flies, right? And with flies, it's like, it's so funny because they're really good at catching flies, both of them. And Hermes especially he'll catch a fly, put it on the ground, and then like very gently almost like press on it, and then watch it and see what it does. And then it starts, usually by that point it's like disabled, it can't fly anymore. And it starts like running away. And then as soon as it gets a little too far away, he'll like reach out and like gently press on it again. And it's like, it's so... I can't imagine him doing that with like... I can't fucking imagine... I can only stand watching him do that with flies. I can't imagine him doing that to like a fucking mouse or something, you know what I mean? My current cat has no interest in mice. I literally have to deal with the mice on my own because the fancy fuck only hunted... Wait, hold on. Why do I need... Hunts pigeons? That's very funny. Arguing with people like song singers like playing with chess with a pigeon. Even if you outplay them, they will just shit on the chessboard and fly away. Also, hell, welcome in, Joe. Okay, I'm going to... So what I'm gonna do... I was thinking about it. I think what we're gonna do is continue the debate that we were watching yesterday. And I'm going to get my, I started playing it a little bit while I was like doing my chores, and then I was like, okay, no. I'll keep watching this on stream. And then that way what we can do is get the people who didn't get added to the cult yesterday, we can add them to the cult today. You know what I mean? Oh right, the clip. Here, let's look at that clip. Thank you for reminding me. Cuz we got the extension working yesterday, so today. Yeah, we didn't. You did make an egg. It was very funny. I just did it as a like just to see what would happen, and then it turned out that y'all had like 69% chance of mating successfully. So then I was like, okay, now I have to. Okay, wait, what the fuck? Hold on, what the fuck? Is this from yesterday? Here.
What kind of food did you guys get?
If you value those prize balls of yours, Paco, then it's time for you to talk.
No.
Oh, ah! What you doing? Stop it! Stop it!
I'm only getting started. How about some more?
Italian, nice.
Ah,
Yo, what the
I
fuck?
put in that apartment. I gave the keys to some guy. He said he needed a place.
What is this accent?
He had money.
What was that guy's name?
Bro, this
don't
is some
know.
very
I
weird
swear.
fetish shit, man.
Yo, wait. Gappy said this was a 10 out of 10 game? Wait, Gappy said this was a 10 out of 10 game? No. Also, welcome in, 2-bit dork. What benefits do you propose since I have options? Okay, also, yes, Brett, I did see your messages. I later realized you were posting on icebeans social, which is, like, not where we post. That's where I post my, like, my social links. So next time, if you wanna, like, I did like your Pop-Tarts. So next time, just make a thread on, like, the hobbies channel. Wait, he said Heavy Rain was 10 out of 10? What the fuck? What is wrong with him? Something is wrong with that boy. Okay, here, let me get Cult of the Lamb up. Was this another Gappy troll all along? I don't know. Oh, David Cage, not even once? I don't know. I liked Detroit Become Human. I think his parents forgot to raise him. Raised by the internet. This is what happens when you're raised by the internet. Alright. Let's see if this crashes my stream. You're compromised? What? Wait, Watsaku, you knew this about me, though. You knew this about me. You can't say you didn't know this about me. I've told you, but I'm pretty sure I've told you before that, that I've played Detroit Become Human. And I kind of liked it. Actually, I liked it a lot. There were some things that I did not like about it, but, you know, that... Well, it is what it is, right? Okay, game. I didn't know that about you? Damn. I'm sorry, Watsaku. Okay. So I have to be in the Cult of the Lamb category for this to even work. So let me get in the category. And then... let me also get the... you get the debate up. Yeah, the extension is working now. So the way that it works, so what's gonna happen, okay, is you should be able to create your follower. And when you create your follower, look at everybody. After you create your follower, basically I'll be able to go and whenever I add a new follower, it will say like, okay, like there'll be an option to do a raffle. And I'll be selecting it on my side, and then that's when you will have to, essentially you'll have to, I think a prompt comes up in chat that says like to enter the raffle. Usually it's only like 2 or 3 people who join, if that many. So, you know, you just make your character ahead of time, and then I'll announce it in chat whenever I do a raffle, you know what I mean? But I'm also gonna get the debate up as well. I got some message from the Cult of the Lamb Twitch integration team. Yes, okay, I know that message. Right? But I don't actually remember how I know we pinned a message yesterday that explained to people how to do it. Do I need to reconnect with Twitch? Hold on, let me try that real quick. Okay. Twitch integration configuration. Okay, no, that's done. Oh, I see. The easiest way is to wait till she starts a raffle. Okay, here, let's try that, okay? Follower raffle. Okay. So I'm gonna... So now it might give you that option. That's cool. I'm trying to choose a face. Okay, nice. So it is working for you? And I might, like... Does the channel point send cult follower thing work? How does the, send cult follower... Like, send a message? Essentially what they'll do is they'll... Hey, Glitterbell! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How are you? You spend points to, like, send a message, but actually, Ergi, let me very quickly change that, let me see if I can change that, how much it costs, because I think it costs a little too fucking much. How does the message show up? Basically, you approach me in the... Here, I'll cancel this, okay? Oh, I have to accept this. Fuck. Okay, fuck. Well, this guy, this guy needs to go to the jail immediately, right? So... okay. Hold on, where'd he go? Re-educate dissenter. Should I re-educate this dissenter or put him in prison? Here, let's try re-educating him. Re-educate prison? Okay, well, we'll put him in prison tomorrow. If the re-education doesn't work, then I'll put him in prison, okay? So I can break him out? Oh no, that's right. That is true. Okay, so hold on. I need to turn down the volume on this, okay? Okay, also... right, hold on. Where's my, Twitch channel point rewards? Contribute to Cult's Totem. Send cult follower message. Let me change that. It should not be like... Oh, I can't change it on here? That's shitty. Well, that's annoying. Here, let me try it. Let me try it on fucking Twitch. Viewer rewards, channel points, okay. Manage power-ups and channel points, okay. Contribute, okay, here we go, edit. I'm just gonna make it like 200 beans, okay? Like, I don't need it to be that expensive. Okay. Okay, oh, right. Listen, leader, I'll cut to the chase. I want to be the loyalty person, loyalty enforcer. Let me prove I'm the right person for the job. All right, Salty. So look, Salty's gonna probably approach me. Maybe, if it works. Did it work? Did you just throw your points down a hole? Normally, they get a little exclamation mark over their head, and then, you know... You'd come over and say something. Oh, here, there we go. Wait, there he is. Listen, leader, I'll cut to the chase. I want to be the loyalty person. Let me prove I'm the right person for the job. Okay, alright. I spent 2,000 just before the fire sale. Rip. Oh. Wow, 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 wow. Only 200 beams. Alright, here, let's make Squid's gonna be my loyalty enforcer now. Where is it? Aha! Damn, I have a lot of fucking cult followers. So basically, Squid's gonna go around and, collect loyalty. Which at this point, I don't have any devotion. I don't need any more devotion. So everything just gives me money now. So I just have insane amounts of money. Alright. Here, let's try to catch all of y'all. There we go. Alright. Twitch chat are deciding your fate? Oh dear god. Okay, here. So I think Blackburn and Cho said they might be done creating their person, so let's go recruit them. Alright. Alright, so now it should give you... Oh, participants 2. Okay. Participants 1! Okay. Blackburn, okay, I guess Cho didn't get in. Oh no, Blackburn, you're a snorer. Oh no. Oh dear lord. So literally you? Well, you know, I'm sorry, Blackburn. Do you know what we do? Do you know what we do to snorers around here? Okay, you're gonna sleep over here. This is gonna be you. Okay, this is gonna be your bed. You don't get to sleep with you don't get to sleep around anybody else. Because you're gonna wake them up in the night and you're gonna fucking be annoying. So you get to sleep over here. Great. Segregated already. Ragged robes. When is the next freak off, dear leader? Here, let's find out. Let's see what the cooldown on the naked ritual is. Because we just did that. Oh, okay, never mind. We can do it. Well, here, we'll do it after we recruit Chodele, okay? Let me just set somebody to cook some stuff and then I'll go recruit Cho. Oh, hello, Watsaku. Huge news, dear leader. They put Hatsune Miku in Fortnite, gloves at you aggressively and then slides away back to work. Alright, yes, Watsaku, back to fucking work. Oh, right, hold on. No, Watsaku's job site has been demolished. We need to build Watsaku a new job site. I promise I'm gonna start the debate in a second. I just need to set this up. Also, I fucking hate garden work. Why I'm tending farms? Would you rather be working in the mines? Blackbird? If you'd rather be working in the mines, that can be arranged. You love copper? Okay. Here, I'll set Cho to go work on the farm, and I will. Where is Blackburn? Where did Blackburn go? Huh? Where the fuck did he go? Oh, there you are. Okay. I saw icebeans decompressing from all the liberalism with some good old fashion anti-fascist leftism last night. Hey, look, okay? It's not really my... I mean, it's not my intent to be, like, you know... Like, I think the closest thing that you could call me... I don't know that I really, like, am one thing or the other, you know? Like, I'll call myself a lib sometimes. But I think it's mostly because of, like, what I think... I feel like that's more of a thing of what leftists would say about me, you know? Depends on what you mean by liberal. The copper in your minds is dog shit, vine boom sound. There you go. Okay, here, Cho. You should be able to get in. We know you're an imp at heart. Oh, brother! Alright, Cho. So, now, you should be able to, like, essentially get in. Is it something that pops up? Participants 1. Or just let me know if you're in. It joined when it asks you in the same place you made your character. Hey, winner guy, welcome in. Beans the Imperial. I have so many fucking members in my call today. I didn't think I'd get this many. Oh, 2 people are in. Okay. And that's fine. I can just go get more followers. Oh, Joe! Nice! Aw, that's so cute! Okay, let's see. You're naturally obedient. And you produce sin 20% slower. Alright, Joe, what do you want to do? What do you want to work as? You can, well, worship, which basically just generates money for me. You can chop trees, mine stone, tend farms, cook meals, refine materials. And then we have, like, clean base, and you're, like, a bartender. But I feel like, those are kind of uncommon. Cho is a good boy. He kind of is. Here, let's refine materials. Okay. Also, this is the egg that Testy and Tyson Wine made. You're just gonna tell me what to do and I will obey. Why can't I be a drink tender? I'm literally a functioning alcoholic. That can be arranged. It's just that with these jobs, like the kitchen and the bar, it's that, like, essentially they don't yeah, they barely work. So even if I assign somebody to be the designated bartender or the designated cook, it kind of doesn't matter, because as soon as I queue up meals, it's like whoever's nearby almost and is kind of like free at the moment will get like normally assigned. So I don't know that that's like, I don't know that that persists, essentially, is I guess where I'm going with that. Okay. Let me just build this. Oh, somebody threw up. What the fuck, Marshall? God damn it, Marshall. Did you see my DLC question? Oh, right, you did ask a DLC question, didn't you? What did you say? Well, okay, you might have to ask it again. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sounds like a perfect job for me slack maxing. Bartend for like 60. Are you playing with the DLC? Because I just started playing but without the DLC and I don't know if it's worth it. But I have no idea of the... Again, I only recently started playing this game. And so I don't know, like... I don't know anything. I don't know. I know that there's some... I know there's some DLC, but I don't know anything about the DLC. I don't think I have any DLC. I think I just bought the base game. Current DLC is aesthetics only. Your base looks pretty advanced already. I don't know if that's necessarily true, though. I feel like it just has, like a fancy farm setup. That's like the biggest. That's the thing I'm kind of proud of. Okay, no, I don't want to do this. All right, so we are gonna be watching this. We are gonna keep watching this debate from yesterday. And you know, I'll still do cult things, and y'all can decide fun shit for me in the chat, okay? But we are gonna be watching this debate from yesterday that we started. It's Pisco versus Chud. Some of y'all may have already watched some or all of this, right? But we were just going over this yesterday, and this is why we got derailed into talking about liberalism versus leftism, as is tradition on the Icebeans stream. Ooh, ball pit mode. Yeah, that can be arranged for a little bit. Mine has like 5 sleeping bags, a pit for dead bodies, and a few berry plots. I would, okay, ball pit mode's on, by the way. I think that, like, the body pits are not that great. If you can, like, get to the point where you, like, start making, like, a crypt over here. Like, you can make a crypt, and then you can store the bodies in them. And then later, when you get access to the body decomposer, then you can just go drop bodies directly into the body decomposer, okay? So then they become part of your... they become fertilizer for your farms, okay? That's what I've been doing. Is Chud a fascist? I don't... You know, it's funny. I don't think Chud is a fascist. I think I think in this very specific context, he's being a fucking... I think he's being a contrarian. Like, he's trying to do the whole, like... Oh, this is a common sense thing, and, like, I feel like he especially in this case, I feel like his views are very much driven by, this is what a leftist is saying, so therefore I'm going to, like, take the opposite position. You know what I mean? He's just resentful. Yeah, I think the reason he is resentment. It's the resentment. He's spiritually DGG. Chud is just edgy hutch. Spread the word. Fucking argy. Oh, here's the actual little propaganda shit. No, come on. He fucking, did you see that? He was tested. Oh, was that Testy? That was Testy. Totally. What the fuck are you doing, my brother? What did I tell Joe to do? What did Hutch even do? Can you stop? Sinning? Get on my nerves. No, so the part of the reason why we had that conversation yesterday was that we were talking about Hutch, right? Like, we were talking about how basically we were talking about why like, what I don't like about Hutch specifically is that he will take up that position of leftists, like, we need to just, like, kind of cut them out of the coalition, essentially, right? That's what I didn't like about him. Leonard was wrong about him and Mamdani. Like, him as in Hutch. That's all that I don't like. You know, apart from that, he's fine. You know, he's not like, he's just like anybody else on this platform who doesn't have, like, credentials in this thing but has opinions, right? That includes me, by the way. And if he likes Mamdani, then that's fine, right? I'm more so talking about how, like, what online leftists do or say is being used as a, like, it's being used as a, this is, you know, like, I just feel like they're being overrepresented. That's all, right? And when I definitely think that there's conversations that can be had, and if you start, also, this is the other thing, right? if that starts to be your content, right? Where you, like, okay, you've run out of conservative people to shit on. Now let's shit on, like, online lefties, right? Look at, like, Destiny, look at Chud, like, this is exactly the trajectory that it leads you down a certain path. Oh my fucking kamikaze. I just don't think it's a good path, basically, right? It's certainly a path that you can take. It will give you content, but you can't deny that there is a trajectory to that kind of thinking. Okay, this motherfucker. Okay. Sorry, just had to imprison that guy real quick. Let me go get more followers. Reach my system. Hey, I think that, like, the actual, like, you know, again, I'm fine, you know, I'm fine with Hutch apart from that. Like, he, again, like I said, he's fine, you know? I just don't like that part about him. And because I just don't think that's the way. If you're looking for like actual leftists who are pragmatic, you know, they have good ideals, but also are aware of the system that they have to work in order to see their goals be achieved. Like, I don't think that I don't think that you're not going to get them by shitting on leftists. That's, I think, my problem, right? That's all, right? Like, I think, like, and I think that we put all together so much time and energy into, like, shitting on leftists, right? Who are very, very, like, okay, the thing is, they could even be doing cringe things or saying cringe things, making cringe arguments, right? Like, that's all, like, I was part of Demon Mama's community, right? Like, I know what kind of, like, I know the kinds of topics and the talking points in that sense, right? But that doesn't mean you're not fostering, like, you're not fostering a, here, let's find, like, leftists who have a good combination of, like, personality, smarts, like, knowledge and willingness to, like, enter the fray and, like, push for these things. Like, you're not gonna do that if, like, what you do is shitting on leftists. Because all you have to do, all that does is just, it's just basically, like, going back to the shame thing yesterday, it basically just ensures that all the leftists are just going to stay in their spaces and none of them are ever going to come out, right? Why keep people in tent when all they do when the rubber meets the road is work to disenfranchise other people in the tent? Oh no, are we going to start the are we going to restart the no, we're going to restart the I'm just saying that, like, that was the basis of the conversation yesterday, okay? When did you become an ML? No, I did not start watching Hassan. God damn it. Also, here, let's get the debate up. I'm not an ML. Alright. So, let's see where we are. But no, Watsako, I know where you're coming from too. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Once again, I get bored watching Hutch, so don't watch it attached. Hutch, I think with Hutch, he's kind of spiteful as some of the online leftists. He probably does over-exaggerate their power in the movement. It's probably driven by direct conflicts. Yeah, I think that's my point, McFiston, right? That's my point. And, like, remember, like, when that, does anyone remember that debate that he had with, oh my god, it was some person with, like, a name that was, like, something sexual. I don't fucking remember, okay? Icebeans has a picture of Marx, Lenin, and Hassan fucking over burning Walmart. She kisses him every night before bed. Jesus. Okay.
Considered reasonable.
Let's see where
is
this
because
is.
it happened over 7 minutes, and there was multiple inputs of information that added to the totality of circumstances that undermined Chauvin's case.
No, but I'm not citing. No,
this
I'm not.
happened in 1 second.
I'm
and
not
it's
citing
got the
it.
precedent of split-second decisions. Okay, the court accounts for that when they're assessing totality of circumstances.
No, of course, I'm not citing it for the proposition that it's on all fours with this case. I'm just citing it for the proposition that the application of force is justified every time it's applied. You don't stop analyzing it just because in a previous second it may have been justified, even assuming it was. You analyze all.
And the Supreme Court gives some weight towards split-second decisions made
in Plumhoff. There.
You don't watch Hutch because you disagree with his opinions. I don't watch Hutch because I'm afraid I'll catch the ball from him. We are not the same. That's fucking amazing. I mean, I don't watch. He is boring, and in a way that for whatever reason, I don't find his I don't know why his version of boring is less appealing to me than, like, say, IRI. You know how, like, IRI's content can sometimes be dry, like, but it's like, I maybe it's just a preference thing. I don't know. You know, I think he's fine. I think Hutch is fine. You know. Also, Hutch has given our boy Conduit a good boost, okay? So, I am not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna sniff at that, you know what I mean? Totted is here. We should ban murder sinners. That you do need to be a cult follower already in order to send a message, but I appreciate that. I am going out to collect more followers, so if you hang around and create a follower in chat, I'll announce when there's a raffle to, like, select a follower. Every man post 30 checking their hairline for loss. Oh no. Rest in pepperonis. All right.
Analyzing every shot. Now, every shot has the same results. They find them all as reasonable, but they don't just ignore the calculus.
No. They didn't do that. They didn't look at each shot and find it reasonable, right? They looked at all the shots and they said, we're going to consider all of it reasonable as part of one use of force. We don't need to look at each bullet individually.
No, that's
wrong about this. And that's why there's no case law that backs you up, because
that's not true.
Is the law of the land.
That's not true. But that's not true. That's not true. But we can go into the first shot, right?
25 already lost the battle.
I think that's a nice approach, is to go into the first shot and see what's good. So it's my contention both that the first shot, there was not a qualifying threat, in that there wasn't a serious and imminent threat of serious bodily injury to the officer in the case, using the totality of circumstances.
Again? How did you describe it?
Also, let me know if the volume needs to be changed.
The Supreme Court standards as expounded by the Minnesota Supreme Court, which has to
maybe
do,
we'll get a follower
which, again,
from this guy.
Gardner, relates to whether or not a threat is imminent and involves a serious threat of serious bodily injury or death. Do you, like, disagree with that?
Well, I mean, I just think that if I put it really simply, without these lawyer terms, okay?
Without these lawyer terms.
I've actually looked into this, okay? Oh, by the way, mate, I know we're having a bit of a, like, you know, back and forth debate. I've got a great idea for a show for us if you're interested. Is that something you're open to?
Well, I'm open to all propositions that you might have from each other.
Right. Imagine the vision. Let's just say this, right? Imagine the vision. You and me both watch body cam videos together, and we come at it from our different perspectives to make analysis of the use of force. Wouldn't
I appreciate
that be
the hustle.
insane content, bro?
Okay.
I think it would be insane. Let me think about it, because listen, this is a lot of fun, but I'll think about it. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Anyway, we can. I guess we can watch the video. I mean,
halfway through.
I don't think. Okay. Yeah. Listen. Okay. If Pisca wants to do it, he can. I just feel like it's gonna be another, like. I feel like it's gonna be another, like. You know, like Hutch has his, like, his segments of his segments of like Hutch versus Pisco. Like, I feel like it's gonna become another one of those. Also, I think that this is... I feel like this is a fucking waste of hearts. Look at all these hearts that I can't pick up because I'm full health. This part of the debate made me laugh. Listen, I'll give props to Chud for trying. That's a good... It's a good idea, and would probably be good content, right? Hey, that Rowdy Rough gamer, welcome in. When you collab with Rob Nor, there's no floor. You guys wanna hear a fun fact about Calamar? Is that like one of the, isn't that one of the gods in this game? Chud is dealing with trauma because insignificant leftists like DJ Mule and Bad Bunny were mean to him. No, Chud is more complicated than that. I'll say that. The boss of the dungeon you're in, yes. Okay, thank you, yes. What about Calamar? We're a Call to the Lamb stream now? Apparently. I'm sorry, I will say for people coming in, of course I'm playing Call to the Lamb. I'm in that category, but I'm also doing politics, so... They better be a squid? They took my family and sacrificed them to Calamar! Okay, here's my follower. Okay. Before I got into Online Portal, I would only hear whispers of the Chud. Well, tighten your headbands and prepare to... yeah. Yeah, he's the... I do remember that he... Fucking... he was like, oh no, it was them who did it, they did it. Also, if I'm understanding it correctly, after you finish the dungeon, right? Like, you can then use this portal to go straight to, I think, Calamar, right? But then I feel like that locks you out of the rest of the run. Like, basically locks you out of the rest of the run. Like, you don't get to do anything else, right? So I've only ever taken that portal, like, once or twice. Okay, anyways.
Through a debate,
Apparently plays off he's polyamorous. Nice.
Yeah, dude, I think it would be insane content, bro. I think we're having great banter here, even though I'm getting a bit testy and you're keeping your cool. Okay, but you're a bit stuttery. You're a bit stuttery.
Stuttery.
I don't think you were expecting me to prepare for this, so I think
Ooh, ice.
Listen, I have 1 HP, but I think
I'll go
so
get
far
some
I'm doing
water
great.
in a second.
And okay. I think I'm impressed that you studied your case law, and so that's impressive. I'm give you your flowers. I think you prepared. I don't think it's doing you much good, but I do think it shows that you took an interest and then you took the time to get prepared. So why don't we do the first shot?
Pisco.
Okay,
That's
let's
mean,
do the first
bro.
shot. I'll tell you what, bro, okay? Right?
I don't think it
I'll
did
let
you any
take
good.
control of the wheel, so to speak. Okay? I'll be the ice agent. Come on,
that's very magnanimous of you. Very magnanimous. All right. So
right, you bring up the clip and we'll talk through it.
Bring up the clip.
Before we get to that though.
Okay, hold on.
Would we? I'm sure you would agree with me.
Let me get some water, okay? Pisco is frankly someone I agree with the most right now. I think his take on NATO is based, but he will still refuse to bow his head to Destiny Ethan conflicts. I mean, I like Pisco. I think just like with anybody, it's not a good idea to put all your eggs in like one basket, you know? I think that Pisco is not immune to having bad takes, right? But I do like his analysis. You know, he puts all his eggs in 2 baskets. Yes or no? Wait, what do you mean? Nah, I also follow others. No, I'm not saying you aren't. I'm just saying in general, like, I feel like that's just something that should be, you know... I feel like that should just be something that's just, you know... God damn it, I hate you. That should be standard, you know what I mean? Oh, yes, thankfully. Thank fuck. I hate the axe, dude. Although this does have, like... Nah, and we need the axe. Name one bad Piscotheque. No, it's not even like that. No. I can't name a bad Piscotheque. I'm just saying that, like, you know, he's a human. He's not flawless, right? That's what I mean. She refuses to. Interesting. We are so opposite. Axe is best. I just don't... I think I don't like weapons that have, like, a big wind-up. That's my issue with them. As soon as I get a card that increases my attack speed, then I'm much happier. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course Peace goes in flawless. He isn't me. That's my only issue, is that I don't like that the weapon has, like, a big wind-up. Like the hammer, you know, is it the hammer, the big one that the big one that, like, does, like, an aiming thing on the ground? Okay, anyways, sorry.
Of the officer's eyes, the mobile phone footage would be the best thing to analyze in order to establish.
Yeah, we can use that. We can use anything you want. Yeah, we can use that. I think that
you have the things for hand.
He also
no.
disappeared.
Do you mind bringing it up? I don't have it, and I'm sick.
Okay. Sorry, bro. I've got it. I'll send it to you. Okay. How many times have you watched this, by the way, dude?
Enough. I don't know how many.
I've probably watched this about 50 times. I've actually gone insane over it, to be honest.
Yeah. You've gone insane over it?
Yeah. God fucking damn it, dude.
Yeah.
What's up?
Okay, buddy. Let's see what we got. Come on. In fact, let's be a bit more reverent here, because this is pretty fucked up what happened. Can we just say this is a fucked up thing that happened, okay? Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. Okay.
Want me to unmute? I'll unmute.
Yep, sure.
That's the first point of relevance here. Her demeanor. I think it's. I don't think it's dispositive, by which I don't think it resolves the case. I don't think. That
okay, before we do this, can you just remind me of the 3 gram factors?
It's not a test like that. It's not a 3 gram test. It's a morass test. It's like a Gestalt
hang on
test.
a sec. Wait. Okay, you're a bit off the mark there, because
you're a bit off the mark there.
Tend to be the most important factors when analyzing these. Well, just tell me what they are. If you must know them, so just tell me what they are.
There's no such thing as the 3 gram factors. I'm telling you, the court specifically rejected that kind of distillation of the test. The test is objective reasonableness.
So you're saying there's no such thing as the 3 gram factors?
I'm saying that it's a misnomer to think that it's like a 3-part test. It's the
No, wait a second. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying it is a 3-part test, i.e. those are the only 3 things you can look at.
Yeah.
Right? But they are specifically cited in the precedent as 3 things to consider alongside other things. So can you just tell me what they are?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. It's possible that the reference relates to reasonable necessity, the use of force, whether or not there's a threat of imminent serious bodily injury or death. And
are you reading this, by the way?
No,
are you reading this?
My hands are right here. I'm looking at my chat.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're getting it from your chat. Got it. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
Interesting.
I don't know if I'm. I don't even know if I'm right. I'm just like.
You're getting it from your chat, bro. It's so
also very, very funny. Very funny. I think I was actually in Pisco's chat at that moment that Chud was saying that, and like basically nobody was talking in Pisco's chat. And like at that particular moment, no one was saying anything, much less like, oh, these are what the gram factors are. Don't worry, Chud brings stronger points later, like calling Renee a ugly lesbian. I do remember that bit, but, you know, this, like, there are some things that are basically, like, there are some things that Chud goes with in this debate that are basically like they just demonstrates like his current approach to just media analysis in general, right? So like I in a way I'm trying to like again, this is kind of stupid to do because Chud again is not like Chud is not a he's not really any kind of legal expert at all, right? So to kind of treat him as a legal expert is to just kind of silly, you know? But still, as much as possible, I'm just trying to separate out the like what is like shit that it's like, okay, this is Chud, and okay, this is actually what he's trying to argue, I think, right? Chud is a mad chaser, very different from an angry lesbian. Ain't no way. Oh, nice. Thank you, chat. Poison will be dropped. Resentiment. Fucking nice. Let's fucking go. That's useful as shit. Wait. Could you have what? I'm actually curious. Oh, wait, hold on. It's poison as in... Oh, no, wait. Hold on. I'm a fucking idiot. No, it's poison that can hurt me. God damn it, y'all. Wait. Can it hurt the enemy as well? Oh, god damn it! Okay. Chades in a few years? What do you mean he watched a lot of body cam footage and I asked ChatGPT that basically makes him an expert? Isn't Chud famous for being a king chaser, or am I tripping? There were some chaser allegations, but I can't tell you, like, I could not, I don't remember any of those details. You know? I'm the wrong person to ask. You know? Alright.
No.
Okay, I can tell. It's okay. You clearly don't know. Okay, you clearly don't know. I'll read it to you.
They're
okay?
not like
I've
the
got
three
it here,
sacred
bro.
factors. It's not a test like that.
No. Okay, I didn't say there were 3 sacred factors.
Okay.
But you're quoting something and you're referencing something.
I'm not
about
quoting
her demeanor,
anything.
Okay. No. Sorry. You're referencing her demeanor. Okay.
Yeah, it's relevant.
Now, a totality of circumstances evaluation
You have a lot of money.
could include a demeanor. I don't
Correct,
disagree
yeah.
with that.
Awesome.
Right? But then I'm questioning you about the gram factors, and you clearly don't know what they are. And the gram factors, right, are very important.
Oh yeah, I think
factors
Aiko has done
because
a...
they're what the
I think
court
Aiko has
tend
done
to weight,
coverage on
And
that.
they're referenced specifically in the precedent that's set.
Okay. Congratulations.
Oh.
I don't know what
Okay.
that was about.
Why are you acting like that?
I don't know what.
Well, clearly, well, you're talking about this and you don't know some of the fundamentals. That's what I'm saying.
No,
And
it's
embarrassing to you.
people's like inaccurate perceptions that there's like a X factor test to the totality.
Wait, you're misrepresenting my position. I mean,
Okay.
I can't be honest. I thought you were a good faith guy. You're
Oh
misrepresenting
my
what I'm
God.
saying. I'm saying the gram factors exist. Okay, they're
Mm-hmm.
referenced all across the fucking US in terms of the law,
Jesus.
law enforcement training, even, which is separate to the law, right? Because they're the 3 most important things
Does
they
he
tend to
rap
look
her
at.
beard?
You can look
Okay.
at anything as a
Oh, no.
totality of circumstances, and in fact, the recent Supreme Court precedent in 2025 reaffirmed the totality of circumstances
Yeah.
analysis. But the 3 gram factors are the crucial ones that
They
tend
don't
to
get
make or
poisoned.
break
Great.
cases.
Where, where is that? In virtue of what is that the fact?
Well, let me read the thing to you, okay?
Wait, no. Is this AI in virtue of what?
It's the actual law. It's the case. The
It's not
Supreme Court
AI. It's
decision.
just tell me it's not AI.
No, it's not AI. AI is not good
Oh.
for looking at this. This is the actual wording of the Supreme Court decision I'm about to read.
By the way, Beans, how do you feel about being Hassan's friend? According to DG now, since that post on Reddit, do you mean the parasite one where I got called a parasite? Wait, do you mean that post? I don't think. Hopefully, I've not been. Yeah. Also, fuck. Do these really persist that long? Or is it just because I left? Okay, now I see. Yeah, me. Hassan's friend. I'm definitely Hassan's friend. I just thought it was funny, honestly, you know? If you're Hassan's friend, why no mansion? That's a good question. Yeah, where's my mansion? I'm sorry, who do I have to call at Hassan HQ in order to get my mansion? You know, how do I get that to happen? Wasn't I supposed to be contacted already? You know? But yeah, no, that was just very silly. That was very silly. And it was honestly sad because that conversation that I was in was not at all like, it was very like we weren't even, it was very much like a discussion, you know what I mean? Like, yes, J-Stock came in and he was there for a portion of it, but like it really was not like, it was not what, you know, it wasn't like a shitting on Destiny thing. Like, people were, like, there were Destiny, and the funniest thing was that the people who got identified, quote-unquote, as, like, J-Stock fans or something, like, this was a person who was, like, arguing on, like, Destiny's side, you know what I mean? Like, it was just very, very silly. Ooh, robe design. Oh, right. Let me see how many of these outfits I can buy. Oh, never mind. I can only buy one outfit for a visit from her. First you need to shock a dog, then you get a mansion. Okay. Try Dance Clancy, but be sure to put on the e-girl makeup first. Wait, you saw my e-girl makeup, right? Oh, bro, I can get a literal worm as a follower? Ain't no way. That's great, dude. Oh, that's very funny. Who wants to be a worm? Although I don't know if you can change. I don't think you can, like, I don't think you can change your follower form after the fact, right? Ooh, movement speed. Being in the same channel with JSK isn't hard. I'd literally just hang out muted and... Yeah, oh, were you in that call, Blackburn? Or are you just saying, like, you've been in a call with J-Stock? But the worm is can't even kill enemies. Well, it's just a follower. You can't really do anything. You know, you just look like a worm. You know what I mean? You get to do the, you know, would you still love me if I was a worm? Do you have an octopus yet? That's a good question. I think they, I'd have to look, Ergi. Okay, sorry.
All right, go for it.
Okay. So it says...
Maybe after he dies? Oh, that's a good point.
Sorry, what says?
Do you want me to... Okay, I can read the whole thing. It's just
no, I want to know what the thing is.
Connor 1989. Graham versus Connor 1989.
Okay.
They set the precedent for objective reasonableness, which is about, you know, which introduces the totality of circumstances.
I raise worms?
Broadly.
Ooh,
yeah?
we have a worm farm?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Determining whether the force used to be effective... Particular seizure is determining whether the force used to be effective
was a bad idea.
in a particular seizure is reasonable under the Fourth Amendment requires a careful balancing
God damn it.
of the nature and quality of the intrusion on the individual's Fourth Amendment interests against the countervailing government interests at stake.
Huh?
There's a bunch of quotations here. I don't know if you need that, but
you have a worm
continuing
farm.
on,
That's cool.
I can send this to you if you'd like as well.
I know Graham.
Our Fourth Amendment. Okay, well, you don't know the Graham factors, so you don't really know it that well.
Well, I don't know them distilled like that, but I know the case.
We know the case, but you've not researched this because the Graham factors are one of the things you undoubtedly find in research about this because it is fundamental to discussing use of force.
Okay, go.
And you haven't looked it up because you don't know.
Keep reading your Graham factors.
Okay.
Where does it say the Graham factors are the most important things?
Sorry, you wanted me to read all of it? Not all of it, but this part I'll read all of it. Our Fourth Amendment jurisprudence has long recognized that the right to make an arrest or investigatory stop necessarily carries with it the right to use some degree of physical coercion of threat thereof to effect it. See Terry versus Ohio. Because the test of reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment is not capable of precise definition or application.
Weird. It sounds like you're saying there's no mechanical application. No, it's not.
I never said no.
Okay,
no.
cool.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
Listen. However,
it's
right?
proper application.
God damn it.
Requires careful attention to the facts and circumstances of each particular case, including the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, and whether he is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Those are the grand factors. Those tend to be the most important ones. But you can look at anything in totality of circumstances. If you want to, you can make an argument.
No, I'm
right?
I'm asking for the I'm asking for the justification that the gram factors are the most important factors in all these cases. Where does that establish?
I'm not saying. I'm not saying they're the most important factors.
You are.
You literally you said that they're most important,
when
right?
you look at case law on this, right, what it tends to come down to,
I can't stay in one place and
these three
grow
factors are
because
the
it's
things that they
fucking
look
poison,
at, like,
dude.
more than any other. But you can use any in your presentation of this. So you could talk about her demeanor. That could come into this. Her demeanor would weigh in her favor, right? I agree with that. Yeah. But then, if they're looking at it and they're like, right, we're weighing up her demeanor. So, for example, if someone had a good demeanor but they pulled out a gun, right?
Yeah, but no. But the
demeanor,
but
the demeanor
hang
would
on
work.
a second.
The demeanor would work in the opposite. The demeanor would work.
The demeanor.
Oh my fucking.
Wait,
sorry, go on.
What you're categorizing as the grand factors, her demeanor plays into one of them, right? The notion of whether she's an immediate threat to the safety of. Wait, let me finish my fucking thought, bitch.
Sorry, please go on. Go on.
If I die because of poison, I'm killing one of y'all.
Particular demeanor is relevant to an analysis about whether the officer reasonably apprehends an immediate threat, and so you're acting as though, her demeanor is in isolation of what you're characterizing as the grand factors.
Oh
You're
my
totally
fucking
misrepresenting
god,
what I'm
dude.
saying. Actually, you're totally misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying because you know that you're fucking dude, and unless there's some fucking libtard, pisco,
Hell yeah, let's
DGG,
fucking go.
retard in chat, everyone knows I'm correct about this. Okay.
What did he say?
Her demeanor is potential.
What did he say? Okay.
Dude, and unless there's some fucking libtard, pisco, DGG, fucking retard in chat,
Oh,
everyone
see.
knows I'm correct about this, okay? Her demeanor is potentially relevant as a totality of circumstances analysis.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay?
I didn't say anything more. I even said it's not dispositive.
But listen, the reason the Graham factors tend to be more crucial is because to you, right, what is more indicative of a reasonableness of using force? Analysis of a demeanor or analysis of them pulling a gun out on you?
I think pulling a gun out would be more important than demeanor.
Right. So you agree then that these factors that they put in the case are likely to be more important than whatever fucking half-baked activist retard argument you've made up about demeanor?
The fuck?
No, I think that
possible, but it's likely to be outweighed by the other factors presented in the case, isn't it?
I say it's your false assumption that her demeanor doesn't play into the analysis of whether she's a threat. Under
I never
Graham
said
v. Connor.
it doesn't play in. Wait,
So then how
wait.
So,
Well, dude, when did I say? When did I say her demeanor? Wait.
How are you pretending it's something else?
When did I say her demeanor doesn't play into it?
Okay, so it does play into. So you agree that her demeanor. So since you never said that, sorry you didn't. I said that you said it. So therefore, you agree that the grand factors include.
By the way, I'm doing a follower raffle. If anyone has you're not in my cult and you want to be in my cult, now is the time you can enter to be potentially picked.
An analysis of her demeanor, right? The most important factors include an analysis of her demeanor.
No.
Yes or no?
No, they don't.
Oh, but I thought you said it was inclusive of her.
Okay. Right, listen, no. You're totally misunderstanding, misrepresenting me. Okay? It's about a totality of circumstances, okay? You can argue her demeanor had an influence in this totality of circumstances, objective, reasonable analysis, okay?
I would.
I'm
glad that you concede that. And, yeah.
I didn't concede it, okay? I didn't concede
you
that.
literally are, yeah.
Jordan is here, nice.
I'm not conceding anything, bro, because I'm right and you're wrong and I've looked at...
Okay, sorry. A natural skeptic, materialistic, and sickly. Alright. Nice. I like your cute little star, that's cute. Let's see, what should we have you do? You gonna work on my farm? Mine leader! I have been visited in my dreams by a benevolent spirit. She divined a prophecy upon me, the spawn of Tyson Wyatt and next- Wait, I didn't see the rest! No! No! No, I didn't see the rest of it. Hold on. Is there a way for me to see it? In my chat, maybe? God damn it. Here, let me pull it up. But to get back to wait. Activity feed. Okay, let me try that. Because I think here we go. Is an abomination that will bring about the end times. Praise be. Oh shit. Okay, I have an old person who just died of old age. Okay, so, I'm just gonna put him in the, I killed 300 sitters before you let me in. Hey, oh no. Here, I'm gonna put him in the, fertilizer composter, okay? This is what happens. You get returned to the earth. Oh, look! Hey, wait! Hey! Tyson Wine and Testy's egg is ready to hatch. Oh my god, that's adorable. Okay, what did we say we needed to call them? I think it was testicle wine, right? Yes, okay. You've got lustful, it's got lustful and unrepentant. Produces sin 15% faster. I feel like that's appropriate, you know? So now that they're hatched, they get put into the nursery. Where they will be monitored and indoctrinated. Okay? Nurture children. Very important to nurture children. Now, breeder. Breed me with my wife. I'll make her uncomfortable or laugh. I don't know which. I don't care which. Okay, here. Let's see. But yeah, okay. So to get back to what these guys were saying. Let's see.
Into this, and you know it. In deep down, you know it, but you've got to save face and do your aura farming to these people that love you. I see through you, dude. We grew up in the same plantation, dude. You know it, but it's okay. I'll let you save face.
Unavailable. Follow her as a child.
The
I know you're not
threat,
as popular as me. It's okay.
I think my ball pit mode is on, actually.
The question about whether she's an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others is in part factually determined by her demeanor, and so I'm not understanding why you're like, oh, it's the grand factors, mate. Not
36% chance. Okay, I'm gonna try it anyway. Hey, Yamato, welcome in. Aw, it worked. That's cute. Okay, so let's see. Lol, accurate. Naturally obedient, germaphobe, and sloth. Okay, here. I'm gonna, no, get rid of... Oh, no, wait, I don't want that one. We'll do naturally obedient and germaphobe. And we'll do... The little leaf, dude. I only brought the bad genes to the table. I'm fucking tired as shit. Okay, here, go to bed. You get the day off. From work. Alright.
not demeanor, mate.
No, listen.
It
Her
could,
demeanor,
but it doesn't hear.
Okay. No, sure. It doesn't hear, but I'm saying...
Salty
that you can
Fina?
look
Oh,
at the
that's
demeanor,
cute.
Right? But if the demeanor is conflicted by them presenting an imminent threat to you, right? It's more likely they're going to be more concerned with the imminent threat. For example, they're not going to say...
Not to be orders, but
they were being really nice and friendly, and then they pulled a gun out. Their demeanor, though, was part of the totality of circumstances, so you shouldn't have used lethal force. That imminent threat is going to be more determinate in how the court looks at the objective reasonableness of that use of force. Yes or no?
I didn't really understand your question.
Yes or no?
I didn't understand.
Yes or no?
I didn't understand your question.
What's more important to analysing this? Someone pulling a gun or someone having a smile on their face? Which one?
Pulling a gun.
Right. So,
But she
her
didn't pull up a
demeanor-
gun?
What's more important here? What's more important here? Her demeanor or the arguable threat of her driving a car towards or away
Oh
from
yeah,
the-
no, I think that the
Bro.
car analysis is more important than her
Right.
demeanor.
Right.
But I didn't claim
So
otherwise.
why?
But like Chud is quite literally like he's acting as if like just the car is, you know, like that you can't. He is acting as if you can't take the demeanor into question, right? Like if the I think the unfortunate problem that all these people are running into, right, is that as more and more footage comes out, it's like it just becomes increasingly obvious. She obviously did not mean to run him over with her car. If you're in that position, if you were in that situation, I can see how you might have interpreted her, like, I can see it in a way, but it just gets more and more dubious as like more and more footage comes out. And then you see her fucking smiling and waving, and like she was waving people on, and she said, "I'm not mad at you." You can't say that that's not like just a smile on your face, right? Like if somebody tells you in the moment, like I don't know how to explain it. It's like if you're on like, it's okay. So part of my job is like I'll be on phones, right? And I'll talk to people, right? And sometimes I talk to people who are pretty fucking upset, okay? And every time, not every time actually. Sometimes when I talk to people who are upset about whatever, you know, that I'm helping them with, right? They will be mad, they will rant, they will vent, right? And then they'll take a moment and they'll say, you know, by the way, I know you're just doing your job. I'm not angry at you. Like they will like stop and tell me this, right? And that is that kind of statement serves a function, right? It basically, it's to communicate to me, hey, I'm pretty upset. I just want you to know, like, you know, this isn't me trying to give you a hard time. Like that's what it's communicating to me. And even if I know that already, the fact that they said that to me is important, right? It tells me, hey, it like reassures me that actually, okay, they understand and accept that I can only do so much in this situation, and that, you know, it enables me to then give the return answer, which is, no, I completely understand. You know, I'll try to help you as much as I can, right? Like that's the function of those two statements that I just said. So just in the same way, when she says, it's okay, I'm not mad at you, that conveys a message. I don't care about, like, no, it's not that I don't care. It's like, you can't distill that down to just a smile. You know what I mean? Like if somebody, and like when I answer the phone, right? If somebody says, how are you? I don't take that as a indication of like what their mental status is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not asking, we're not asking for that. It's just that he's like, Chud is trying to act as if that's all she did was just like say, just do a smile. And it's like, no, she was deliberately, she said, I'm not mad at you. So if you don't know how to handle that, and you continue to put it back into my analogy, right? If you continue to act as if this person's frustration is, it's personal, you're not going to like, you're not gonna be effective. You're going to murder people. Okay, but have you considered the Republican talking point that all lesbians are enemies of the state? Have you considered that this woman thought she could disobey a man? But she called me big boy. Your Honor, she XD'd at me. I just don't think, like, especially this footage is like so it's very damning to me that that and the like this footage in particular, not just because of the her demeanor, but then also his demeanor afterwards, right? The fucking bitch part. Like, that's the part to me that really just it was quite obvious that all he wanted to do was shoot somebody. Like, and he basically took the opportunity he was given. Live footage. All right, Salty. What's up? Can I help you? Oh wait, Salty. Wait, weren't you gonna? Why did it get rid of you? Sorry, Salty. I don't know why it got rid of your fucking message. This was only over 6 months in the planning he set up. Wait, what do you mean by that? I think I saw you say that earlier and I didn't follow up because I forgot. Okay, also, I feel like we need some clothes for y'all. I'm sorry, Salty, I don't know why it didn't work. You approached me and then, you know. Oh, I need more. God damn it. We don't need clothes? Alright, Blackburn, you don't need clothes, okay? Oh, I need more. I need to go farm more silk. He has a maneuver that he puts himself in a situation where he can kill. Oh, are you saying that like the like based on his previous like interaction where he was dragged by like that car? Are you saying like based on that? Oh, Blackburn's house got destroyed. Yes, not the first time in front of a car. Was there actually? Now that I think about it, were there other instances where that man had like gotten in front of cars like that? Because that's the other part of it too, right? Is like, if you aren't learning from your fucking experiences, then like it really does speak to like your training and the oversight and like how you should have been checked before. But you know, I think actually the car dragging thing was when he reached into a car, right? And then he got dragged. I seem to remember something like that. Homie wanted an excuse. He was close enough to get dragged. I thought he put his hand into the car. Right. Yeah, he knew he liked he killed her and his reaction was to call her a bitch. Not the most wild reaction, but it speaks to his frustration and how little he cared about taking a life in that instance. I mean, it just seems... Yeah, I think at the very least you can say this was, like, reckless. You know what I mean? I don't know whether maybe this is a 101 EQ take. They destroyed my house because the fucking bunk sleeping freaks are jealous. Jesus! Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay.
Why did I have so much friction on this then?
Because you spazzed out.
Because I was saying...
Because you spazzed out. Because you have a low emotional maturity.
No. Okay, you didn't know what the gram factors were. Okay, you've been exposed on that, right?
The gram factors.
You didn't know because you've not looked into it.
Yeah.
Look it up,
I need to give y'all something to do other than generating money.
Okay,
I have too much fucking money.
You didn't know that. You argued the demeanor, and I said the demeanor can be included, but these gram factors are likely to be more determinant or more influential.
Oh shit!
Because a threat is more
it's your.
Now,
Okay, I'm gonna say one more time.
You lost.
I'm gonna say one more time, right?
End
like
of story, bro.
Her demeanor clearly factors into the question of whether she would pose an immediate threat. And so you're saying the gram factors are more important than her demeanor, as though her demeanor were hermetically sealed and separate from the gram factors. I need more
fertilizer.
Well, no, it's a totality of factors. It's a totality. Of
no, I'm saying specifically right? The gram factors. This question about whether or not she's an immediate threat.
Your followers are starving, bro.
Her demeanor is a factor that one considers when analyzing that.
Yes, I need more body decomposers.
One considers, but that is likely to be less important than the crime issue whether they pose an immediate threat or whether they're trying to resist or flee.
Yeah,
Those tend to be the most important things they look at. You could put anything you want in there. You could say the weather, right? You could talk about how many people are on the street. You could talk about whether the officer had taken a shit or not, okay? But these 3 grand factors are so crucial because they tend to be the most determinate in terms of analyzing whether use of force was objectively reasonable.
I'm going to try one last time to make sure this gets across.
Go
Do
on.
you agree that one under the grand factors would analyze her demeanor?
No, because that's not part of the grand factors.
Of course
The
it
grand
is.
factors
Of course it is.
No,
So,
it's not. The
yeah.
grand factors. No. You're misunderstanding. Totality of circumstances is everything. The court said there are grand factors. There are 3 things: the type of the crime you're trying to detain them for, okay, or investigate or whatever, right? The immediate threat to the safety of the officer and whether they're resisting arrest.
So my
right?
question is,
those are the grand factors. Those are the 3 most important. Demeanor is another part of the totality of circumstances.
So
I'm chill. You're wrong. I'm
you
not
pointed
chill
to
because you're fucking wrong.
You pointed to 3 factors. Factor 2, I'm pointing to one specific factor. Factor 2, quote, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officer or others, would, as a factual consideration under factor 2 of what you're calling the grand factors, the demeanor of a suspect be relevant as to whether they pose an immediate threat to the safety of the officer or others? Yes or no?
Dude,
would it be
you're
relevant?
trying to weasel
Would it be?
it. No,
would it be
because you're trying
relevant?
to
It wouldn't be
weasel it in.
relevant.
It's better
so
to
someone's
piss.
like,
It's better to piss in a sink than sink in piss.
hey, I'm gonna
Good
fucking
one,
kill
Blackbird.
you, bro. Would we analyze that as to whether or not they pose an immediate threat to the safety of officers or others? Yes
Oh
or no is the
no,
question?
it's one of my favorite followers.
necessarily.
You wouldn't.
God damn
So
it.
an objectively reasonable officer, when judging whether or not a suspect poses an immediate threat, doesn't take into
hang on,
consideration
Dude, I
the
see your
demeanor
trick. I see your
of the
trick.
fucking
Dude, I see
suspect.
your trick.
You're
I got
cooked,
it,
man.
bro.
You're cooked.
No, I'm not cooked. I'm not cooked because you're talking about.
Special followers get buried, okay? Everybody else goes into the fertilizer. Okay? Ooh, what I get? Wait, what I get? Nice. Thank you. Thanks for contributing to the totem. I actually know, I want to know, like, versus Twitch chat. This is the MAGA cult of the sheeps. Hey, Polonarites, how you doing? Welcome in. Lean. That's a lot of fucking poop. Who died? Oh, it's no, it's none of the Twitch chat. This is like followers that I had already. That's it. It's one of them. I think y'all have about what is it, like 4? Hold on, let me see. I think y'all live to like age 40 or something like that, and then that's when you die, or like around 40. Am I a follower? No, Yamato. So Yamato, you'd have to get into Twitch chat, and then create your like follower guy, and then I'll tell you, like, you know, if you want to do that and just let me know when you're in Twitch chat, I can do like the raffle to like get a Twitch follower. I can do that. Okay. Sorry.
The demeanor here, this is way
I'll
before
check
the
out
threat is
Knucklebones a
present.
little later.
There could be some conceptual case, right, where what you say perhaps would potentially be a consideration. But in this case, no, the threat comes later after the demeanor. There's a gap of time between the demeanor and the threat. If
Where is that? Where?
Okay, so if someone was putting their hand into their pocket and said, "I'm going to kill you," okay, right?
Yeah, that's part
the
of
very act of putting the hand into the pocket and saying, "I'm going to kill you."
No, it's also the demeanor, you fucker, you idiot.
That's not about the demeanor.
No, come
It
on.
is about the
Combination analysis
demeanor.
of what they're doing, right? But the demeanor here is not relevant in assessing the totality of circumstances as much as the car is.
No.
I see what you tried
Oh
to do
my
there,
God.
bro. You tried to slip away and do this
Wait,
thing.
Blackburn, what the fuck? You're supposed to sleep over here.
That's true, but you're wrong. You're intelligent, but you're wrong. That's the issue, dude.
Hey, listen.
Motherfucker,
all I'm
why are
saying
you
is
over here?
That
You woke
an objectively
Toadley
reasonable
up.
officer, when assessing whether or not a suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, factor number 2, would assess the demeanor of the suspect. That would be part of their analysis. And given that, an objectively
No, hang on a
reasonable
sec. It's what they perceive. It's what they perceive.
Yes,
okay?
what an objectively reasonable officer would perceive or apprehend There are synonyms I'm using.
Establishing dominance.
Yeah. So
Sure.
what they would apprehend or perceive with respect to the threat
No,
would,
wait,
would
but
in part.
you've changed it
Let
now.
me
You've
finish
changed it
it.
now. No, you've changed it because now it's like the demeanor is separate to that standard. But now you're saying, well, it could be considered as part
No,
of it.
I never said
Right?
it
You're
was
try-
separate. I'm
You're
the one-
trying to be technically correct. When I'm correct that the grand factors exist, demeanor can be assessed. Okay.
Under the
Right?
grand factors, right? Under the grand factors.
Not under the grand factors.
Why
under the
not?
grand factors.
Because-
Because the grand factors are those are the most prominent.
Right, but
important
threat is one of
things,
but
okay?
threat is one of the grand factors, right?
Yes, threat is
So
one of the grand
and
factors.
demeanor plays into whether or not someone's a threat, right?
Oh my
Well, it
god.
depends.
This is the
I mean, it could
Patrick
do,
Wallet
yes.
meme.
But
This is your
but this
Kodak
what we're
moment.
doing.
This is the
Patrick
Patrick
Wallet
Wallet
meme.
meme.
Dude, this is what it is, right? You know when someone pulls out
The
their wallet
graham
really quick and it's
crackers,
like, here you
yeah.
go, here's my wallet. It's a joke, like getting your ID quickly for the police, okay, right? Even though they're actually giving you their ID, right? Because of the speed at which they've done it, that
I
could be
missed
perceived as a
notification.
threat.
Hey, Cheeto.
But you're making a different argument originally. You're saying that this demeanor that we're seeing in this video, right, is part of the grand factors. But this demeanor in this video would not be considered as part of the grand factors because the threat comes
Why
later
not?
and it isn't
I
related
tried.
to the
I
demeanor.
tried. Hey, I'll let the audience decide whether or not we think that demeanor is relevant under the grand factors, and we'll continue on.
Testicle
our
wine
analysis.
was
I never
neglected
said
for a
I
day?
agree with you. With your what I think is your more core point. I don't know why we have to do this fucking.
Am I still
posturing
alive?
and,
Yes.
Like macho, me.
Do you know
But, like,
why?
but
Because
I
people
agree-
have fucking bigged you up, and I've got. I'm gonna look bad. That's what it is.
okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, testicle wine.
If
My le-
your point is that the demeanor is less probative,
My messages are being countered by literal demons. What do you call a cult that... Wait! Wait, what happened? Oh, I was supposed to make someone eat poop and that interrupted your fucking message. My baby, I'm sorry. Here, hold on. We need to do a sermon, okay? Chud must have been in an AV club with all the projection in his argument. Well, I mean, obviously he's trying to do like the aura farming thing, right? As he so nicely put it.
then the actions that take place in front of the officer with respect to the car and other stuff, the answer is
Yep.
yes. I mean, I agree. If that's
Yes.
your core point, but I never claimed otherwise. And that's why when I said, listen, her demeanor is something I'm considering, but it's not dispositive, it's me signaling like, I'm not a crazy person. I'm not just saying because she's smiling, therefore it's fine. So I obviously agree with that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but the thing is, the reason that started is because you tried to bluster your way through the fact that you didn't know what the grand factors were, and they are a part of this decision, and they're used in law enforcement across the US.
I think reference to like a mechanical test is something that we've been admonished not
Well,
to
difficult.
do by the Supreme Court. And so I don't do it. And so it's an objective,
Okay.
reasonable test, and it's a kind of gestalt. It's a morass, and it's not
well, I mean,
mechanical.
yeah, sorry, go on.
It's not mechanical like a 3-point test, you know?
Well, yeah, the totality of circumstances has existed more or less. Well, it was kind of started in 1985 with the other case. I can't always remember the fucking
Garner.
names of these. With Tennessee and Ghana, and then it was solidified.
Almost like Pisco knows his stuff. Like, okay, so he doesn't remember like a thing, doesn't mean he doesn't know like other things. It's funny because he could like the way that Chud is acting about all this, right? Like he just told him the case that he wanted to know, right? He just told him the case that he just referenced a case that Chud didn't know or he knew but couldn't remember. Almost like he knows his stuff. Just because, like, the thing is, I said this yesterday, but like this whole like, oh, you can't rattle it off the top of your head. That means you don't know it. Yeah, you're a lawyer. Name every law ever. Wait, actually, now that I think about it, what was that books thing? Didn't we? Wasn't that like literally a meme in Twitch poll? Something about like name 5 books or something. Does anyone remember what that was? What? Also, I'm doing the Rite of Lust, okay? And I think I think I can let chat decide who's the best naked dancer. Sunday versus Wicked Supreme. It might have been that. All right. Let me just set that up real quick. All right. I'm gonna let Twitch chat decide. Okay, all of y'all are naked. There should be a vote in chat. I think it's a vote in chat. I think that's how it works. I can't actually see how it appears to y'all. Let's get freaky. 2 votes. I'd like at least like 3 to 5 votes in. You can pick an option on screen. Okay, I don't see shit. I don't know, but I got this. Actually, okay, hold on. I'm gonna I don't see myself, so I don't vote. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then when I come back, I'll pick the person. Nice, 5 votes. I'm anti-electoral, so I shall not vote. Where is the fucking vote? I hope I didn't just vote myself to be sacrificed. No, no, no. It's best nude dancer, okay? It's the best nude dancer. In the application for Call of the Lamb thing. Okay, Watsaku, let's go. Watsaku, you are the Mayflower leader. Oh, that's cute. Nice. Alas, I cannot vote on who has the fattest ass. Don't worry, you'll have more opportunities to do that, okay? Okay, here's why I'd like to thank the Academy. Okay, here's why I needed that, okay? It does mean that everybody will not be working for a day. Okay, because, that is the point of the Rite of Lust, is that everybody slacks off. But don't worry, I did it strategically near the end of the day. So that y'all will be going to sleep soon. Okay, hold on. Wait, is this ready to hatch already? What the fuck? Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, that is the cutest little guy. Look at it. What, Salty, what did we, Salty Safina? Is that what we said? Alright, there you go. Aw, that's adorable. Okay, you need to go into the nursery? Okay. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, who died? Uh-oh. Oh, it's one of my older followers. Okay. I'm gonna wait for nighttime to loot its corpse, okay? Cause, I gave this follower a necklace. And what are you doing? Also, what the fuck are you doing here? No, sir, this is where Tizenwine sleeps. This is where Tizenwine sleeps. Hold on. Oh, I lose the karma even if everyone's asleep when I do it. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, also, the reason why I needed to do that Rite of Lust is because I want to make a maid outfit. But I need 1 sin in order to craft a maid outfit. Okay. Alright.
In Graham Connor, right?
They're two very important
Now-
cases. Yeah.
Yep. But you're talking about like a totality of circumstances as if that's been reaffirmed.
Oh,
Are you referring
no.
to the latest case?
No. There's other cases before that as well. It's a TOC. Totality of circumstances is not a new thing.
Oh,
And
these are
also, it
cute.
doesn't. We both agree it's TOC. And so, like this at this point, this is like an ego thing right now, and I don't know why we're
Yeah, of
wasting
course it
time on
is.
it. I don't know why we're wasting time on this. Like, you didn't know the ground fact is, mate. You didn't like. Who
Yeah,
cares?
because you're going about as a lawyer saying incorrect
Who should
things.
be
about
my
the
maid?
law.
What did I say that was
Fucking
incorrect? What did I say that was incorrect?
The 3-shot analysis, that was incorrect.
But there is no
And I went
3-shot
and looked at it and found
analysis.
that you're wrong.
Oh
Okay,
my
we don't need to
fucking
loop on that
God.
again.
Okay, so
please?
I wasn't
Right.
wrong about anything.
No, you were wrong, but you're not willing to admit it. Okay.
What was I wrong
Right.
about?
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's right, little bitch, a little bit. Yeah,
I'll be your maid.
it's like Anna was
Bro,
like,
I'm
it's
willing
not
to
like
talk about
debating
it
an
again.
OnlyFans girl.
Ergie, you need-
I got like
you
an
need
hour and a
a-
half. Otherwise, I
You're a dissenter, okay? You're a dissenter at heart. I don't think you're a maid, you know? I'll think about it. Maybe we can put it up to a vote or something. But, oh, here, maybe you are ready to, like, be released. Polish femboy. Oh, no, hold on. Wait, no, hold on a second. You're still a fucking dissenter. Have I helped release someone from, prison yet? No, not yet, but it's also because, the re-education so far has been working. So, you know, you haven't needed to break somebody out of prison. That's kind of it. Okay.
would do this with you for 5 hours.
Oh, so you gotta go? You
This
gotta
is
go?
what we do the show. No, right now, not
Oh.
right now. I'm not running from you, bro. I've got an
Okay.
hour and a half still, okay? I'm not finished with you yet, dude, okay?
I'm not finished with
with
you.
okay?
Damn. Have you ever seen fucking Ninja Turtles? You're old enough. You're Gen X, right?
I tell you what, mate. I'm actually finding it quite hard to pass what you're saying. Could you do it using Watchmen as an example? I think that would be better.
Dude, are you really going there? Oh, is that what you were doing with the Vosh thing? Vosh said something about Marvel and Rittenhouse. I think I just understood.
Yeah, dude.
No, the reason I use examples from like Watchmen and stuff is because you guys literally, if I put any more words in that, you'll just be like, shut the fuck up. It's like idiocracy, like President Camacho. Like I can't grab your attention if it's not something shiny like Chauvin or Marvel. That's why I do it.
Okay, we don't need to do it with me because I've read a bit about this.
Right, so
and
like,
if we haven't,
no,
and
but
also, if
that's
we
why
haven't
it's
read
so
it, we can
dishonest.
read it word by word on
That's why
screen.
it's so
Go on.
dishonest when it's like it's clear I know the case law, and as you're here, like it's not like I don't know Plumhoff, I don't know Graham v. Connor, I don't know Gardner. It's like very funny for you to be like, all Piso got is Marvel and comic book stuff. Like it is so
Well, yeah,
performative of you to do
let's
that,
let's
right?
Be honest. Okay,
Yeah.
of course it's performative because we're doing a performance, we're making an entertaining piece of content, right? But the
Oh my
reality is,
God.
right, you've got a very shallow understanding of this.
Oh
and it's
yeah.
Bro, it's so funny. It's funny because that's like I mean, okay, and again, I will say this. I think that part of this part of this is, I would say, is Pisco's fault because of like the way that he had if I remember correctly, like, because I remember seeing like the clip of Pisco basically like challenging Chad, you know, that was very like, I don't know what to say. That was like a fucking I mean, it was a challenge. It was like a debate bro style challenge, you know? So then you can't exactly be surprised if what you might have come in here wanting a discussion, but you got debate bro, you know? That's my only, like, that would be my criticism of Pisco here is that, like, that's fine. You could want a debate bro style thing. That's not the issue, right? But yeah, it is obvious that Chud only. Yeah, I mean, it's very selective. It's just
Clear
selective.
to me from my research that you've got a very shallow understanding. You're not even litigated a self-defense case, right? And all the right-wing...
He just said he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to have litigated a self-defense
I'm a lawyer on the
case.
internet and make claims about things. That
Just
I don't
because
know.
you're a
It's
lawyer
like-
on the internet doesn't mean that you've done a self-defense case.
Sure, but then your credentials as a lawyer lend weight to what you say, and I've heard so many retarded arguments from people that have obviously watched stupid shit that you've said. Anyway.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, hold on.
Let's just chill out now,
Hold
come
on a
on.
second. Okay, so that's where this is coming from then. It's like Pisco chatters coming in and being, like, whatever, right? So Chud is just basically angry at that, which is not, like, in and of itself, that's not, like, a horrible criticism, because I don't know... Okay, to be fair, I don't know what Pisco chatters have been doing, right? In and of itself, I don't know what Pisco chatters have been doing, right? However, if you're going through and you're, like, assigning to Pisco what, like, Pisco chatters have been arguing and citing Pisco as, like, the authoritative sort, like, that's a stupid thing. Like, you know better, right? Just like you wouldn't take somebody seriously if they came in and they said, I have a serious contention with what, like, one of your chatters has said, you know? You wouldn't take that seriously, right? It seems like Chud could use some pushback in his chat. No, that's not what no, hold on. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be pushback from people, right? I mean that, I can, like, okay, so, so you know how we talk about the Destiny stuff, right? And it's like, people who are defending Destiny or whatever the hell, right? And especially for people who don't know how to do it correctly, they're just like, they you know, if their understanding is just limited to, like, I heard my streamer say it, and, like, that kind of makes sense to me, so I'm gonna go and, like, without any analysis of it myself, I'm gonna go and, like, repeat that in other channels or whatever, right? Like, that specific part of it, I don't necessarily have a issue with Chud, like, having that criticism. But then to turn around and to ascribe it to Pisco himself is, like, stupid, right? Like, you've gotten him in here because presumably you want to know what his take is on it, not what his chatter's take is on it, right? Because even if all the chatter did was, like, straight up just take your analysis, go and spit it out somewhere else, like, you don't know what kind of, like, you don't know how if they've presented it in a shittier way, if they've presented it in, like, you know, you don't know, like, their execution of the argument could be dog shit, right? So if I bring somebody in, I'm not gonna talk about, like, their chat, like, I don't know, like, it just seems weird, right? I agree if you make a claim and your evidence is Pisco said... Wait, hold on. I agree if you make a claim and your evidence is Pisco said, you're a dumbass, yeah. Yeah, addressing the chat instead of the streamer is running in a lot of cases. Like, it's just silly to... It's fine to, like, I understand if you build feelings on it, because it, you know, it really could be, like, that somebody is, like, flooding your chat. I'm trying to make it general, right? Like, that's not limited to Chud or Pisco, right? Like, I feel like this could happen in any situation where somebody is giving, like, they've given a hot take, and that take has been picked up in other communities, right? And then suddenly you get those people coming in and saying like, yeah, you're a retard, whatever. Evidence is that Pisco said you're a dumbass. Yeah, no. That's how I read it at first. But yeah, like, you've got, like, that's the funny thing, is that, like, Chud now has Pisco in his chat. Like, in his fucking VC, right? God damn it. Okay, the gun is useful for, like, keeping your distance. I just hate the 4-bullet limitation. And the fact that I can't spam it. Like, I would just want to go, like, you know, Hulk smash on all these rocks, you know? Alright.
Right, shoot. Sorry, not shoot, like, go.
Oh, Jesus.
Go on.
All right. So one factor that I take in her favor is her demeanor.
Yeah, help.
I also take into fact what she says here. She doesn't seem like someone who's angry. She doesn't seem like someone who is like intentionally trying to like run people over. She seems more.
Sure.
Yes, she's definitely like, I think, a bit cheeky, and I think the mere fact that she's like trying to fuck with Ice.
Average
that,
ICE
like,
officer take.
She's being tongue in cheek, but I don't think this is like a murderer who wants to like just kill the person. That's just my read on it as a human being.
So yeah, I don't think she's a murderer that wants to kill someone. I'd agree with that. Okay. But I think you're underplaying the antagonism here because she was in the road beeping a horn.
Yeah, no doubt.
Minutes before this.
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
So, and the thing is, mate, look, let's just not be too gay about it, right? I don't fucking like Ice. You don't like Ice, okay?
I prefer you not use this heteronormative language.
What do you mean, Dave?
Well, you know exactly what the fuck I mean.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Yeah, it's triggering for me.
Oh my god. Right, but the thing is, you'd agree with me.
I don't like Ice in my
dreams. I think about Ice, whatever. It doesn't change, obviously, you know, the legal precedents and whatnot, right?
It is a very American thing, I'll say that.
And that's why I'm not throwing out like a lot of people are, like, oh, Ice can't even arrest, mate. They can't even arrest, mate. I'm not like doing that.
Sure, and you know, I know, yeah. I mean, that is like there are some really terrible takes. But then, you know, the thing is as well, the right had reflexively bad takes too. So it's just so happens that I think they're largely correct on some stuff.
Okay, all right.
Go on.
So I'm taking. I think a reasonable officer takes into account her demeanor, takes into account the words she's saying. This is an asshole. And I'm, by the way, I'm even putting aside the possibility that the officer themselves is trying to provoke a self-defense situation. That's not even part of my analysis. Although I think someone who would make that argument would take into that, like what this motherfucker says afterwards and what she's saying there. All right, so we keep going.
Yeah.
It's okay, we don't change our plates.
So, sorry, can you just say, why do you think he's filming the car? What's your take on that?
I'm assuming this for a law enforcement purpose.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I agree.
So you know, it'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen.
So there's antagonism coming from her as well. Maybe he doesn't know that's the wife, but there's someone else that's being antagonistic towards him too, amongst the broader antagonism in the street, right? So you'd be on edge in this situation, right?
I don't think he's on edge. I think he's like pissed off. Do you think he's afraid of her? It's two
Wait, what
people.
does pissed off mean to you? Can you describe the definition of pissed and off?
Annoyed, not necessarily afraid, or in apprehension of a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death.
Sure. I think that you could call that like on edge.
Does Chud think that at that moment in time he is nervous, like apprehensive that something is going to happen? Like, is that what he is trying to argue when he says, sure? That's interesting. Maybe they'll expand on that.
I don't know, dude. I feel like we're getting into the semantics of it, but like, he's frustrated. He's like frustrated and
frustrated.
Yeah, and I think an objectively reasonable officer should not be like fucking like that. I think an objectively reasonable officer
an empath, let him
has seen enough in their day to day, and shouldn't be like trigger happy because some woman is protesting them.
Okay, but hang on a sec, right?
But
I mean, the thing is, you're talking about like an officer, right? I think that there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter.
You are an ICE defender.
And I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior. ICE are responding in kind, and it's creating this kind
Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Wait, hold on a second. I want to go back and make sure I heard that correctly.
Officer. But hang on a sec, right? I mean, the thing is, you're talking about like an officer, right? I think that there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter. And I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior. ICE are responding in kind, and it's creating this.
You don't sound like an ICE defender. You are an ICE defender, brother. What the fuck is this shit, dude? Like, the thing, oh my god. The funny thing is that, like, does he understand why there are protesters? Does he understand why there is antagonism that is, like, look at the way he framed this, dude. He framed it as antagonism that is being initiated by protesters. And then they are responding in kind. When in reality, there are protests, not only that, there are protesters because ICE is quite literally going in and wrecking everything about the community. They're dragging people away. They're putting them in vans. They're destroying the trust that people have in their community to be, like, normal. Like, just fucking normal, okay? I mean, like, you're going down the street and you're going to work and you expect to get to your job. Right? Like, the risks that you would normally face, you just expect those risks. Like, yeah, at any time somebody could maybe mug you. At some point somebody could approach you to, like, you know, ask you for money. Like, that's the kind of risk that people are thinking about when they are walking about every day in their life. Like, oh yeah, the roads are full of dumbasses. Like, you know, those are things people are talking about. And ICE is coming in and wrecking that. They're wrecking that equilibrium. They're wrecking the trust that people have in their police departments. So no, it is not being initiated by protesters. Your framing of this didn't, like, it just completely shows the way that you are thinking about this. You're thinking she is there and she shouldn't be there. That's literally the fucking brain rot that's going on right here. His first thought is, why is she there? Her presence is antagonizing him. You know? Bringing up Twitter in the shooting is just wild to me. That isn't a factor in the situation. If he did bring in Twitter comments and had that as a factor in his assessment, he should be fucked over for such stupidity. Wait, what do you mean by bringing up Twitter? Wait, did I miss something where he brought up Twitter? But holy shit, I wanna go back and, I'm sorry, I know I just listened to it, but I wanna listen to it one more time.
It's protesting them.
Okay, but hang on a sec, right?
I thought Chud said Twitter.
The thing
okay.
is, you're talking about like an officer, right? I think that there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter.
Okay, so that, yes, that part. I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. That he said you see it in all over Twitter, right? I actually, here, I'll put a pin in that. Put a pin in that for just a second, Ties. Okay, hold on. You're right. He did bring up Twitter. Okay, so. And
I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior. ICE are responding in kind, and it's creating this kind of loop of antagonism.
Like, and the funny thing is that he's what he's saying. It's funny because it's almost like you can say he acknowledges that it's very strange because it's almost like he knows that the temperature is why protesters are acting, quote unquote, acting this way, right? But then when he said, what he says is, the way he says it, he says it's the political climate. It's he uses that word. Either he doesn't know what, like, I don't know if he understands the words he's using, Like, he's just using them as a, like, he's like, oh yeah, current events, guys, current events. But then, like, completely fails to realize, like, the meaning of the word he's used. I don't fucking know. Or if he's just like, now this is just the analysis he does now. Like, this is the framing that he automatically applies, right? To me, that's maybe, like, the more stronger option. Like, this is, he's completely, like, cocked by the framing he's used to applying in this situation, right? But I don't know. He also said responding in kind. I don't know if I want to, so obviously it's responding kind to protesters, but I'm being nitpicky about words now. Wait, what do you mean by, yeah, I don't know. When he says in kind, okay, what he's trying to say is the videos that he's been, okay, if I'm understanding him correctly, what he's trying to say is protesters are being, like, you know, protesters are being uppity, and so, or they're, like, instigating violence or whatever the fuck else. So in that case, the law enforcement officers are responding in kind, like using tear gas, doing all the fucking whatever shit, right? They're responding in mean. Ice and drink fucking sucks. I like ice and drinks, but it's also because, like, I don't I mean, I would prefer a cold drink. It's just that drinks don't stay cold all the time. So, do I want... Oh, yes, I want. Okay. Going back to your Twitter thing, though. I don't know if that part in particular, I have, like, a, Not that I don't have an issue with it, right? Because it is like yet another case of, oh, you're getting all of your information about this situation from, like, Twitter. Like, you're allowing Twitter to determine what your perception of these, like, protests are. Like, what your impression is. Like, of course you're gonna get, like, it's fucking Twitter, bro. What are you expecting, right? But that in and of itself is not necessarily, like, I mean, it is a problem, don't get me wrong. But, that part in itself is not, like, I'm okay with that, like, you know, being your source, as long as you understand that Twitter is going to show you, like, the worst of the worst, right? I don't know. I feel like his a priori approach to this is more of the problem than, like, and then the Twitter videos come in and confirm his bias, you know? Like, he's going in thinking that, like, he's going in thinking that these people are being antagonists, or that they're being antagonists with no provocation, right? And he's characterizing ICE's, like, presence and their activities as a temperature. Like, that's how he's characterizing it, right? I feel like that's the problem. That's his problem, right? But yeah, I definitely agree that, like, the Twitter itself, I just think it's a little bit of a minor thing. His attitude about it is, like, the more telling. It's both sense I'm side-eyeing. Yeah. Responding in kind means responding in a similar way, which makes me think of counter-protesting, but also while aggression is needed to keep protests in check, meeting aggression with aggression in this situation often escalates this shit into riots. I think part of the problem, though, Ties, is that, you know, escalating it into riots is now not... It is now... We know now that it's not... We know that that's now not the... They're not trying to avoid it, right? Like, this is not, basically, especially Trump, right? Like, especially Trump. I've seen something, I saw something today where it was basically like, you know, somebody, like Minnesota, you know how like Minnesota's called the National Garden, and somebody said, and like I saw this comment on Reddit that was basically like, you know, hey, you know, they're there to support law enforcement, and law enforcement is like, you know, it was the line about, it was basically the line about how police are there to like protect the interests of private property and all of that, right? And the thing is, though, I feel like that's very... I think it might have been on the Vosh subreddit, okay? And I think that that's like... you know, you're not wrong... Like, technically, you're not wrong that police, blah, 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 are there to protect, like, the interests of private property. But you also realize why Walt's called in the National Guard, right? It's not because he's a fucking... It's not because he's a... You know... A traitor to the people. Like, you know? It's because he knows that Trump is going to use any pretext. Oh, goddammit. If I fucking lose... He's gonna use any pretext that he can to call in the fucking military, bro. So yeah, I'll take the Minnesota National Guard. I'll take the Minnesota National Guard. I understand there's a criticism to be had about private property and law enforcement and everything else, but I'll take that over the military. Thank you. Thank you. Reminds me of Doomer Logic crying to him about Twitter left. He's been topic of discussion were food stamps. Oh my god, Blackberry. I keep forgetting that you're from those days. That's crazy. See, the people didn't escalate it. It was escalated by the government sending masked officers into people's neighborhoods and shooting civilians that they don't like. Oh yeah. It's classic Proud Boys chest puffing, but with state-supported murder. That sounds like cancer. Dude, I need to. Kitty time? Okay, I will get a kitty. Lock-in beans. How's Ties and my baby doing? She neglected testicle line for a day. Okay, it was only for one day, and it was because I forgot, okay? I'm sorry. Here, I'll go back and show you your baby, okay? But I was more late catching on. I technically wasn't around until 2 years ago, but watched a lot of Vosh and its reactions. Oh, oh wait, hold on. Does that mean that Vosh reaction is still around, like him versus Duma Media? Because I'll watch it if it means we can watch the old heme debate. You know? If we have by the way, if we have a... Ain't no way you are a fucking old person already. Huh? When did that happen? Oh, right. You were age 45. I was there when it was written, yes! How are you an old fuck already? She's Voshette? I am not Voshette! God damn it. Alright, here's your fucking little baby, okay? Sorry, gotta clean the poop real quick. That's testicle wine on the right there. Where is Actually, I need to wait, what is this? What do you want? Great leader, there are rumors that you can command the crops to grow. Is this true? We wish to see it. Yes, that is true. Here, let's do that ritual real quick. Also, let's I'm gonna I have a section just for VIP followers, okay? Not like VIPs in chat, just like some of y'all are more important than others. So y'all have separate, more like better housing where you don't have to sleep with the rest of the commoners. Here, hold on, I need to re-educate you. I have already heard enough of your lies for one day. We will continue our argument tomorrow. Okay? What do you call a cult that is hard to get into? Difficult. I scraped the live chat from the stream where Chud did his I don't fucking care about Pisco rant and filtered for messages mentioning Pisco. I don't see anyone on Pisco's side being insufferable about it really. Hold on, I'm not gonna be able to bring this up on like big screen, so I'll just read it. Like I'll just take a look. Pisco fuming. Pisco is still right. Shooting as a card doesn't magically stop it. Pisco only focuses okay, I'm just reading like I'm just going to go through and read like things that are presumably from Pisco chatters, right? Or things that, yeah, whatever. Jesus, someone should drive at Pisco with a car. What the fuck? Pisco is really extremely. Oh no, actually, I'm just gonna read some of these. Okay, some of these are like very telling of Chud's chat. Okay. Pisco isn't an experienced attorney. Pisco's extremely bad faith. He said the officer ran alongside the vehicle and shot through the driver's window. Wait, hold on. Isn't that what fucking happened? Hello? Hello? Isn't that what happened? Like, not ran alongside, but he shot through the window and he was alongside the car, no? Okay. I think Pisco was saying they have to assess it at the moment when lethal force is applied, and on the footage that happened, his feet were out of the way of the car. I like Pisco, :D. Pisco is arrogant? I like him. Okay. And somebody, he copied paste. What type of lawyer is Pisco? Pisco's libtard maxing. But Pisco said, please shut the fuck up. Okay? That... Only 2 people had said something along those lines. Yeah, Ice sucks and Pisco hates them, but what he's saying is still true. Shooting at a car doesn't stop the threat, so force isn't justified. All of this is Pisco said. It's more people who are saying, like, complaining about the people who are quoting Pisco, right? I think one person mentioned Pisco originally. I actually really don't like Pisco. Queeman and Just Talk really like Pisco. Oh. Less Pisco takes and more Asmon takes, please. Wait, what the fuck? First of all, Pisco isn't even the right fucking color for Chud to take his take from him. Report Pisco to ICE, bro. Isn't Pisco illegal? Bro! What? Yo, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, so, like, literally, 2 people... Thank you, Cheeto, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate that, okay? 2 people... One person who said, Pisco is still right. Shooting at a car doesn't magically stop it in its tracks. Okay? And... then one more. I think Pisco was saying they have to assess it at the moment when lethal force is applied, and on the footage in that moment, his feet were out of the way of the car. The 2 people, right? 2 people said, basically did like, and this isn't even, by the way, this isn't even like, this has nothing, there's no like, oh, you're like a, this is not No. It's not harassment. It's barely pushback, right? It's barely pushback. It's like Pisco style pushback. First asked me for Wash reaction to Team versus Doomer, then ignored me. No, thank you. Here, I'm gonna, here, let me see. It's 3 hours long. God damn, dude. Man, I wish. I need. Oh, Doomer Media is unironically evil. Man, look, okay? I'm gonna try to get the original. Because if I watch 3 hours, liberalism, a manifestation of opportunism, and conflicts fundamentally with beanism, it is negative and objectively has the effect of an. God damn it! Couldn't finish it. Sorry. Oops, screenshot leads out one more message. Might get automated. I disavow, etc. Pisco works in civil litigation, so why would you hold his opinion to the highest regard? Oh, Jesus. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't think there's any merit to... There's no merit to, like, the heat that Chud was bringing to the table. There really is no merit, right? Look at Leonard being a good little boy and praying. Okay. How can you be like, fuck Hassan, fuck Hutch, and just like, then like Vosh? No, I think he said, no. I think that's where he started out, Testy. Like, that's where he started out, right? Like, he watched it back in the day. That might be my... Uh-oh. Oh, another one of my older followers died. Oh, God. Alright. Whenever somebody dies, everybody comes around and is like, oh... Okay. Can y'all leave me alone? I need to move this body. Jesus. Can we loot them? Can you loot them? I don't think you can loot them. I haven't actually been giving too many followers, necklaces and stuff. Alright, who did we say we should get the maid outfit? I wish we could, no bones, she wants us to perish. Ergi? No, Ergi's a dissenter, okay? Ergi needs something else. Like, Ergi needs, like, this kind of robe or something, you know? Like, I feel like Ergi needs something like this. Workers in the mines need these, right? There's a knight armor. But I need more like Sin, you know? Blackburn? Here, I'll give the maid outfit to Blackburn. Okay, alright. Where's my maid outfit? Where's Blackburn? Aha! More Sin? Yeah, we do need more Sin. Here, let's do a quick drum circle. Who gets to carry everyone's Sin? Let's do... We'll do Ergi. Oh shit! Oh, god damn it. On the last one! Oh. Was that enough? Oh, no, that was enough. Okay. Guitar Zero. Ooh, secret outfit. Okay. Nurture children. Fancy robes. Ooh, the fanciest followers deserve the fanciest robes. Okay, I think Argy needs that. Argy needs that. Where is that? Oh, that needs another sin. God damn it. All right. Acquired drink tender vest. My child. Isn't it cute little. Look at that cute. Okay, wait. No, I don't want to talk to you. Go away. I really like the markings on that little one. That's so cute. Doesn't beat maid outfit.
I mean, I agree
okay,
that
sin
a
faster.
reasonable officer would take into account the fact that there have been violent actions
Oh wait, I
taken
just got a
against
sin.
ICE in recent
Here,
months.
let's
I
make
don't doubt that. But there's also lawful protest activities that happen, and as well as, you know, opposition which is not illegal or
Yeah, but her act, I mean, it's difficult to determine because unfortunately she's passed away now, but blocking the road like this is unlikely to be a legal form of protest, right?
I
Also, Argy, what color? Tell me your color. Tell me the color you want.
doubt it's legal to do what this woman is doing.
Sure, okay.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
It calls him fat. Would a reasonable officer be triggered that they...
Red? You mean this one?
You're thinking about your lunch?
Some ugly lesbian fucking having a go at him. Jesus.
Yo!
Or this one?
Do you
no,
like
you said
hate
red.
people now?
He does
you hate
color
trans
on
people
him.
now, right? That's what people told me. You're like against
Yeah,
trans
the
people.
narrative is because I got caught out messaging a few trans back in the day. Now I've got some sort of like pathological hate.
What is
towards
this?
them,
What is
but
this
it's not
like?
true.
Ugly lesbian, ugly like
wait.
transvestigation type stuff. Like, what are you doing?
I too
Okay.
unload clips on people that fat shame me. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I still customize it? Oh, yes, I can. Okay. Bottom left. Okay. Alrighty.
She's a lesbian and she's ugly. It doesn't get much deeper than that, bro. Sorry, do you think she's attractive?
Wait, hold on.
I
Wait a
do.
second.
What was your objective, reasonable belief about her attractiveness?
You said
This
bottom
is
left.
beautiful.
Bottom.
God, dude.
What? Like,
Dude, this feels so bad. We're laughing about a woman getting shot, dude. Come on.
I'm
can we
not
just
laughing
look at it
about
for a
that.
sec?
It's just like you felt the need to like denigrate this person. And,
You're laughing about a widow, bro. Dude, come
You're
on.
the
Yeah,
one
why
that
are we
calls
talking
her
about
an
this?
ugly lesbian, and you want me as. What do you want me to do with
See,
that?
this
I'm
is-
supposed to ignore that.
Listen. Okay, that's just quick, dude. Come on, please, just focus. This is fucking crazy.
Uh-huh.
Go on.
Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the
I think so. You start to see her moving her wheel to the right. Agreed?
Yep. Well,
Come
hang a
on,
sec,
stop. Break it
right?
up.
I can see it, but I don't know that the officer is necessarily
What
perceiving that.
an objectively reasonable
Oh,
officer
they're crying
be
because
perceiving
they
this?
didn't even let them fight.
Well, the thing is, an objectively reasonable officer may be perceiving it. They may not.
Would be.
An
Would be.
objective
Would be.
No. An
What else would they
objectively
be doing?
reasonable officer could perceive many things in these circumstances. An objectively reasonable officer may perceive that there's a 2-ton hunk of metal that is reversing and is imminently about to drive in a way that it looks like it's coming towards them from their perspective.
I think what you're suggesting is an objectively reasonable person, officer might have their like dick in their hand and just be like la da 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 da. No, an objective reasonable officer looks at the car in relation to their body and the driver.
Wait. Oh, wait, what? Is calling her an ugly lesbian better or worse than saying she has a punchable face like Parallax did? I didn't know that Parallax said something like that. I mean, I know. I think ugly lesbian is I think that's worse. Because people can have punchable faces, right? I mean, either comment is just okay, hold on. Either comment is like it's one of those things. It's like you might not mean it in that way, but it's one of those things that's like can be taken to sort of very subtly mean that they are doing things that make you think that that they got what was coming, right, to them. But one of them, the punchable face one, is less I would say is less like I guess problematic, maybe you can say, than the other one. All right, so like I can't send him to the nursery anymore. I'll be a grown-up soon. I'm not going in a nursery. I can still indoctrinate you, right? I think you could call someone ugly without pointing out that they're lesbians, whereas anyone can have a punchable face. Yeah, I mean, this is the whole, like, literally, this is the... I feel like when somebody says ugly lesbian, like, I think, like, to me, that I hear, like... what I hear is... They're not appealing to me as a man, you know? Like, they're dressed like her wife is, you know? They're presenting in a certain way that doesn't appeal to me specifically. Like, I feel like it doesn't really have to do with their actual, like, face, you know? It's how they are presenting. And that, to me, I don't know, I just don't think, like, you know, I think that is worse than, but yeah, punchable, because the other thing is, punchable face is more... sort of neutral, right? When I hear punchable face, I just hear I want to hit them because they annoyed me. I mean, I think it's fine to say that, like, yeah, they have, like, you know, a face that is, like, and it's usually also because they are acting, like, you remember how, like, whenever all of us were watching Game of Thrones back when that was still a thing, right? Like, I remember, like, you know, like, Joffrey's character was like it's a punchable faces moment, right? Like, he was very good at making people hate him, right? It's not just that he has a punchable face, he also, like, has... It's directed by his actions. We wouldn't necessarily be calling him, saying he has a punchable face if all he was doing was just looking like he did, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. So, to me, that's... Oh, wait, hold on. I thought I... Hold on a second. I'm putting him in fucking jail, dude. I thought I was reducing his, like, descent, and I guess not. It's just going up. I think it's because he's being allowed to, like, walk around and spread his fucking propaganda. You know? So what's being conveyed by saying Renee has a punchable face? That's what I mean, is that, like, that they, like, something is annoying them. I think, I agree that both sentences are, I think, like, oh, hello? Oh, Sin! By that logic, calling her an ugly lesbian is better than saying she has a punchable face? No. No, I think... No. No. Because... hold on a second. Because I'm saying that the scale of the punchable face... Like, when you say somebody has a punchable face, that doesn't necessarily mean you think that they deserve it. Or that you... Like, I'm just saying it does indicate towards that. That you think that he is being... Like, she's being antagonizing. Therefore, somebody... Like, and this is like, Chud is throwing his hands up and saying, oh, well, I'm not an ice defender, but... I can see why the ICE officer thought he blah, 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 right? Like, he's being charitable in that way. If you stick your analysis in a vacuum, sure. That, I think, yeah, that, like, that's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, on the scale, like, saying somebody has a punchable face is not that... It is on that spectrum, it's just, like, only, like, a little bit. But ugly lesbian, right? Actually, here, can we go back to how he said it?
Metal that is reversed. Well, the thing is, an objectively reasonable officer may be perceiving it. They may not.
Would be.
Let's see.
Would be.
No. An objectively reasonable officer could perceive many things in these circumstances. An objectively reasonable officer may perceive that there's a 2-ton hunk of metal that is reversing and is imminently about to drive in a way that it looks like it's coming towards them from their perspective.
I think what you're suggesting is an objectively reasonable person, officer, might have their, like, dick in their hand and just be like, la da 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 da. No, an objectively reasonable officer looks at the car in relation to their body and the driver.
Wait, did we go past the part where he mentions the lesbian thing, or what?
It's not certain that they're looking at the driver. It's not certain what they're perceiving.
Oh, I have
this
to do some
happens so
ritual,
quickly.
don't I?
And I would
in your
say,
mind, as you see this, do you separate that out? No, as someone who's watching this, you see the car and
you're
the
doing
woman.
20/20 hindsight. That's not advised by the Supreme Court. You're sitting in the council chambers and you're calmly pausing, rewinding. It's about the officer on the scene, what they're perceiving. I would say that in a moment like this, when a car suddenly reverses when you're walking towards the front of it, okay, you're more likely to be perceiving
Wait,
the
did
fact there's
we
a massive
pass the
piece
lesbian
of
thing?
fucking metal maneuvering in a way that looks like it's gonna fucking squash you to bits.
And do you think that an objectively reasonable officer, in response to that, would step to the side?
I think we
Here's
did.
the point.
I think we did. I'm sorry. We're going back. We're going back a couple minutes, okay? Because I think I've definitely missed it.
I do.
What was your objective, reasonable belief about her attractiveness?
This is beautiful.
Oh, right. Okay, hold on. Wait. It was back there. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out the car.
It calls him fat. Would a reasonable officer be triggered that they... You're thinking about your lunch?
Some ugly lesbian fucking having a go at him.
Yo!
Oh, okay.
you like
Wait. Okay, that was it, right? Wait, hold on.
People now? Officer be triggered that they... You're thinking about your lunch?
Some ugly lesbian fucking having a go at him.
Yo!
Hey, okay, I understand now. No. It's not. Okay, hold on a second. It's because, okay, it's not Renee. He wasn't directing that at Renee. He was directing it at her wife. Right? And it's because Pisco laughed that she was calling him fat. So Chud feels like he needs to respond to that in some way. And his response was to say, oh, well, you know, an ugly lesbian is having a go at him. So do you think that... okay. Yeah, he was talking about her wife. Which, you know... now we are talking about two different things, but... So, okay. So I'll take... I guess we are... Yeah, we are talking about two different things, right? Ugly lesbian can also say she's a lesbian and you aren't attracted to her in a neutral way. I don't think that when Chud is saying ugly lesbian, that he's being neutral. Like, he's... And especially now we saw, he did it in response to, like... I don't know, like, hurt feelings, or... Like, he has to kind of virtue signal that, like, oh, you know... He has to make sure he, like, pushes back against this notion that, like, an officer was made fun of for his weight. You know? I don't think Parallax was either. Oh, you mean, like, you don't think that Parallax was being neutral with that comment? No, I don't think that, no, but I don't think that I'm arguing that it's neutral. Okay, motherfucker. It's not neutral, right? It is being, like, an asshole in that sense, right? If Chud were talking about the, like, Renee, then it would be, like, a different thing, right? It doesn't really help her case. Wait, what do you mean it doesn't really help her case? The fat comment? No, I don't think that it helps her case. Like, it's one of those, I think it is one of those, like, you know, hey, you are doing a, like, it is an I'm in no way arguing that, like, what that lady said was, like, completely, like, you know, neutral, like, her wife, right? I don't know her name. It's not neutral, right? She is being antagonistic. It's just that the response is what we're critiquing, right? Like, yeah, just because she insulted his, like, weight, that doesn't mean that, like, you then turn around and fucking, you know, like blow away the lady in the car who did nothing to you, right? I mean, his chuds. Wait, hold on a second. I'm confused. Oh, his case. Oh, sorry. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. No, you're fine.
Oh, so do you like hate gay people now? You hate trans people now, right? That's what people told me. You're like against trans people.
Yeah, the narrative is because I got caught out messaging a few trans back in the day. Now I've got some sort of like pathological hate.
Yeah, what is
towards
this?
them,
What is
but
this
it's not
like
true.
ugly lesbian, ugly like transvestigation type stuff? Like, what are you doing?
Okay, she's a lesbian and she's ugly. It doesn't get much deeper than that, bro. Sorry, do you think she's attractive?
I do.
What is your objective, reasonable belief about her attractiveness?
This is beautiful.
God, dude.
What?
What are you doing?
Like,
Dude, this feels so bad. We're laughing about a woman getting shot, dude. Come on.
I'm not
we just lock
laughing
in
about
for a
that.
sec.
It's just like you felt the need to like denigrate this person. And,
You're laughing about a widow, bro. Dude, come
You're
on.
And
the
now
one
he's
that
just
calls her an
deflecting you.
ugly
I
lesbian.
appreciate Pisco
And you
calls
want
him
me-
out on these things as they come up. I personally think it's also refreshing. That being said, I doubt that many people outside of like people who like Pisco would see it that way, you know? Like I think people are gonna like especially like Chud viewers or like whatever, or people who are more like jaded and know what this space is like, they're just gonna see it as like, oh, Chud's being woke, and not like Pisco's being woke, and he's crying about somebody being called gay, you know? Really? I mean, in the sense that like, don't you think that this is the kind of behavior that's being normalized, right? And so, you know, he's calling it out. He's practicing shame. We need another like, oh, how do we not have enough like, we need more refineries, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Being soy is mocked. Yes, being soy is mocked. I think that's what I really meant to say. Like being soy is mocked. Luckily, I don't really think that outside. Well, no, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I know like we sometimes do edgy humor here, but I don't like using gay as an insult. You know. I'm so grateful to have spent my childhood in this perfect community. Now I devote myself to you. Okay. Wait, what do you mean follower raffle? Like follower raffle is to... Oh, wait, I could turn this into somebody. No, they need to be testicle wine, okay? I'm gonna keep him as, like... I'm gonna keep him as he is. Unless we want to choose, like, what he wants to look like. Actually, hold on. Testy and testicle. You can tell me what, like, animal you want your kid to be, okay? The worm? Let's see what the worm looks like. The worm is pretty funny, okay? Ah, the caterpillar is kind of cute too. The worm is great. Look at that. Worm baby? Alright, what color? What color are we thinking? I'll let y'all say in chat, okay?
What do you want me to do with
I'm
that?
just
I'm
saying
supposed to
fact-
ignore that.
That's cute.
Okay. That's just quick, dude. Come on, please. Just focus. This is fucking crazy.
Oh, the flesh-colored
Go on.
ones. Oh my god.
Get out of the fucking car.
White?
Get out of the...
I think so. You start to see her moving her wheel.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
to the
That's
right.
cute.
Agreed?
Green?
Well, hang on a sec. Right? I can see it, but I don't
Then
know
it
that
looks
the
like a
officer is
turtle, I
necessarily
think.
Would an,
perceiving-
Like a
would
turtle
an
without
objectively
its
reasonable
shell?
officer be perceiving this?
Name it RFK Jr.
Well,
Green?
the thing is, an objectively reasonable officer may be perceiving
Here,
it.
I'll do this
they
one.
may not.
Would be.
An
Would be.
objectively
White is
reasonable-
good?
Would be.
No, an
What else would
objectively
Flash?
reasonable officer could perceive many things in
Yeah,
these
I'm going to
circumstances.
flash, okay?
An objectively reasonable officer may perceive that there's a 2-ton hunk
Here,
of
it's-
metal that is reversing and is imminently about to drive in a way that it looks like it's coming towards them from their perspective.
I think what you're suggesting is an objectively reasonable person.
Oh, lumpy.
Officer might have their like dick in their hand and just be like la da 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 da.
Sorry, you're gonna get a denty. You're gonna get a lumpy. You're gonna have a lumpy little boy. Look at that. Not flesh, Testy. I'm a gag looking at our son. Okay, fine. Here, let's do we'll do green. Okay, I think y'all agreed on green at one point. Unless you want like the more blue green. Green. Okay, let's do green. All right. I'm still keeping the lumpy variant. All right.
No, an objective reasonable officer looks at the car in relation to their body and the driver.
What do you want?
Okay, that's not certain that they're looking at the driver. It's not certain what they're perceiving. This happens so quickly, and I would
in your
say,
mind, as you see this, do you separate that out? No, as someone who's watching this, you see the car and
you're
the
doing
woman.
20/20 hindsight. That's not
Okay,
advised
I
by
remember
the
this
Supreme
part.
Court.
We
You're
came
sitting
back
in
to
the
it. We're
council
back here.
chambers and you're calmly pausing, rewinding. It's about the officer on the scene, what they're perceiving. I would say that in a moment like this, when a car suddenly reverses when you're walking towards the front of it, okay, you're more likely to be perceiving the fact there's a massive piece of fucking metal maneuvering in a way that looks like it's gonna fucking squash you to bits.
And
Yeah,
do you
remember
think
that.
an objectively reasonable officer, in response to that, would
453. Okay.
step to the side?
Here's the problem that you've got. An
Okay.
objectively reasonable officer could do a great many things here, okay? Just because one option is reasonable doesn't mean that another option is unreasonable. So an officer may choose to step to the side, okay? But just because that exists doesn't mean that a reasonable officer would then not be authorized to use lethal force in the situation, because a reasonable officer may decide that based on the totality of circumstances, that is the best use of force in that given situation.
Just
Okay.
what use of force? To stand there or to not move to the side is the best use of force?
No, to shoot being the best use of force.
but that's not
Oh,
obviously
I
standing to
see.
the side, no, standing to the side isn't the use of force. Standing aside is retreating, right?
Well, I don't know that it's retreating from the entire encounter, but do you think an objectively reasonable officer? I'm just asking. You can say yes, but it's not dispositive.
Stepping aside is retreating. Stepping aside is retreating. That would be considered retreating before using lethal force.
No,
Of course it would.
No, I'm not saying that you retreat from the situation.
That's
And even if it was,
That
No,
is-
that's
I'm
not
just-
what retreat means. That's not, no, you've got it wrong.
What
What
is
is
retreat?
Chud
just
on
means
about, dude?
That you take a potentially safe route to get away before you then use force. So stepping to the side would be considered a form of retreat, which is something that law enforcement officers are not obligated to do.
I'm
So
not
they're
convinced.
Not
by-
obligated to do.
They're not obligated by law to do it.
I'm not convinced that a
Bro.
step to the side is considered retreat for those purposes. But even putting that aside, assume it is. I'm just asking you the question: would an objectively reasonable officer? You could say it doesn't matter that he didn't. You can say that, but I'm just asking you the question: would an objectively reasonable
Yeah.
officer step to the side in the moment?
Possibly.
I'm not
Possibly.
asking possibly.
But that
I'm
doesn't-
asking would they?
What the thing is, objectively reasonable officer doesn't mean that there's one best option.
Oh
It means
my
there's
god,
multiple
we're back here again, bro. Chud just wants to be able to, like, he just wants to be able to say this was, like, completely objective. Like, he doesn't have, there is no, like, other option for him, bro. Like, he's saying there are other options, but this was the best option. You know? Like, why? You know? Okay, also ties, I only feel like it's I only feel like it's oh no, but it doesn't have a tie. What the fuck, bro? Listen, Torted is here. I don't think I ever turned off ball pit mode. Ball pit mode means that, like, you can spam emotes and the balls, like, the emote balls will just fill up, right? The bar outfit has a bow tie. Okay, wait. I can give you this one, right? I can give you the bow tie if you like the bow tie, and like this one just does not have a tie and you can't see it, but this one does, right? Jonathan White. I don't know if it's me, but Chud feels entirely performative all the time, so he's the benefit of retreating, just saying he's joking. If he, oh yeah, of course. No, that is correct. Actually, he also took the option to step aside. He did! And then still chose to shoot her, right? But tell me what color you want, Ties.
Options, right? And we can get into this in detail. None of them are particularly good. He can shoot. He can step aside. He can jump on the hood. The reality is, her maneuvering the car creates the jeopardy, and the officer is given a split second to respond, and they're making the best possible decision that they can with all the things that they've got in there. They don't have to do a threat matrix analysis in 0.5 seconds of all the various options and pick the best one to do. All that's asked is,
I'm
based
not
on
saying
the
that. I'm asking.
would an objectively reasonable officer do this and use force? And the answer is yes.
I'm just asking what,
I
in
see.
your
Okay,
view,
yeah. We knew this was
what
coming,
would an
though.
objectively reasonable officer do in this situation?
Why
when
is he
they
wearing
get
that
out of the
little
way
cap?
of the car?
You're asking for one particular answer, and the reality is there is no one particular answer.
No,
because
but that's what you want. You want one particular answer to be the answer. He wants one particular, and then he's accusing Pisco of like basically they're both like this is ridiculous, dude. He only chose one of those options when he moved in front of a vehicle, and he chose that option ages ago. Like, no, this is the and you know the thing is, unfortunately, this is okay. You all remember? I don't know when it was that I talked about this, but I feel like this was Damn, when did I talk about this? It was geez. I don't remember, okay? Maybe somebody might. But I talked about at one point where like what the conversation or like where like the line at which we talk about these things is being like drawn back almost deliberately in some cases, right? Where like, you know, when you talk about these kinds of analyses, and also this is like exemplified in how Chud talks about it, right? Like he doesn't like he's so fucking bought into this idea that he isn't talking about why ICE is there in the first place. Like he even doesn't characterize, like his characterization of the protesters they are the antagonist. Like that's how he thinks about it. You know? Enlighten us. What mobile game is this? Is this Cult of the Lamb? Come on, Seisan. Oh, Seisan, do you want to be part of my cult? You can create a cult. You can create a follower, and then I'll add you to my cult. There should be like an extension thingy that you should be able to engage with. Alrighty, lamb, I want to kill. Can I eat the kid? Yum, yum, yum. I want meaty. I want murder. I want to eat lamb. Nom, nom, nom. I will eat everyone soon. What the fuck, bro? What's going on with you, brother? It's almost like Chud is a retard. Wait, who died? Who is that? Oh no, it's like one of my old followers. Okay, prepare for burial. Oh, I'll see him on mobile. I think you should actually be able to engage with it on mobile, but you know, no pressure. Yeah, so going back to what Cho was saying, right? Like him moving in front of the car is not like, that's not something I would be interested to see if they bring it up during this debate, but it's not in Chud's, like Chud isn't considering it, right? They're talking about very specifically, now that she has presented the threat or whatever, what would be an acceptable thing for him to do. And, you know, to their credit, they're not talking about it out of nowhere. They're talking about it because that's what's going to be, like, legally speaking, like, you know, if he was brought to trial or whatever the fuck, right? Then this would be what they would be considering, right? But I just find it telling that, like, they don't want to consider the line before that, you know, the level of the argument prior to that. Why were they there in the first place? And then after that, it becomes, how was he acting in that situation, right? Like prior to the threat becoming a threat, presenting itself. Because I can even argue that, oh hey, you know, she was presenting a threat or whatever the fuck. Like that's not, you know, that in itself is not a problem. Like I can even agree to that. But then, yeah. It's unprovable, it's just intuitive. That's not where the argument is. I guess you could say it's intuitive. It is also one. Yeah, I think it does also have a problem. Like a lot of those conversations end up being like not things that we can meaningfully not address, but like what would we do? What would we realistically say about ice being there or not being there, right? Why can't I catch these fireflies? I don't fucking know. Anyways.
Objectively reasonable officer could do many things in these situations, okay? And one of those things that they could do is pull out their gun.
So let
and
me.
use force.
All right. So I'll ask you: are you telling me that one objectively reasonable action the police officer could take in this situation is to be in front of the car in this moment?
No, wait, hold on.
They weren't in front of the car until she started maneuvering.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking that. I'm
Hold
asking:
up.
would it be the case
Wait.
that among the objectively reasonable actions that an officer would take, that standing in front of the car or persisting to be in front of the car would be among them?
The thing is, right? You're looking at
or not.
You're looking at. Okay, but the thing is, it's a dumb question when we're talking about use of force because
If
it's
it's
not
dumb,
about.
just answer
Is there
it.
an option? Is there an option that means that you don't use force? Okay, that's not what's being asked. There might be some police policy that says best practice is to stand aside. Okay, right?
You can say
But
it doesn't
generally
change the outcome. You can just say, just give me your answer. You can just answer it. I'm asking, is among the menu of objectively reasonable things the officer would do in the situation to continue to persist to be in front of it?
I don't think an objectively reasonable officer would stand in front of the vehicle and do nothing because it increases the chances.
No,
they're
that's not
gonna
what I
get
asked.
seriously hurt.
No, this is before you draw your gun. I'm just saying, at this moment in time, would among the menu of objectively reasonable actions an officer would take be to persist to be in front of the car?
An objectively reasonable officer may make the determination that the best thing they can do right there is to stand in front of the vehicle.
This is like he's just caping for ice because he doesn't want to say the thing, dude. What the fuck is this?
Would among the menu of objectively reasonable actions an officer would take be to persist to be in front of the car?
An objectively reasonable officer may make the determination that the best thing they can do right there is to stand in front of the vehicle, but just because that option exists doesn't negate their ability to use lethal force.
No, then the answer would be no. It's not. We're not talking about an option existing. We're talking. Okay, wait, hold on, Salty. What the? Oh, right. Okay, because you're probably old. What is this? What is he saying? Even hold on, I want to go back. I'm sorry.
Would among the menu of objectively reasonable actions an officer would take be to persist to be in front of the car?
An objectively reasonable officer may make the determination that the best thing they can do right there is to stand in front of the vehicle, but just because that option exists doesn't negate their ability to use lethal force.
So it's one of...
Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that it negates it. I'm just saying that, your
right.
view is that one of the reasonable
Well, why
actions...
are you going on about it then? If it doesn't negate it, it doesn't make... There's no point.
Oh my
saying
god.
that it necessarily is dispositive, but I'm just saying what you're saying right now is ridiculous. That an objectively reasonable officer...
Why am I saying that's ridiculous?
That it wouldn't be objectively reasonable in this context before the car has gone...
Because it doesn't matter what would and wouldn't be objectively reasonable in the way you're describing it. It's, would an officer, based on the totality of circumstances, be objectively reasonable to perceive a threat to himself or others in this exact situation? And the answer is yes.
The
car is maneuvering towards him, a big fucking vehicle is
oh
moving
my
his way.
god,
It's
now
simple.
he's like...
That's it. You're overcomplicating it. You're overcomplicating it to back up your politically biased argument.
It's actually
oh my, he's gone back. He doesn't like it.
I believe you might have brought that up.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like the line of questioning. He doesn't like it, guys. It's so scary. He's gotta go back. He's gotta do the Twitch poll. He's gotta do the Twitch poll panel thing of like, you know, he came in with a premise, and everything Pisco's saying is demonstrating that he was right all along. Oh, it deletes? Yeah, I think it's like 2 minutes. No, I don't remember exactly how long it is. But they do despawn after. Wait, despawn? Is that the word? They do. Yeah, despawn. I think is the right word. After a certain time frame. So if y'all are slow and spamming, that's what happens. I think I remember one time I had all those. Actually, it was recently where I had all of the bubbles up, and then they all like they all despawned, right? And you could see them despawning in real time and like pop. Yeah, pop. They are bubbles. I don't know if they has a despawn animation actually. I don't know if it explodes or like pops. We're watching the gameplay, obviously. Yeah.
No. It's gotten stronger. It's gotten stronger. So, I don't think it's clear that the Supreme Court has said that whether an officer who puts themselves in danger affects the TOC. But there are lower appellate courts and district courts and trial courts that have held that putting oneself in danger as an officer is relevant to the TOC. So I'm not saying that it's dispositive, but I'm
the Eighth Circuit Court, I don't believe has that standard, which Minnesota is in.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying it's a relevant thing for us to analyze at this moment. And I wanted your take. I just wanted your take.
Okay, no, because you're trying to come up with these fucking stupid legal arguments, right?
What do you mean stupid legal arguments? You're literally arguing legal arguments.
Yes, correct.
Right.
Okay, I'm done.
So that isn't something.
All right, ball pit mode's over, guys. More? Oh wait, no, hold on. Okay, I'll give y'all 1 more minute to fill up that space. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Understanding is that isn't considered on the 8th Circuit Court that Minnesota is in. Okay.
I'm not saying it is.
God damn it.
Okay, so even if he was on state charges, right, it would be unlikely that his
it would
negatively impact his argument for self-defense.
So just because there's no binding precedent from the 8th Circuit yet that would suggest that they adopted the rule about officer-created jeopardy, whatever, doesn't mean that they couldn't come to that determination in this case, A, or B, that the Supreme Court in this case could consider it as part of the evidentiary situation if this case were ever to come in play. All I'm just saying is,
Hey, Horser Drish, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold on a second. It might look a little weird. Okay, give me a second. Hold on. Welcome in. Where the hell? Oh, here we go. Okay, ball pit mode. All right. You had your fun. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay, we're playing Cult of the Lamb, and I'm reacting to the Chud versus Pisco debate about the ice shooting. Okay, I mean, to call it a debate is kind of like, it's not really a debate. Okay. So if y'all want to stick around for that, feel free to click on that link so that you get counted as part of my viewers. And yeah, how was your stream, Horse? Welcome in. Oh, I meant to watch this anyway. Nice. Okay, we are halfway through it, and I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'd finish it even today, but we'll see. You know. So far, I have opinions on Chud's entire approach to all of this. Let's just put it that way. But yes.
I'm an exhaustive guy. I want to go through everything, and I just want to get your take that if there were that doctrine...
Chud wants it to be a debate, yeah.
It's fun, so it's all good.
So given that, do you think this is an officer-created jeopardy, an unreasonable officer-created jeopardy, or not?
Oh, interesting.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because
why not?
Fundamentally, and I can show you the clips to back my point.
What would if this wouldn't be it? What would?
If, for example, a car was already moving at speed,
driving
down the street at 60 miles an hour, and the officer stood in front of the vehicle, okay, put himself in harm's way just before he got hit to try and justify the use of force.
Oh my god.
That is something that I would consider. And there is actually some, not precedent, but there is another circuit court decision that talks about this exact issue. And it says that had the officer stepped in front of the vehicle before it started moving, then it's likely that lethal force would have been justified.
So it is relevant for you. So I should linger here because for you, you think that that's important case law. I would agree. I think it makes sense to include it. I'm not saying it's dispositive, but that's why, like, when you kind of whine and moan, like, why is this relevant, bro? Why does it matter, bro? It is relevant, and you're citing why it's relevant. That if there was an unreasonable officer-created hazard, that it's something
So
you
I
would
made
consider.
the correct.
No, you
So
did not
I made
make
the correct argument.
No.
And you're
you
taking
didn't.
credit for that. Is that how that works?
No, that is actually no. That's no. You didn't make the correct argument. You tried to dodge away from the argument, and then when it was presented as like this is why I'm asking the question, you're like, oh well, are you trying to make me look stupid, bro? Chad has fallen a long way since the early Twitch poll days, debating on the Hippie Dippy podcast. Pisco wants any excuse to deploy the Chad accent. Well, okay, so if anyone here, like, okay, I'm assuming people here, like, you know, I'm assuming, Let's Chief, I'm assuming you know, oh, god damn it. Okay, I don't care about this run enough to, like, sacrifice one of you, so I'm just gonna go back to the cult, okay? Yes, but also when you say fallen, I think that he has fallen. I mean, I think it depends on what you mean by fallen, because has he done well for himself? He has, right? Like, he absolutely, like, his career has been, like, more or less a success in that sense, like, as a content creator, right? Now, would we agree that he's become a better person? No. Has he educated himself more? Not really. You know. But, like, those things in it, like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to, like, I don't exactly know what I'm kind of going for here. But, in terms of, like, but he was never, like, I think this is the other part of it too, right? Even when he was, like old lefty days, right? I remember his old streams, right? I don't think I mean, he was, like, he was a leftist, sure. He was, like, Demon Mama's friend and everything. But, like, I don't think that he was otherwise very, like, his streams were not that political, you know? I feel like the shift into, like, drama, whatever, was just... I feel like that would have happened anyway, you know? Hey, female eunuchs, welcome in. Here, let's check in on female eunuchs. Okay, also, what the fuck is with all the poop around here, okay? I need somebody... Hold on, who's wearing the maid outfit? Blackburn, where the hell are you? Clean this fucking place up, dude. What's going on? Okay? Where are you? Why is Leonard sick? Leonard is sick because of all the poop that's around, okay? Look at female eunuchs being a good farmer. Where is this man? What is going on? Yo! Okay, why can't I... Oh, here you are. Hello? Can you clean this place up, please? I voted for all followers to poop and... Oh my... God damn it. For me, it's not that Chud became a drama streamer, it's that he became an unironic chart. Okay, yes. That's one of the... Yes. Correct. That's like a huge thing, right? The drama streamer in... Oh, look at you! So cute! That is adorable. Look at you. Look at your little broom. Yes, I think it is the unironic chud thing. Which I think I have a feeling that, like, you know, maybe this is hindsight talking, but I feel like... Okay, who died? Oh, Testy, no! No, Testy! No! No! Your last action on this earth was to make people... Everyone... Wait, I think you can... I have to figure out how I can resurrect people. Hold on. I'm not gonna put you in the fertilizer, don't worry. I think if I put you in the fertilizer thing, then I can't resurrect you. That's all I know, right? It's how you wanted to go? Wait, really? You don't want to be resurrected? Pissing and shitting myself.
Well, honk, honk, motherfucker. Honk, honk.
Hey, Salty, thank you for the 100. I'm gonna let Lauren read that out. Also, we need
Beans, would you describe your political alignment as neo-fascist or traditional authoritarian communist? These are the only options.
Jesus. Neo-fascist or traditional authoritarian? I would say, if I was gonna lean towards one or the other, then it would probably be neo-fash. What did Chud's Corner of the Left used to be called? Was it the scumbag left? No, I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm only kidding. I think it was like the dirtbag left. Although I don't think Chud himself was the dirtbag left himself. Oh, female Unix is drunk. What do you want? I feel pretty dirtbag left. I mean, I think the whole dirtbag left is like, and again, he was only like aligned with them. It like, you know, I don't know how much of it he embodied, you know? Hydrate? Okay, yeah, fair. If Testy gets resurrected and me and him have another baby, would that be necrophilia? That's a good question. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up real quick, okay? Like, do I have to have that doctrine? Resurrect? Oh, wait. What the fuck is happening? Break it up before somebody gets hurt. Where are you? Stop fighting! Your child is getting in trouble already. This is what Chodla and Toto is here is fighting. Stop! It's because you're all drunk. Stop! Yeah, give him a break. His parent just died. Wait, all of y'all go to bed. Testicle Wildland has been... Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. All of y'all are upset now. No. Look, because everyone's upset. Because everyone... Hello? Why is a spider stealing my poop? Hello? Come back here. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Huh? What's happening? Hey, yo? Give us drugs? Oh, that is true. I do have to do some fucking ritual. But I can't. I don't want to wake y'all up. Y'all will get even more grumpy if that happens. So I'm gonna wait. But okay, sorry. Let me focus, okay? So I never knew what the dirtbag left was. It just felt like something you call leftists who had a slightly edgy aesthetic. It's not. I mean, it was like the Vosh types, and I think to a certain degree, like the Destiny types. Although somebody maybe can correct me on that one. It was more like it was the people who like originated that idea of like, oh yeah, using incest, using like pedophilia, a dog brothel, like that kind of rhetoric to, and they weren't afraid of calling Nazis. Like, I don't know that you can just say that it was like an edgy aesthetic thing, right? But I could be mistaken. Look, everybody's fucking pissed, bro. Everyone's angry. Everyone is angry. Okay, here. I'll do an enlightenment ritual. That'll make everybody happy. Did you say dog brothel? Yeah, like the dog brothel stuff. I don't think it had to do with calling Nazis Nazis, just the edginess. No, I don't... No, I meant, like, that was what characterized them at that time. But... Or at least that's what they were doing at that time. I don't know if that's... Yeah. I also think it only applied to the left, not Destiny. Well, I'm just trying to also think what is... Oh, no, hold on. That doesn't actually make it better. Oh, here, we can conduct a funeral, but I don't think that... Hold on, let me try to find something... Oh, I could feed all of you. Ritual of Discipleship. Requires a level X follower. brainwashing ritual. Ah, here we go. This is what we want. Mushrooms. All right, everybody, time to take your drugs. All right. Are you happy now? All of y'all are brainwashed. Oh, here, let's check on our little guy. Remember the Highlander leftists? Yes. They weren't the dirtbag left. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was Let's Chief. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Also, sorry, Ergi. Sorry, your plan did not work, okay? He is now a functioning member of society and can be released, okay? Back into the wild. Sorry about it. You had your chance to break him out of prison. You didn't take it. All right.
No, because
bro, you're so sneaky. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm not. I'm saying,
bro.
I'm saying you did something sneaky by trying to like skip this part when it's relevant to your analysis.
No, okay, but here's the issue. Okay, I'm looking at this from current precedent. Okay, and there are various courts that look at officer-created jeopardy, but that is a more evolving theory, and it's come up as a product of Floydism. You know about
Floydism is? No, I don't know what Floydism is.
You want to explain?
Yeah.
Okay, you might like this.
Wait, before you do that, explain hoflation.
Sure.
What?
Hoflation?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the idea that uglier women have got better opportunities on the dating market.
Okay. Now explain Floydism.
Huh?
Okay. So Floydism broadly refers to the hysteria and some of the decisions that have been made in regards to policing and other aspects following the murder of George Floyd in 2020. Okay. So one of the things. Sorry.
Why is this an example of Floydism? This officer-created jeopardy thing.
Dude, I promise you're gonna like this. But let me tell you first of all. Here's one funny example.
Wait, did I miss you subscribing, Salty? I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the sub. Also, Salty, tell me what you want. Tell me what you want your kid to look like. I personally like the pattern. Like I like this little guy. So, but I'll take suggestions on what you want him to look like.
You know, they took Aunt Jemima off of the syrup bottles, right?
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
Okay. So basically, I don't know the exact. I think it's 2021. There was an article that was written.
I like that.
To be honest, I've not read it.
It's very
It talks
cute.
about this idea of officer-created jeopardy. Okay.
Sorry.
What's so funny?
You haven't read it. You're like, but it says this.
Wait,
Bro,
what did I miss?
Come on, dude. You haven't read after.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I don't know the exact. I think it's 2021. There was an article that was written. To be honest, I've not read it. But it talks about this idea of officer-created jeopardy. Okay.
Sorry.
What's so funny?
You haven't read it. You're like, but it says this.
Bro, come on, dude. You haven't read half the shit I'm talking about fully. Come on.
No,
dude.
he
Give me a
has,
break,
though.
man. Come on.
He has
the thing
read
is,
it.
I just read about the concept because, dude, I know all about this. It's super interesting. Okay, I think you'll like this. Okay. So, officer-created jeopardy, some courts determine on it. The recent Barnes versus Felix case reaffirmed totality of circumstances, but they refused to say whether or not officer-created jeopardy could be considered, and they left it for the lower circuit courts to decide. So this is something that is developing in legal theory at the moment.
Yeah, but it's not Floydism. It's not because of Floyd. It's because the court, there's like a split on the issue.
Okay, no, sure. This is a split on the issue, but the reason, originally that this was sent up from the Fifth Circuit is because they were looking at moment of threat analysis, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they said, you need to look at totality of circumstances, and they didn't answer the question about officer-created jeopardy, a concept which has seen more weight and more pushing in the legal system since George Floyd was murdered, because there's more questions and scrutiny for police since the murder of George Floyd, including things like body cams, right? That's how it's a product of Floydism.
Unless the Fifth Circuit press.
Bro. Is he oh, hold on a second. Am I understanding this correctly? Is he saying that because there is more scrutiny of these processes, like, after George Floyd, that now, like, this... So because of that, this has been given a name. And especially as he uses it, like, he's using it... he's using it in that same way that Pisco just said, like, you know, hoflation or whatever the fuck. Right? Like, what is this? Who gives... even if that, like, the... Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I need to look this up. Is this a thing? Is this a thing? No. It's just a chud thing. Hoflation? No, not hoflation. No, not hoflation. The Floydism thing. I wanted to know if that was something that... I wanted to know if that was something that, like, Chud just kind of came up with, or what? Right? Or, like, he basically, like, that's how he's characterizing, like, the legal analysis that he's seeing that, like, mostly happens to be after, well, not mostly. It's not, like, happens to be out of nowhere. Like, there's a specific reason, right? It sounds like some right-wing bullshit, but I don't know. I mean, I don't, like, the thing is, it's, like, the actual, like, I'm not, like... Yeah, I don't care about that the term exists so much as, like, the way that it's being used. Or maybe I'm reading too much into this. But it just sounds weird, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Can I go back? I'm sorry, I know I'm a pause ending.
It's because they were looking at be considered, and they left it for the lower circuit courts to decide. So this is something that is developing in legal theory at the moment.
Yeah, but it's not Floydism. It's not because of Floyd. It's because the court, there's like a split on the issue.
Okay, no, sure. This is a split on the issue, but the reason, okay, originally that this was sent up from the Fifth Circuit is because they were looking at moment of threat analysis, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they said, you need to look at totality of circumstances, and they didn't answer the question about officer-created jeopardy, a concept which has seen more weight and more pushing in the legal system since George Floyd was murdered, because there's more questions and scrutiny for police since the murder of George Floyd, including things like body cams, right? That's how it's a product of Floydism.
Unless the Fifth Circuit precedent is from before Floyd. I don't know if that's true, but fuck, I'm just going to look at it real quick. We're just going to do a real quick fact check here. You might be right.
Dude, listen to me. I can explain this to you.
He's threatened by the fact check.
Right. Okay. Not surprised you didn't know. Okay. So the Fifth Circuit Court, right, looked at the case, and it's where the officer jumps on the sill of a car as it's driving off, and he fires 2 shots at the guy and kills him. Right? Okay. What?
The Fifth Circuit precedent is from 2011.
Okay, what's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
So it's not a result of Floydism, right? And it percolates in...
No. The idea of officer-created jeopardy as a concept being discussed broadly and being implemented in police policy and influencing the discussion around these court decisions, that is a product of Floydism.
Oh. And what's the
Does that make sense?
What's the source for that?
Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm trying to do a bit, and you're making it this big fucking thing that have you got a source for this being from Floydism?
He's trying to do a bit. He's trying to make claims. He doesn't like them being. He doesn't like to. He don't want to substantiate them. God, what the fuck is happening, bro? Too locked into Vine. Yeah, too locked into Vine Boom. What is? Yo, Chud is like. This is embarrassing. Like, don't get me wrong, like, this is the funny part. Again, I was saying this, I said this from the start, that, like, Chud is, like, it's like a kid coming in. Oh my god, you know what I just thought? You know that, did anybody watch that fucking, did anybody watch... Oh my god, what's that kid's name? The kid who made the documentary or whatever the fuck on the Somalian daycares. Did anybody watch his interview with Andrew Callahan? it was literally like baby's first like right-wing journey. It was so like laughably embarrassing, like the analysis that this kid was putting out, and it was like it was baby's first and like right-wing like grift, right? And the and it's like it feels very much like that, like this, where Pisco, like not Pisco, sorry, Chud has read. It's the fucking Dunning-Kruger thing, dude. It's the Dunning-Kruger thing. Hey, Leonard, welcome in. Why is Clueless a lady emote? I don't actually know. I didn't do that. I think we. I don't think it always was a lady emote. Why do you mean by benevolent? Wait, did I say something? Did I say benevolent? That's Shirley? Oh, Shirley. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. What is Shirley? Or who is Shirley? But yeah, so this really, like, this feels like baby's first and like legal analysis, right? Oh, Shirley. Right. Okay. And so like Chud literally just Googling things, Google AI, Grok, like and you know, the thing is, all of those things are fine. I don't particularly care, but then you're coming in and you're acting like you can do gotchas on like this. It literally is like, you're just saying, oh, well, why couldn't I enroll my little kid? Why couldn't I enroll my kid? Why wasn't I given any information about it? Why I asked to enroll my kid? Why couldn't I do that? And then, like, you know, like Andrew's, like, tentative answer, because he's trying to figure, like, you know, keep him talking and get more information. He's like, well, yeah, I mean, it's a daycare that, like, serves, like, you know, like Somali immigrants or whatever the fuck. And then he's like, well, why can't I put a white child in there? Like, that's literally like, this is the gotcha. He thinks he can just like do little gotchas on Pisco, and like, it's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And it's not even like, again, because Pisco can be wrong. I don't think that, like, oh, Twitch chat are deciding my fate. Nice. Okay. Alright, cool. Last time y'all made me drop poison wherever I went, so that was nice. You want to give me something that might help me this time? Poison will be dropped when attacking. God damn it, guys. No. I'm really bad at this game. What are y'all doing? Christ. Yeah, where are the kids? Why can't Nick go? Why can't little Timmy go to daycare? Nick surely went to homeschool prom with his mom. Okay, alright.
Source, I made it up. Problem?
You're welcome for the poison. God damn it, y'all.
We're taking too long. You don't have that much time left. We need to get through this.
Okay, I've got about an hour. But no, listen, just quickly. One quick thing, okay? So, the Supreme Court vacated the decision of the Fifth Circuit Court and said, look at it again with totality of circumstances. Right. And the Fifth Court determined...
I just got a bunch of parts too,
reasonable,
dude.
and they jumped... Do you want to see the body cam? The body cam is insane.
No, we don't need to do that.
Finish this first. Finish this first. Anyway, the point is, right?
Do you want to see the body cam?
Is consistently giving, right, broad latitude for police officers to use lethal force in circumstances where someone is operating their car.
Oh, god damn it, Acreol.
So my perspective on it is they're basically saying if someone's driving a car, you've got broad latitude to just fucking open fire.
No,
oh my god.
That's the Fifth Circuit applying their test from the Supreme Court. And coming to the same result.
He just wants to be able, like, to say, like, that, hey, what he did, completely reasonable and objectively justifiable. Like, that's all he wants. Like, at the end of the day, that's what he has come down to, for some reason, and it's pathetic. Like, It is so pathetic. Like, you're the one who is ideologically blocked. How is this not something you can see? Like, just because you're, like, experienced in doing rape analysis or whatever it is that you do in your spare time, that doesn't mean... That's not how this, like... That's not how legal analysis is done, okay? You don't do legal analysis the same way you do rape analysis. God damn it! Again, you know, I get this is content, but still, ice rape review?
There's a concurring decision, which we can get into from Kavanagh, that I think is interesting in relation to this. Have you read the concurring decision?
No.
Okay, that's disappointing, but that's okay. I can talk to you about that in a sec. Continue your analysis.
Okay.
God damn it!
Okay. So, fucking bitch, possibly contributing to state of mind, but stated after the shots, so less relevant than if it was said before, I would say. Likely. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that it's super just like relevant to what we're doing here. I'm not sure that the state of mind of the officer. Just give me a second to stop sharing this.
Why can't I see other people's children?
I don't know that the statement is super relevant to my analysis, but yeah.
No, sure, but like, I mean, you know, obviously I've not seen all your takes, but some people are claiming that shows something substantive, so fair enough, we don't have to get into that.
What?
So my fundamental
what?
point...
Wait, was that about the fucking bitch comment? Was that about the fucking bitch comment, actually? Now that I think about it. Sorry, I just want to know.
Sir, just give me a second to stop sharing this.
Huh? Yes? Oh, okay.
I don't know that the statement is super relevant to my analysis, but yeah.
No, sure, but like, I mean, you know, obviously I've not seen all your takes, but some people are claiming that shows something substantive, so fair enough, we don't have to get into.
Some people are claiming that shows something substantive. Right, okay. So he's not said that that's, that it's a, something that Pisco, okay, I know why I was going in there. It wasn't because I needed followers, it's because I need fucking silk. I need silk. Anyways. Okay, we can keep going.
Into that. So my fundamental point
need more silk.
is
she
that
needs
the
silk
fact
for her song.
that she's operating the motor vehicle in the way that she is, regardless of what direction the wheel is facing, regardless where the tires are facing, or whatever fucking take you want to have on it.
Akriel,
okay?
you want to be a cult member?
A reasonable belief under the totality of circumstances of lethal or deadly threat to the officer or others. Thus, legal force is unfortunately legally justifiable.
All right,
that's my take.
I can go about this different ways. I want for us to be efficient, and so I'm gonna get to what people have told me has convinced them. And
I've started a raffle, by the way.
Let's
you can take your time and get in.
For now, we'll go back to it. That there is a threat, an imminent threat of serious bodily injury, right? You wouldn't need to prove a serious threat of death because the injury is less than that, right? So let's assume, for the purposes of our discussion for now, that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury. Can you explain why the use of force in this case has any tendency to lower that threat?
I don't need to, because that's not necessary in order to justify lethal force.
Hold on. Am I missing something? Isn't that kind of the point? Hold on. Wait. Isn't that the point? I feel like I need popcorn for this. I love the confidence with which Chuck is just straight up wrong here. Would y'all... Okay. Hold on. Because here's the thing, okay? Actually, how long is left on this? Like, literally an hour. Okay, here's the thing, is that Oh, Eon, nice. Welcome in. You are fashionable and you are cynical. Nice. Actually, that's pretty funny. Okay. Okay, so here's my thing. I do need a snack, okay? So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go pee and I'm gonna make some popcorn. And then we will finish this video, okay? Because I was thinking about whether I should stop streaming soon or stop streaming in like a couple hours. And I think I can go for a couple more hours and finish this up. But I do need a snack, right? Go piss, girl! Oh my god! Also, welcome in, Mad Lad. Oh, that's very funny. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Whose emote is that? Is that just like an emote? Oh, it's just like a... Oh my god, that's so funny. It's a 7TV emote? That's so... Who added that, bro? Some break jams for us? Okay, yeah, here. I will, I'll put this on.
Wow, look at this one. Check this out.
I'll be right back.
I look good.
Okay, on the street and I got my swag on. Okay, get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay, triple back, flip out the whole scene. Okay, all you suckers just the one that be me. So, get smacked. You looking whack. I got the big stacks. I'm pushing stacks. New outfit. You wish you had it on. Only tricks on the wrist, gotta keep it on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it. Okay, I got shell toes with the foul laces. Okay, 6th grade, yeah, I had the pink braces. Okay, ask your mama, she know I got the swag. Okay, call me dad, cause I'm always in my bag. So much drip, I'm slipping, someone please call a plumber. Baby blue, top hat and cane, dumb and dumber. Okay, whipped cream color whips, that's pimp. White Nissan, that's a cool whip. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. I'm so smooth like MJ. I'm rolling right 2K. That's our section for late.
If you give me another link, I'll throw that up too.
Bitch like Judge Judy. Rick James, I stay groovy. Come on, girl, no shake your booty. Okay.
Boy, you got a faded glory Walmart hoodie on. You got them Goodwill jeans. You got some fake shoes I ain't never seen before. Boy, you ain't even got it like that. You don't even got it. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it going on. Okay, what you got? I got it. Okay.
Check this out.
Okay. Wow, what a banger! That's awesome.
What we're living in, let me tell ya. Yeah, it's a wonder man can eat at all. When things are big, there should be small. Who can tell what magic spells we'll be doing for us? And I'm giving all my love to this world, only to be told I can't see, I can't breathe, no more will we be. And nothing's gonna change the way we live, 'cause we can always take but never give. And now the things are changing for the worse. See, wow, it's a crazy world we're living in, and I just can't see that half of us are immersed in sin is all we have to give. These futures made of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed to do but pray. I think it's time I found a new religion. Wow, it's so insane to synthesize another strain. There's something in these futures that we have to be told. Futures made of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed by this love we have for useless twisting of our new technology. Oh, now there's no sound, for we all live underground. Well, now there is no sound if we all live underground. And now it's virtual insanity. Forget your virtual reality. Oh, there's nothing so bad as a man-made man. Oh, yeah, I know, yeah. Futures made of virtual insanity now always seem to be governed by this love we have for useless twisting of our new technology. Oh, now there is no sound, for we all live underground. Oh, now this life that we live in, it's all going wrong. Out of the window, you know, this is nothing less than a man-made man. This is nothing worse than a foolish nation. Virtual insanity is why we're living in. Well, it's alright.
Oh, Good Beans isn't back yet, chat. Listen to my newest song, Steph Kaffel Bot Kaffel. KWHF Kel, Astaf Fals da Fassel, Fassel Def, Adalske Fackels da Fackel, SFH, Al Steph Castle. Fast, Kupas, Def Past, I have, I have all the circles of Kishas. They have been serious, you haven't mit. Ja, hier ist verdammt bisschen wieder so das. I
flirt with
Well, honk honk, motherfucker! Honk honk!
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless tempest-tossed to me, I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
Oh shit, never mind. I was reading out his message. Moot can't hear. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait till the end of this day. And, then we're gonna stop playing Cult of the Lamb. And we're gonna, basically we're gonna lock in a little bit. A, so that I can eat my popcorn and not get, like, grease all over my my controller. And B, so that,
Ar oes mahal mamukin am shal jamki gishkormos va ari krolus. Am bia magnet an diga drama asashi ka oasis togia ishai pas ai peke bral se yiski mau. Udi sai na baki shi ar sonati kos ak peden chok bang is ameriki ama now sta ira magician ajri sa di elo se sa gimata yasas so tonight chushwa ako ya ma kasi sa mas na kuna sap se quando cheguei sabe que escumbar tudo cá a loja se secou ya sa shibaza rai ka bim vai coach de brincar al putting chain que capital da cidade star sim sha morada
she said capital.
o se sok sadalo vai que
She said capital. She said capital.
She said já chama que que show de marganat sambato ina ma
Thank you for the 100 bits.
que o samara no que já no vai god na
She said Kim Jong-un. She said Kim Jong-un that time.
Acústicos chamados sabe para o ganho de crolari exaratia o aba ships camaro de guerra chicana da o jurado cheva dias que sai na pili shi silixis que a mapa ada recebo e para isso shira play de ai as las ba ko tiam ligi chako yim pa ne me da igdilar so macha yas ariga pa o pa sin sai as not in amar ba e gisti de la six chat Dem shows abash atarak is as kawin alo isaras we come ba
Girl, she be yapping.
Ja ar
for
krana
real.
lo kon berjich say ba o minu shay kosh hesat zara ma shor sto
It
an
just
kaisi
keeps
ya ka
going.
en nu yeshakuina we studying for the era ule wo choko was pero bo crosele su ina o dia o ba o na fuila khare micro very
She sounds a bit like she's speaking Arabic. Which is very funny considering her position. Ergi has reached old age.
Away Rikes au sub case here. Sibira Bay, Asia Babu, Shase,
He just keeps yapping.
the labels also you are no Kapkalar are this sort of mice of Marito, Wegomambi, Rebi, Kadir number for Tat Prashar, Mamuda, Pata, such the secretary Arishara, the Grip Kukasis, Arishkon, nearby, Romantas, Kiss Brother, just a mamma shows, I said to us, go watch, Stanish as per us.
She's not triggering the thing either. I just looked at her.
Ma pente per serio, sa fai si stati anche se sanno o ambisce sai o era business.
That was funny. That was funny. Wait, why is she still here? Lauren? Lauren? I don't see any sound. She's just
واحدة ما سامنا فيك مرتشكا بها سايمر الشموع أشبه ومش فارق موش أنا بس شيء
She's waiting for Destiny to call her back. Like, what is this? What are these sounds that are happening right now? Oh Okay, she's finally done. Jesus Christ. That was very funny. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. Hold on. Did I actually set it back? Hold on. Bye, Lauren. She did yap for a second. She did. All right. I do not guarantee that I won't be playing the horse girl game on the side. Okay. But we will, but at least, you know, that is like, I can play the, look, okay, I'm just saying that because I'm eating popcorn, and I can play the horse girl game with one hand, okay?
I contend that it is.
No, it's not. Cite your case law, cite your precedent.
Yeah. Do you think so? I'll
They're
tell you in a
not
second,
cheat
but do you
sheets, they're
think
index
that an
cards,
objectively
Leonard.
reasonable officer would
They're my
use deadly
team.
force if it's not necessary? Reasonably necessary?
Okay, hold on, let me lock
Okay,
in.
but it's-
Let me lock in. Most people play the horse girl game with one hand. A Boba despair.
Cite your case law, cite your precedent.
Yeah. Do you think so? I'll tell you in a second. But do you think that an objectively reasonable officer would use deadly force if it's not necessary? Reasonably necessary?
Okay, but you're going back to, are there other options? You're asking, are there other options available?
No.
And just because no, you are because you're saying wouldn't no. You're saying there's other options available.
And then what I'm asking is
it
deadly
doesn't
force
matter
justified?
Because you're overcomplicating. You're overcomplicating.
No. The question
What
is
the fuck
deadly
is
force
happening?
justified? Is deadly force justified when it's not necessary? Reasonably necessary?
That's irrelevant to the point of whether the officer is entitled to use justice.
It's very irrelevant.
No. We let's just walk through it. This is the point that cooks everybody. All right. So just embrace it.
No, it doesn't cook everybody.
Embrace
it doesn't cook everybody because you've misunderstood it, and other people don't understand it, and they're believing you, but it's wrong. You do not need to elaborate on, oh, I thought the force would do this. I thought the force would do that. Right? Generally speaking,
you do.
You do.
So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, and you tell me if you agree. It's the one I've been using.
Go on.
Someone is shooting you from the north. Okay.
I don't care about this. Cite me some case law. Cite me some precedent.
No.
I don't care about your hypothetical.
Bro.
No. I don't care about hypotheticals.
No, you're gonna answer it. 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 You're gonna answer. No, that force must be objectively reasonable and necessary. Deadly force must be necessary. That's what.
No, you're getting it wrong. The standard is right. Does a reasonable officer, okay, have Okay, dude, you are totally making this more complicated than it is. Okay,
it's simple as pie, baby. Have you seen Tropic then?
And the
it's simple as pie,
of the
baby.
officer on the ground, okay. With his actions,
that's the position.
Objectively reasonable.
That's the position I'm taking. So don't be a coward. Let's walk through it.
He's
Don't be a coward. Okay. Let's just walk through it.
I'm not being a coward.
just a little baby.
Stupid fucking lawyer tricks.
He doesn't like hypotheticals, guys.
No, don't use that one. Use the Watchmen example. Don't be a fucking coward and do your movie example.
We'll do the movie example. So,
good job,
Ozymandias has set off.
Good job, bud. Good job. You didn't make him look stupid. Good job. Was that what you wanted?
A device in his laboratory. Okay, and the device is in 2 minutes gonna go off and explode the entire laboratory.
So wait, you're okay with this hypothetical. You're okay with this hypothetical, but you're not okay with the hypothetical he was about to give you, which had way more to do with shooting. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Understood.
And
I have
pressed the
understood.
button, and it's not a question of if it will go off. It's going to go off, and you can't prevent it from going off. You have him there, and you agree in that context that you are under an imminent threat of serious bodily injury or death, correct?
Also, this is a spoiler.
Can you
This is a spoiler. Just so y'all know, this is a spoiler.
Can you answer the
Hey,
fucking?
Polonoids.
Can you answer the fucking question and not be a bitch?
You're
Don't
talking
be a
about
bitch.
Watchmen. Oh my god,
This
dude,
is
you're
the-
so.
So I didn't want
You asked him to. You asked for him.
You asked for this. You asked me to do it.
I did.
You asked me to do it. You asked.
Time zones are a funny thing. In Norway, it's evening. In Canada, it's 6 a.m. In the USA, it's the late 1930s Germany. True.
asked me to do it.
You got
You
out
asked me to do
You
it.
got out
So the case law is Garner. The case law is Garner. The case law is Plumhoff. The case law is Garner. The case law.
Chud, you are fucking raped, Chud. Chud, you are raped. You are raped, brother.
The case law is Garner. The case law is Plumhoff.
That's getting clipped.
Someone clip the case law is
someone clip that as if it's like
social media now, bro.
The case law is Garner. The case law is Plumhoff. The case law is Graham versus Connor. The case law is everything
Graham
we've talked about.
Connor, you didn't know the three. You didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know. He wasn't able to rattle off something. Therefore, he's not able to cite it. Got it, guys. Hey, just look. If you're citing a case law and you don't know like specific details about that case law, it means you don't know the case law. You can't ever use it in your argument ever. It's like this is all optics. It's just fucking optics for Chad. He doesn't want to actually consider the nuances of the case law themselves. And like on one hand, I kind of wish that he was debating with somebody who wants to consider that nuance, because I can actually see there being a good argument, but it like Chud is not that person, or he was never that person, right? Chud's chat thought this was a W. Okay. Look, yes, I'm sure I don't even need to look at their chat, at his chat, to know that they thought this was like, just like we're doing, like, you know, we're reacting, we're doing our ohms, like they're doing the same thing on his side, you know, like this just panels. This is the panel and the debate scene type shit, you know, like that's not surprising. It's very funny to see Chud floundering though. Chud's chat reflects his namesake. Yeah, well, Chud, yeah, like you said, he's unironically a Chud now.
How do you think the Supreme Court...
Are you under deadly threat? So no, you have to answer the question. All right. We're getting an answer from you.
What do you reckon?
I'm not going to move off of this hypothetical, so you better get used to me asking the same question. Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no?
Would you absolutely fucking nuke that guy? Ozymandias, you're getting... Bro, you're going down, Ozymandias.
I'm not letting you be mad of it. Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no?
This is chicken.
Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Then we're going to do the rest of your time. Would you be under deadly? Would you be under deadly threat, yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? I just did. Garner.
Why don't you cite?
Garner, Graham versus Connor, Plumhoff.
That speaks to the specificity.
They all speak
to example.
Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Would you be under deadly threat?
Well,
yes or
the
no?
thing is, Dr. Manhattan.
Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under a deadly threat? Yes or no?
No, you dipshit! Like you haven't even watched Watchmen.
Deadly threat? Yes or no?
Or you have, and this is like, no. He's asking a very simple question. It's fine if you don't like hypotheticals, but you didn't want to listen to the actual previous question that he brought up. So no, sorry, you're getting the meme.
Dude, it's worthless.
Would you be under a deadly threat?
I'm not answering the hypothetical, dude. I'm not doing
because you're a pussy bitch. Because you're a pussy bitch.
Oh shit!
And you're fucking mind
you're a pussy bitch. Because you're a pussy bitch.
Mind rape by destiny,
bro.
You're a pussy bitch, and you're cooked. That's why I won't answer it, right? Because you're scared.
Hypothetically, dude, I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
You're scared.
If I wanted to answer it, I'd just say.
Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Would you be under deadly threat? Yes or no? Okay, you are under the threat.
Yes.
Would you be justified in using force?
He lost, dude! After all of that blustering, after all of that posturing, after all of that, he swerves his car out at the very last second. Bro, this is chicken shit, dude. If you're playing chicken, I don't know. Look, I'm just saying, you can't then expect to come out looking like a winner if you then don't if you're playing chicken, like, okay, you know, you just look weak, man.
To prevent
chicken jockey.
In virtue of what?
100%.
In virtue of what?
Sorry, can you repeat the hypothetical again? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, you know what hypothetical is. So it's embarrassing,
The point
right?
is, we're
It's
talking about
embarrassing.
legality, and you're quoting fucking Watchmen, bro.
I didn't. You
It's
asked for that.
absurd.
I was giving you an example that wasn't related to comic books, but you're such a
Can you
triggered.
give me an example?
You're like
Can we
one of
talk
these.
about case
You're like
law?
what?
Is
You're
that
like.
possible?
I did. You're like one of these triggered wokeists who gets like fucking butthurt when you don't use like the proper terminology or whatever. You're no better than them.
Oh
You're a
my-
bitch who won't
What you're
answer a
doing-
fucking hypothetical,
Holy
and you mean
what?
way out of it
Advocate this to
because
the
you're
audience, right? Because
low
you're
IQ, low
you're-
IQ. I
Bruh.
gave my no.
Okay.
Listen, I gave my self-defense take before Destiny gave his take. I've given self-defense takes against Destiny. You don't know fuck all. You understand that one of our first fucking
Yeah,
vicious
you did
debates
about Rittenhouse.
was about
Well, how did
self-defense.
that pan out?
No,
How did
it
that
was
pan out?
no,
How did
it
Rittenhouse
was no,
debate
it was
pan out
about
for you, bro?
no.
How did Rittenhouse pan
You're
out?
so
Sorry,
stupid.
What's your take on Rittenhouse?
Yeah,
What's your take on Rittenhouse?
No, don't take the bait,
My
please
take was
go.
agnostic until I saw the trial, but you can look for any clip of me saying not justified use of force. And after I saw the trial, I think that it was justified use of force in that case. You can't find me debating Destiny to say that Kyle Rittenhouse shooting was not justified because that wasn't my position, and everybody knows it. Our
You said
disagreement,
this is
our
obvious.
disagreement,
Raped, dude.
our
Raped. Fucking raped, dude. I honestly thought I thought it was a little bit of an exaggeration when I saw like, oh, like, you know, Pisco rapes Chun.
disagreement. So you're unwilling to engage seriously because you know you're fucking cooked. I'm giving you hypotheticals. You asked for
I'm
the
not
comic
cooked
book
at
one.
all.
So all you're trying to do right now,
Retards
all
think
you're trying to do,
hypothetical matters in
they
a debate
do.
about law. I'm talking about the law. I'm
Yeah,
bringing fucking precedent. I'm
What do
bringing
you think
case law. I
fucking
know it better
lawyers
than
do
you
before the Supreme
I
Court?
know it better
What-
than you do.
what do you think the Supreme Court
they're going
does?
to be arguing about fucking Watchmen at the Supreme Court. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying they're going to use.
Ozymandias.
They're not going to use
Dr. Manhattan.
they're not going to use the hypotheticals that I used. You asked for that hypothetical because what you're doing now, right, is you're trying to clip farm. That's the definition of
Yeah,
bad faith.
correct.
That's
I
the
am trying to
definition.
clip
So you
farm.
are bad faith. You agree?
No, bad faith is saying
You are bad
something I
faith.
don't
yeah,
truly
yeah.
believe.
No,
No, I'm not bad faith.
isn't-
Bad faith is saying
isn't-
something I don't truly
Isn't
believe.
refusing to engage, and when someone gives you
No,
a,
no, Chud. No, that's grifting. That's grifting. That's not bad faith. Get it right. Come on, Chud. You should know this. You've been in this space. That's not what bad faith means. That's a grift.
hypothetical that is addressing their point, and you
You
choose
could say I'm not
and
being
you choose to,
intellectually charitable towards
no,
you.
no, no, no. So is not having charity for someone
That's
bad faith?
Bad faith means saying something I don't truly
Oh,
believe.
wait,
No.
that's all
Win
bad
the
faith
argument.
means. That's all bad faith
That is
means.
not
saying
what
something
bad
you don't
faith
believe.
means.
That is the definition of bad faith.
That
Look
is
it up.
not what bad
Yeah,
faith
I don't think that
means.
that's
Look
good.
it up, bitch.
Bad faith
Look up
is-
something for
bad
once in your
faith-
life, bro.
Bad faith is broad.
Look up
Bad
something
faith
for
is broader
once
than
in your life,
that.
dude.
Bad
This is
faith is broader than
embarrassing,
that.
dude.
Bad faith is broader than that, and we're just gonna get serious answers to the hypothetical. So in the case in which there's
Okay,
deadly
right.
force
Listen,
applied
listen,
to you,
mate. No, wait, stop.
I'm
I
not
do wanna
stopping.
answer it,
I'm not
okay?
stopping. Yeah.
No.
Oh,
no.
yes,
Just
please
listen,
go,
okay?
please.
That was actually quite fun. Okay, that was good.
Oh my
Go.
God.
I'll answer your hypothetical. Go.
Okay. There's someone shooting.
He's so raped, dude. Like, he knows he doesn't look good, so now it's like, okay, yeah, sure, fine, go ahead with the hypothetical.
You from the north from a store.
Oh, that's oh my god, this is perfect, because I was actually thinking, like, okay, Pisco should go back to the original hypothetical, you know? Like, he should go back to the original hypothetical and then see if he actually, like, followed along with that one this time, you know?
Southward. So they're shooting to the south. And a cop is behind, I don't know, a barricade or something. But you would agree in that case, he's under a deadly threat.
I'm sure.
To the south, there's I don't want to say it, like a highway. And the cop, because he's anxious, starts shooting to the south. Is it justified? Under Garner, under
Wait,
Plumhoff.
I don't follow.
Well, it goes back to the objective reasonable standard.
Yeah,
That's what matters.
Would an
here.
objectively reasonable officer be
And the
justified
reason
in
that it's
using that
difficult
force?
with hypotheticals is because it's about a totality of circumstances. It's
Yes.
on a case-by-case basis.
I've given you all the
And I do not have-
circumstances. I've given you all the
No, you,
circumstances.
no, you
get.
haven't.
Yes.
No, you haven't given. Okay.
For the
Well,
hypothetical-
it's impossible for me to determine without more context because like what is the crime that is being committed, right?
The crime right now, the only one that's apparent is he's assaulting an officer trying to kill him.
So the guy from the north is shooting the officer.
Yes.
Okay.
And the officer, I'm telling you, is anxious and shoots to the south for no good reason.
I'm sure this is very impressive to DGG, but okay, right. So
Hold on. Hold on. What was the hypothetical? Wait, somebody from the north shoots south. And then the cop shoots south?
Shooting to the south for no reason. Why is he shooting to the south?
Okay.
He's scared.
Okay. Okay. I see. He's shooting south. He's shooting south. His target is north, but he's shooting south because he's yeah, okay. When he started losing bad, he started bringing up DGG. I get they're annoying, but people act like they're behind every corner and under every rock. DGG doesn't like Chud. Well, the thing is like... No, the thing is that he's trying to portray Chud... Like, he's trying to portray Pisco as a DGG orbiter, DGG light, DGG argument, you know? As a way to dismiss him, right? And the thing is that it's just not true, right? Because you can say that there's overlap. You can say that there's DGG overlap in Pisco. You can say that there was DGG overlap for Chud too, because all of us have overlap with DGG. That's kind of literally the point. Like Destiny is that origin point. Yes, that is correct. So when you say DGG, right? What, like, you're acting as if you yourself don't have the same debate purgatory tactics that have been... I'm not saying it even as a bad thing when I say debate purgatory, okay? It's just literally it's literally characteristics of the space. It's literally it's tactics that Chud himself has used in this conversation. So, I don't think yes, so calling at this point in time, just because DGG is considered, like, it's considered, like, essentially, it's not favored. It's not the favored thing to be called the DGG, right? Like, the thing is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? Doesn't most of DGG dislike Pisco these days? Well, because Pisco is... I think Pisco's trying to go his own way, you know? I don't really know. The point is, it doesn't matter what Pisco actually is. It's the fact that he's trying to use DGG as, like, a gotcha, and it has nothing to do with what Pisco is actually, like, saying or doing, right? How did talking about communities even start? It's Java Ball. It's literally just like Chud is losing. Chud is losing the little mini conversational battle, and so it goes back to you are DGG brand, right? When, like, he's the one who put himself in this situation. Okay.
Okay, well, is he perceiving a threat? Is it objectively reasonable that he's perceiving a threat?
Yes, to the north.
Well, then it would, like...
I wouldn't...
Okay.
I know what you're saying, but ending the conversation is, like, for better or for worse, it's a conversational L. And we can't pretend at this point that, like, this conversation is about legal precedent, nuance. Like, we can't pretend at this point that this isn't, like, 90% optics. You know? It just so happens that there have been, like, legal nuances that have been discussed, but Chud has looked stupid every time, right? Yeah.
Well, then the lethal force would likely be justified, yes, because he's perceiving a threat.
And this is what is the most preposterous position that people have, is that the only thing to consider is whether they're under threat. And so long as they're under a qualified threat, anything is justified. But that can't be what an objectively reasonable person would think is necessary to prevent a qualifying threat, right? That isn't true, right? An objectively reasonable officer doesn't just consider the fact that...
Oh, wait, hold on. That's actually very interesting. Hold on. So there is a reason for having... Hold on a second. There is a reason, then, for having the hypothetical that strips out all of the factors. Actually, hold on a second. Wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Is this like actually just like the Giga Chad brained moment from Pisco? Hold on, I want to listen to this again.
Okay, well, is he perceiving a threat? Is it objectively reasonable that he's perceiving a threat?
Yes, to the north.
Well, then it would like... Okay, well, then the lethal force would likely be justified. Yes, because he's perceiving a threat.
And this is what is the most preposterous position that people have, is that the only thing to consider is whether they're under threat. And so long as they're under a qualified threat, anything is justified. But that...
This is... Okay, hold on. This is like... this is cool. This is actually cool. Because... Wait. Is that just me? Is it just me? Is this not, like, kind of genius? This is the point of his hypo. Right. But that's actually the fucking point of the hypothetical, then. It's not alone. It's not having a perceived threat in alone that's enough. Chud himself asked for more context. But then when told you have enough information, said yes. You can justify legal, like, force. And that's simply not true. And he's probably also going to back that up with, like, actual case law, but, let's see, right? Does anybody actually care if Chud's community considers conversation a win? Chud's community considers it a win. That's who's going to care. Them and only them, right? And when I think I understand what you mean, Java World, that, like, I understand what you mean. I think it's more of a like mitigation of damage, right? I'm not saying that, like, I like, personally, I don't think that Pisco should have had this conversation in the first place because of who Chud is, right? Like, I don't, like, to me, it's, like, not necessarily, like, the size of the community or something like that, which just, like, Pisco maybe should have known that what Chud is going for in this case is just pure optic. He's not there, like, he's not there to do nuance. Whether or not you like Hutch, at least there, it's like they do try to address nuance. They do try to go through it, and so that's why Pisco likes Hutch, because he doesn't see that Hutch is like this bad faith in that way, right? Even if some other people disagree, right? He should have known that Chud is entirely bad faith. So, if he's issuing a challenge to Chud, which he did, then he shouldn't have gone in expecting nuance. That's all, right? Like, he's gone in expecting a discussion when this was never a discussion. Like, Chud just, like, brought enough ammo that he thought could just to line him up against the wall, But, that's not what's happened, right? He likes Hutch because he's his boy. I mean, the point, though, is that he wouldn't, like, okay, and this is the thing, right? If at some point Pisco realizes that, or if he has this idea Hutch is not good faith, then that would be a different thing. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that, like, that they do tend to have discussions that have nuance in them, even though they are arguing all the time, and it's always like a certain bend to the argument, which I don't like. The point is, he's not nearly as bad faith as Chud is, right? So my thing is that, like, he's in it now. They're playing chicken. No matter how they got there, they are now playing chicken, and, like, so to bow out at this point would be an L, right? So you might as well go through it. You've already booked the time. You're already here. You've got your chat. He's got his chat. Like, just go with it, Like, let the cards fall. Like, he's doing well. He wouldn't want to quit while he was ahead, right? That's the other thing, right?
Can't be what an objectively reasonable person would think is necessary to prevent a qualifying threat.
Let's see how Chud takes this, by
right?
the way.
That isn't true. Right? An objectively reasonable officer doesn't just consider
It's not what the law says. It's not about what your hypothetical says.
No.
That's
The law says that force.
The law allows for You're so retarded, bro.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't.
You don't have to be
I'm
perfect.
not saying.
You can make
Oh, he's about to give you evidence and you don't like that.
You're being bad faith.
You don't like
What
that.
I said wasn't that you can't make mistakes. You know that what I was saying.
He's making a mistake because he's scared, right? What matters is there a reasonable
No,
belief?
Chud.
That's the fundamental thing.
Chud's
Objective,
running away
reasonable
from
belief,
the evidence.
That the use of force would do what?
If he makes a mistake, okay, it's whether he has this objectively reasonable belief to use force. So obviously there's more
related
context
to
we
what?
get into
No,
that.
related.
Potentially, yes. Shooting self. It's crazy, I know, but that seems to be what the law says. Yes,
it doesn't say that, you fucking idiot. You think you think it's possible that if there's some fucking woman crossing the fucking street or an entire fucking shopping mall to the south and he's under threat and he just starts fucking banging away, he's like, I don't know what to do, and the city comes and says, we're gonna fire you, and now all these people are gonna file qualified immunity suits or suits against you for violation of our civil rights, and we're gonna charge you. You think the officer could say, well, I was under a deadly threat, and they're gonna be like, yeah, but your use of force wasn't reasonably necessary, and guess what? In that case, he's going to fucking jail.
Okay, but the problem is, okay, if he feels that he's under threat and he has a perception of threat coming from that direction, okay, right? It's possible that a reasonable officer in that position would
shoot into a shopping mall. Would shoot into a shopping mall.
Possibly, yes. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's correct. It's
and the
all
law
about
would protect
what
him.
the
You're
officer
saying
believes
the
that
law would protect him. All right, so we're going to add babies to it. There's a nursery to the south. It's filled with 100 babies. Your children. You're Elon Musk. They're all your kids. He throws a grenade. He throws a fucking grenade to the south.
This is showboating for DGG. It's so
No, he is so stupid, bro. No. It's no. There's no way. No, he's not stupid. Sorry, I called him stupid. He's not stupid. He knows he's wrong. No. No, there was a moment there. You could see the light of realization in his face. Okay? And then immediately afterwards, he asked for the case law, and Pisco was about to give him the case law, and he didn't let that happen. They're still not on the case law, just so you know. Pisco hasn't had a chance to answer the question, right? He's just gone straight into, you don't know what you're talking about, and then immediately jumped into when Pisco escalated the hypothetical into nurseries. And now we're back on the DGG loop. You see? We're not gonna get to the part where Pisco was about to bring out the case law for the initial hypothetical he brought up. We're just gonna go straight into the predetermined loop of because you're DGG, none of what you say matters. Oh my god, dude.
He thinks if you throw a grenade into a nursery just because you're getting shot from a different direction, that the use of force would be justified. That's crazy. It's not, because you analyze the force and whether the force itself is justified in virtue of
here's
the
the problem. You're doing what you were doing earlier now, that you're saying that each use of force is under one umbrella. It could be that they look at the use of force of firing to the north as one use of force. If the use of force to the south is the same coherent use of force, okay?
Oh my god, this is retard. Sorry. Why is he bringing back to... Hold on a second. Why is he bringing back to this fucking tired argument? This argument was over an hour ago. Hold on. Hey, Cade. We're losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. I'm getting drunk.
I'm assuming
they will be justified.
Go dark word.
Direction. If they're shooting one direction, okay?
It would be justified.
Wait, I have wanted to make it... I told Pisco that I would make him a dark Pisco, like a dark woke Pisco emote of the hoodie with the cap, I think the sunglasses would be too much. I'm thinking just kind of like this, but with the glowy eyes. I don't know. Yeah, the wick thing, but maybe not with the hand gesture.
Now, if they're shooting north, because that's where the threat is coming from, right? That could
that's
potentially
not
be.
the hypothetical.
I don't know if I should do
The hypothetical is they're
beanie.
shooting south.
I don't know if I should do the beanie, or you know how he has like, you know how he does these, but like with the cap. You know, British Rob Noor is somehow worse. That's amazing. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's go back real quick. Real quick. Real quick side note. Oh.
Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Okay, shut up. This. What do we think of this? Do we want that? Do we want that instead? You know? I kind of like the hobo look of this, but I don't know if that'll like lend itself more to dark woke, you know? What do we think? I'll let y'all sound off.
Okay.
Are you seriously Oh, what is this? I feel like I've seen this, but this is a good one.
Are you seriously telling me that Rob Noor isn't mentally disabled?
Ah. Oh.
But you
good.
seriously tell
Old Chud. Look, female eunuchs in the chat with the dance game. This is lore. This is old lore. Damn, dude. He should retire this fucking profile picture, man. He doesn't deserve it anymore. Okay? He doesn't deserve it anymore.
But the threat is in the north.
Yes.
Okay. But they're shooting south.
Okay.
Right.
If the officer could say that they had reasonable belief that the threat was coming from the south, that could validate the use of force under the law.
But he says, no, I didn't really perceive a threat to the south. I perceived it to the north.
Well, wait. Well, that's a different thing then, because he's saying, I didn't perceive a threat to the south. And that would be an insane thing to say, because under those circumstances, he cannot argue that he had reasonable...
Yes, that's the fucking point. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. You weren't listening, and you didn't want to listen. My God.
...belief of a threat, right?
He did have a reasonable belief that he was under threat. He did. You agreed he did. We all agree he did. He absolutely had the objective and reasonable belief that he was under a deadly threat.
There's no...
But then that's directed
Wait, Java, you mean that there was no credible threat, right? Because I don't know if I agree with that. Like, there could have been credible... I think, personally, like, I am slightly... Like, I have a leaning... Like, I have an opinion. I feel like he didn't actually perceive himself to be in any danger. But legally speaking, I think that there's plenty of room for him to successfully legally claim that he had perceived a threat to his bodily self. Now, that threat, how much of that threat was caused by his own actions versus Renee's actions is up for debate, right? Like, I think he put himself in that situation, right? He's the one who put himself in that situation. To use Pisco's hypothetical, he could very well be in, like, perceiving a threat to his bodily self. If he is in front of the car, the point of Pisco's hypothetical is to say, yes, he could absolutely say he had cause to believe that he was about to be bodily harmed. That part is not contentious, I don't think. What's contentious is what you can do then in response to that. If I cross the road in front of a car and I can see that I'm about to get hit, it doesn't justify me pulling out my gun and killing somebody, right? Like, that's what I'm saying, Orgis, that I'm not saying the second part. What I am saying is that he contributed to that scenario happening in the first place. So then his use of deadly force would actually come into great question, because it's not something that you can't just walk, like you said, you can't walk in front of the car willingly, then perceive a legitimate threat to your bodily self, and even if you believe that shooting her would have stopped it, which I don't think he did, I don't think he thought that. Even if you thought that that was what was going to happen, you're not automatically allowed to do it. That's what Pisco's hypothetical is about, right?
Direction, isn't it?
Correct. So that means that the use
But
of
you've
force.
changed it now. But you've changed.
No, I
He's
haven't
not
changed
changed
shit.
it.
So what this example is drawing out is you don't just analyze under the objectively reasonable framework provided by the Supreme Court. You don't just analyze the threat
It
in
would be a
isolation.
lot different if you walked in front of him when the car was moving. Welcome inside, guys.
Reasonably necessary. That's what you analyze.
Okay. So
It would be a lot different if you walked in front of it when the car was moving. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, actually, hold on. Different how? Because I think that his approach of the car was flawed even by, like, DHS's own standards. If someone walked in front of an oncoming train and shot the conductor, I don't think anyone would say he was facing the threat of deadly force. No, Java. I'm pretty sure you would say that, right? Oh, that's cute, Kamikaze. Wait, Kamikaze, wait, are you the one who said that there was... No, that was somebody else, actually. That's actually cute. Did you generate that? I think, hold on. Can I show that? Can I show this on stream? The thing is, Java Bolt. Okay, maybe, okay, hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this, okay? If somebody walked in front of an oncoming train, let's just take that first part. Forget about the shot the conductor. Oh, not forget about. Let's just put that to a side. We'll put a pin in it for a second. If somebody walked in front of an oncoming train, I think, like, if you walked in front of an oncoming train, would you perceive that you are in mortal danger at that point? That's the question here, right? Yes or no? Yeah, I would say, I'm just saying, if you walked in front of a train and you realize I have walked in front of a train, then you are under threat of bodily force. When I hear threat of deadly force, I understand that to be an intention for somebody to cause harm. Okay. Again, maybe I'm not a lawyer, okay? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what people are saying when they say that, but my point is, okay, let's just take your, yeah, if we're gonna take your understanding of threat of deadly force, because when I think of threat of deadly force, I think of, like, danger with or without intention, right? And if it's the case where, like, you step in front of a train, no, you can't shoot the conductor, even if you are in mortal danger. But it's not just because it would stop, or at least even if there was a case where that you shooting the conductor could stop the train, which we know it wouldn't. Even if it did, right? It doesn't matter because you put yourself there. You can't then justify that, like, you responding that way, right? My main kind of angle at this is basically, like, he has a responsibility. He put himself in that situation, and then is claiming that he thought that she was going to run him over, right? To go back to the original case. So, him putting himself in that situation is not irrelevant to the case. He put himself there against DHS guidelines. He shot into a moving vehicle against DHS guidelines. So, to me, him shooting at the car becomes very, very, it becomes contested, right? Like, maybe, hold on a second, actually. I'm curious now, hold on. He has also done this dumb shit before, jumping in front of vehicles. Oh my god, wait, Pisco's live? Can we ask Pisco?
should we read this in light of the animating spirit?
Because I'm curious now if like, okay, wait, hold on, wait. Let me write this down. Let me write this down, okay? I am tipsy enough that I might forget otherwise. Okay, hold on. Have you factored his intellectual shortcomings? Okay, so my question is, okay. Fuck. This is why I'm writing it down, right? Okay, A. Threat of legal... Wait, no, what is it called? What's the phrase? Threat of deadly force. Threat of deadly force, intent factored in or no. And then the second part is... Fuck, hold on. I need to... I need to walk through. Kamikaze, I promise I won't forget, okay? I'm just, like, locked in a little bit. I think the fact that he had to move out of the way when she starts driving leans more in his favor. He's an idiot and walk in front of the car in the first place. Okay, wait. Yes, that's the thing, right? Does him putting himself in that position and acting against DHS guidelines, which is A, approaching the car in the way he did, and shooting at moving vehicle, would that have a bearing on whether his use of force gets deemed, what, permissible? Legal? Okay. I think I had... Those are the two questions I have. Let me...
In our context, determine what Congress wanted. And so, to the extent that there's this federalism concern, this was passed after states rebelled. This was passed in light of the 14th Amendment.
I should not be doing my drunk typing in chat. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ! Okay, let's see what he says.
Desire in our interpretation of the statute. Yeah, you can. I'm gonna do Collins icebeans in about probably 5-10 minutes, so you can definitely hop in if you want.
All right.
And we'll defer to Collins before we do any kind of Gavin Newsom analysis, if such is requested.
I'm reading that message.
That's kind of additional argument, maybe some state.
I'm reading that message in a very loud, bar drunk person voice. So, Fearing, did I tell you? I don't know if you've heard this, okay? So I was on the phone, okay, with somebody at work, okay, with one of my like customers that I work with, that I service, and she interrupts me. We're talking about her like payroll issue, whatever the fuck, and she interrupts me in the middle of what I'm saying to ask me like, "Are you from California?" And I'm like, "No, I'm actually all like." I'm like all the way over on the other side, like on the East Coast in Charleston, and she's like, well, okay, no, okay, I'm sorry, it's because you say like a Cali girl. I was like, bro, this is yeah. Yep. Deceased. Okay, alright. Here. Lurker Zone 2. Okay. Alright. 4 minutes. I'm actually gonna set this timer here so that I don't forget. Okay. We'll check in on Pisco in like 5 minutes, okay?
So, if in this instance, in
You
your
need to
fucking
automate
stupid,
that?
retarded hypothetical, the officer,
I do.
rather than
No,
shoot the
I do. Cho, okay, this is really stupid, right? Maybe you have an answer to this, okay? The way that I currently do set up like stuff for this bird box, like the Unity, I mean, this is a Unity game technically, right? The bird box. And so currently the way that it is set up, so for example, you know, like when everyone comes in first thing and says like a first chat message, the bird waves, right? That is a hold on. That is a UDP broadcast sub action, right? And I don't know how to set up those UDP broadcasts. And Mr. Beans has said that they're kind of a pain in the ass. So that's why I haven't like gone back to him and have him do like a lot more UDP because I would like to have a lot more things essentially trigger things in the game. But I need to figure out how I can either learn or figure out a better way to do this. Okay, sorry. It's up to him to implement a network API. I don't know if this is related, but he has talked about a queue system. Like he said he should just implement a queue system. I don't know if that's related at all, okay? I don't he does this for free, so I don't often like want to bug him with like stuff like that. Hey Thorns, welcome in.
car had spun round and
We're
started
doing
blasting and hit someone
Pisco
behind
analysis.
him, it's unlikely that use of force will be justified. That more or
Because?
less meets the criteria because that he meets the criteria of hypothetical, right?
All right, so now let's apply it here. So
Because
the principle that
it's
we're drawing out.
unlikely. No, listen, I've got it, dude. You're such a fucking retard, dude. Right, here's the thing, okay? Would an objectively reasonable officer in those circumstances, right, fire towards the
Alright,
threat being
have fun, Joe.
presented, right, which is the car, or would he spin around and start firing in the other direction? It's unlikely a reasonable officer would spin around and start firing in the other direction.
The purpose of the hypothetical is to show you that for force to be reasonable, there needs to be some logical connection between its application and the prevention of the threat. That's what it's not reasonable to use force in a context which doesn't do that.
If it's reasonable, the lethal force is justified. Okay, right?
I know.
That's
Wait.
it.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. If it's reasonable, the lethal force is justified, okay?
The lethal force is justified.
Got it?
Okay.
Hey, Lost Zone.
I know.
Sending our best.
Yes.
Okay.
I know. That's
And
what I'm
then
saying.
Okay, and then it's whether or not a reasonable officer
Yes,
in
his position.
circumstances
Yes.
would do
We're
that
almost
action.
there.
So would a
We're
reasonable officer would a reasonable officer shoot at a car? Yes. Would a reasonable officer
No, he would not. No, he would not. That is not against, that is not. No. According to his training, according to DHS guidelines, no, he would not. Some trigger happy fuck, maybe. But not a reasonable person in that situation. And so the argument is that he is a trigger happy fuck. He didn't follow guidelines. He didn't follow what his training is supposed to be. So no, you can't apply this reasonable shit to him. That's the point. The face where even the local cops are like, bro, even we wouldn't do that. This is, the best way to prove Chud wrong is literally just bring up the policies and Chud has to concede. No, Java. Here's the problem, okay? Because we, I know that we didn't cover this, or at least, we didn't cover this during this segment. Certainly not when you were watching. Yesterday, when I went over, the first half of this, literally, his thing was that 1 second is not enough to make that determination that he's not in any physical threat anymore, and then to shoot. He made that assertion that 1 second was not enough. Right? He was phrasing it as, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're asking a police officer to assess a threat and to." It's not even He's basically saying, because, and it was vibes. Okay, it's vibes. It's like Chud has always done this analysis. Even when he was like a leftist, this was his like angle. I'm just a kind of random normal layperson. Common sense dictates that 1 second is not enough for me, an average layperson, to make that kind of assumption and have it be correct. So therefore, 1 second's not enough for this police officer. The problem is Pisco already like ground him into this earlier. He said no. That's not how that legally speaking, and also just going by police training and how police men like law enforcement people have been like treated in court. No, 1 second is perfectly enough time, right? But that is so bringing up the policies is not like, even though I think you're correct in that they are a heavy hitter, you understand that Chud is not operating on that level. He's operating on the level of, well, it would be reasonable if I shot him because or her because I perceived that threat, and 1 second is not enough for me to determine that I was not in any danger, right? He's not going to consider the training. He's not going to consider the policies. That's my point, right? Like, even if he brought it up, it comes back to, this is the line they're arguing, and even on this line, he is losing, right? Does anyone remember that cop who got trigger happy over a falling acorn? That case is still winding its way through court. Apparently, just checked the docket. Oh, interesting. I didn't know why. What the fuck? Okay, also, hold on. It has been 5 minutes. Let's see what he says.
And I think it's telling. I think it's because
hey, profiling face. We could grant that 1 second isn't. Wait, we can grant that 1 second is enough, but the context shows that the officer had more than 1 second to assess the situation and act appropriately. He was approaching the car even before the wind spot. No, yeah, Joggerbolt, this is what I'm trying to say though, is that like, and this is what I did say this earlier in the stream, right? We're not arguing at that point of time in the, like, hold on. Sorry. We're bringing out the Photoshop. The Paint 3D, okay? We're bringing it out.
On Insurrection Act.
How are you doing, Profiling Face? Welcome in. I'm gonna just keep this up
That was issued
because I'm gonna remind the background noise will remind me to get into his BC.
That again, the predecessor codification in 333, right? And I'll read this sections,
because I think I actually do think that this is important enough to like warrant a like a visual.
Constitutional basis for the use of 232 and 333 in connection with racial disturbances.
Oh, I thought he was talking about. Okay, we'll come back with him. Okay. People are saying that if he fires 1 time, he can fire 3 times, and if he's not under duty to assess the threat while firing, and it's dumb. Basically, he's wrapping up with questions from Chad before calling. Okay, thank you, Cheeto. Thank you. Okay. Ah! Hold on. Okay. Here, very quickly, let's just let me just show this, okay? So basically, so we have like the cop shooting, right? Well, I say cop, it's not cop, it's ICE. Right? And this is what they're arguing. They are arguing on this, like, this is where they are arguing. Whether this was, like, illegal or no. Okay? They're not considering the factors as to, and Chud has already, by the way, Chud has already betrayed his, like, mindset on this. Chud prior to this said that he, and maybe I'll ask Pisco about this. I'm just gonna line. Okay? I'm just gonna put that in my notes. Okay? What he said what he said specifically was that he took into account the temperature of the climate that we're in. He said that these Twitter videos show you what is happening, the interactions between ICE and the protesters, and how ICE is responding in kind, right? That's how he said. He's phrased it in that way. And what he's doing when he says that is he's betraying that he doesn't actually care about the very like sort of preceding factors to this, which is that that ICE is present. Right? He doesn't give a shit about why ICE is there, the negative effects of like what happens when you have ICE A there and B doing these tactics, right? He doesn't care about that part because they would muddy up the like the angle of attack that he's going for, right? When you have somebody who doesn't want to, like, all they want to do is focus on this part specifically, right? They're not going to care about, like, DHS policies, right? Which is prior to this, to be clear. This is prior to this, right? I see these as like sort of step-by-step like escalations, right? What DHS' own internal policy is going to be disregarded because the point of the matter is, if he can get all the evidence that he needs in order to say, like, yes, he was under threat of legal force, yes, he reasonably thought that shooting her would hit the threat to his bodily self, yes, then he wins, right? He doesn't need to then consider all of this previous thing. He doesn't need to consider how or why that there are protesters to begin with, right? He doesn't need to consider whether they were being legal or no, right? He can skip past all of that and just talk about this one thing, right? Which, let's be clear, Pisco going ahead and engaging with him in this framework, I think is fine. Because Pisco, like, this is Pisco's jam, right? This is his niche. Specifically the legal shit, right? Call-in time? Okay, thank you, Cheeto. Let me wrap up what I'm saying, right? But, like, that's fine, right? It's just that then you want to consider... You want to just be aware when somebody is putting you in that box and then refuses to zoom back out and ask, okay, does this have a bearing on this? The protesters were mostly legal. Does that have a bearing on the shooting? Does the DHS policy have a bearing on the shooting? I would argue that it all does, right? I would argue that it all does. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is just try to be aware of when people are forcing you to have this framework, to force you to keep on this framework and only stay on the framework and never go off the point, right? All right, here, I'm going to get in there. Thank you, Cheeto, by the way. Somebody else is in here. But yeah, that's my thing, right? Let me make sure I've got the right shit.
What up, icebeans? How you doing?
Howdy. How are you doing?
Doing well. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear you. I've been okay. So I'm. I'm not gonna lie, I've been losing my mind a little bit. I've been watching your Chud debate. And we had a couple I have a couple of questions essentially. Here, let me hide this real quick. So and we haven't finished it, so maybe there's gonna be clarifications coming, but we're halfway through it. So first of all, when y'all talk about threat of deadly force, right? Does that include, is intent factored into that or no?
So it's no and yes, and I'll
Mm.
tell you why.
Okay.
So one of the elements or one of the considerations for the sort of test expounded by the Supreme Court isn't the specific intent of the person who is the subject of the force. Okay. So formally, their intent is irrelevant. But here's how it is relevant in the meat and potatoes. That someone's perceived intent, right, as a reasonable officer will apprehend, plays into whether a use of force is objectively reasonable. And this is obvious, right? That when making assessments as to threat, when making assessments as to the use of force, how one perceives the intentions of others is critical. If someone is holding a gun and you know, or you have a good reason to believe they're about to pull it out and shoot you,
Mm-hmm.
but let's say they haven't done it yet, if that basis of belief regarding another person's intent is reasonably justified,
Mm-hmm.
then you'd be justified in using force, even if you were wrong about the intent. So the actual intent is irrelevant, but a reasonable officer's perception of intent, of course, is relevant. And so, yeah, that's
Okay.
my response to it.
Okay, so essentially it's not. Okay, so it's essentially if you're taking on the, just to kind of rephrase of what you if I understand you correctly, when you're looking at the subject, which would be in this case the the ICE officer who shot, you're
Right.
saying, did he perceive, did he interpret her actions to be
Right.
a threat? Okay, so I guess the reason, part of the reason I asked was because one of the analogies that my chat brought, or that I was talking about, we were talking about, was like if you walked in front of a moving train, right? I was saying that, like, of course you would perceive yourself to be under threat of bodily harm, but because the train itself isn't, like, it's not like the conductor is driving the fucking train at you. So, does that count? Do you know what I mean? Because it's like a moving train that would have already hit you regardless of the intent of the conductor, right?
Yes. Sometimes intent won't matter at all, or perceived intent won't matter at all. In the case that you're suggesting, it's unclear how the perceived intent of the conductor in that hypothetical would be relevant.
Okay.
But there's an additional point there, which is that in that train example, shooting the conductor
wouldn't stop the train.
and an officer would, and just to be clear, it's not that it wouldn't stop it. It's that an objectively reasonable officer wouldn't think that it would stop it.
Right. I see what you're
The
saying.
threat
Yeah.
is, you understand, right?
Yeah.
So it's not the actual, but the actual informs, and the policies inform, and the training informs what an objectively reasonable officer
should have done. Right. Oh, should think as well, not just should have done.
Right. Not just should have done, but should have perceived. Right. Like, it's not just that the use of force be tailored in some actual sense to a threat that actually occurred, but that an objectively reasonable officer would think that, right? If you just shoot, follow me along here, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
An officer shoots randomly into a crowd.
Yeah.
It turns out, in the biggest stroke of luck of all time, that the person that was killed by the officer, again, randomly shooting into the crowd, was an assassin whose only job was to kill the cop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that use of force was reasonable?
No. Right.
Of course, right? Because even though, in point of fact, not only was the use of force effective at getting an actual threat to his life, but not only that, it was successful, and everyone is happy, right? You just killed an assassin. But an objectively reasonable officer in that officer's position would not perceive that threat. And actually, here the subjective component plays into it as well, which is it's both an objective and subjective test that the officer in their position didn't actually perceive the threat. He just shot randomly. And of course, even if it's the case that the result is happy, happy sunshine, that doesn't mean
make
the use
it
of force was reasonable.
right. Okay, so then that kind of actually leads me into my sort of second question, which is that now we've obviously, well, okay, to be clear, this is where I am in the debate. You just basically like raped him over the, you brought up that hypothetical.
Be careful. Listen.
Oh,
Be
yeah.
careful with the terminology. I'm not saying out.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's that's fine. No,
let me
I'm
explain
not.
it. Let me explain it. Let me explain it. I'm not just soying out.
Okay, yeah.
The last when Chud did that, the entire video got 18 plus.
Oh, bro. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, no. Okay, I apologize.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, I
It's just
apologize.
local.
Okay, yeah. So, no. So, okay. So you just you tried to bring up the, I would say, reasonable enough hypothetical of the North-South thing, right?
Yep.
He soyed out, and then you brought up the the Watchmen thing, and then y'all played chicken, and then he lost the game of chicken, and then you went in, and he basically, I'm not gonna lie, I saw the light of realization that he was wrong. And then it led into a whole other thing with him calling you DDD, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to get into it, but basically that's where we were. That's where we kind of are, right?
Yeah.
But one thing that and let's be real, I know that with Chud, it's objects. It's not, you're not going in there, or at least I don't think that maybe you should go in there thinking that there's going to be a nuanced discussion. But going back to my original question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does him, like, okay, so the officer putting himself in that position, right? Because we know, according to DHS guidelines, he shouldn't have approached the car in that way, and he shouldn't be shooting at moving vehicles like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's the guidelines,
you're right.
Now, would those have a bearing on whether his like use of force gets deemed like this would be what an objectively like reasonable officer would do? Like, does that have any bearing on that, or is it considered like independent? Oh, okay.
And the reason it's unclear is, well, at least with respect to some things, I think that it is relevant for purposes of assessing whether or not the use of force was itself reasonable from the perspective of the officer's intuitions and what an objectively reasonable officer would feel would have a tendency to eliminate the threat. And it would play into what an objectively reasonable officer would do, namely their training, and their training is at least in part informed by their policies. So I think it's relevant in that respect. What is unclear is the broader point about officer-created hazard. That is to say, regardless of the policy violation, and I'm assuming policy violation would play into the evidentiary case for whether or not there's an officer-created hazard, the Supreme Court has not yet ruled definitively on whether officer-created jeopardies by itself has some relevance to the analysis. That independent of the policy violation for purposes of establishing what is reasonable with respect to the use of force, that putting themselves in that situation, right? Understand the difference there? One is,
yes, they just have not,
reasonable.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
Policy. Yeah, go.
So basically you're saying like whether, sorry, I'm just trying to like parse what you said.
Let me explain it in a different way, okay?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
So the policy could be relevant to, is the use of force justified? Because the policy might inform an objectively reasonable officer's perceptions about what use of force is reasonable. Okay. That's one.
Okay.
Use of force. The policy might also be relevant, though we're not sure yet, as to whether the officer created an unreasonable officer created jeopardy hazard.
Right.
So use of force and the entire policy affecting his decision to create the hazard in the first place, that we should take a negative inference against him. So it's a nuanced difference. The use of force versus officer created hazard. I think it's clear. Excuse me. Sorry. I think it's clear. Shout out Word War Debate. Thank you for watching. I think it's clear that the policy is relevant for the use of force. Relevant. I don't say dispositive, right? By which I mean it doesn't decide the case. Just because he violated policy doesn't mean that he was unreasonable as a matter of law.
I
That would
see.
be absurd, right? Because it would be absurd because
Well-
imagine Trump writes a different policy, and it's just like an absurd policy. But it's unclear whether it's relevant to the officer created hazard doctrine. Does that make
So
sense?
you're saying it's just not like it. There's no necessarily like there's no precedent to there's nothing that you can rely on to say yes it has a bearing or no it doesn't. Is that
I think
kind
it
of
does have a bearing on the evidentiary case for whether the use of force was justified, and there's precedent of that. And again, I'm gonna use the Chauvin case just because people know
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
In the
mhm.
Chauvin case, you'll remember there was a bunch of evidence presented about Chauvin was taught this technique or he wasn't taught that technique. Now, I don't go so far as to say whether he was taught it determines whether it was reasonable, because that would, I think, structurally be wrong and silly.
Mhm.
And it's also not true that like the police get to regulate themselves in that respect, such that it informs the legal test, or at least determines it.
Mhm.
So evidence, I am representing that the policies are relevant for the evidentiary case, for sure. What I'm saying is uncertain is to another argument, namely the officer created jeopardy doctrine.
Okay.
And whether that is going to be upheld by the Supreme Court, less clear. They've
I
left that
see.
open.
Okay, I see. Okay, so okay, when you say okay, I was gonna ask you to clarify the evidentiary
Yep.
thing, but you're just talking about whether or not it was okay, essentially reasonable for him to use that force to, okay, all right, versus
Right,
the
so
officer.
policy,
You said okay.
yes, policy violation definitely relevant for the evidentiary case for use of force. Unclear about whether or not officer created jeopardy is even a thing we should consider. And so, in virtue of the fact that it's unclear whether that doctrine itself is relevant, unclear whether the policy violation is helpful for that determination.
Now, do you think that in that sense that it should be brought up so that
Yes.
okay, so that they at least like we would get a ruling one way or the other, kind of? Is
Yeah,
that kind
because I think that a use of force. Imagine I always go to the ridiculous hypothetical to try to prove the principle. Suppose that an officer jumps into the middle of the street in a highway such that like there's no reasonable way for a driver who's
To
being
stop.
at least minimally competent to stop, and he just shoots him and he creates the hazard.
Right.
How would the Constitution protect such an action? And
Right.
the answer is it has to be no.
Yeah.
It can't be the case that we would allow that bad faith or grossly reckless conduct should be not considered
Right.
as an analysis of objective reasonability from an officer perspective. Now, do I say in every case an officer does something negligent or reckless, therefore not reasonable? No, I don't say that. But I do think that it should be at least relevant. And so
Mhm.
that's my position on it. What the Supreme Court will say,
Do you
unclear.
wait? I'm gonna be honest. I haven't looked at this in a little bit. So like, is this even being like? I don't think they've said they're not going to investigate. Or at least
Who's they?
hold on, maybe I'm mistaken. Didn't Republicans like vote to like not investigate this, or am I misremembering it? Like, would this case get to any level of like near even the Supreme Court? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. I might not have the fact on
It would require some kind of legal proceeding.
Right, that's what I
Either
mean, sorry.
a civil case involving the estate of the decedent,
Mhm.
and then you'd have the additional burden of qualified immunity doctrine,
Mm.
or a criminal case of some kind. And what you're referencing in terms of the administration is that they have signaled that they're really not going to look into this case from a federal perspective.
Right,
But
but
I
there's
don't think
no
that
there's no reason somebody couldn't, like her wife, for example, couldn't bring a case. Okay. So
or
it's
the state. In my opinion, I think the state has the authority and jurisdiction to bring a criminal case against the officer.
I see. Okay.
Whether they will, unclear as well.
Okay. Okay, so then I will then hold my like what okay, then the last thing that I think this is more of like a I don't know if it's like outside your scope at all, okay? But I'm just curious, okay? So something that I noticed when when you were talking to Chud, okay? This was when he characterized when he was kind of describing he said that describing the general situation, he said that, like, you know, essentially the temperature of the political climate is making all of these like protesters like engage with ICE in these ways, and then ICE is responding in kind, right? And something that, and even somebody in your chat just said this in a like a little bit ago. Okay, so basically, he said it in a way that I think betrays the way that he perceives this all to be. Essentially, like, these are protesters who are antagonizing ICE officers, right? He's not considering at all. Well, for sure, I don't know if you get into this later in the debate or not. He's certainly not considering DHS policy. But also beyond that, he's not considering why the protesters are there to begin with, or the tactics, you know, the specific thing that ICE is doing, which is they are there, number one, but then also that they are employing these tactics that are causing unrest in the community and breaking trust in a community, and, you know, like complicating the relationships between the community and the law enforcement, right? He doesn't care about any of that, right? All he sees
I think that he views it, to be fair to Chud, even though he's not fair to me, I think he views them, as I do, as minimally probative. That, because he did say he takes the position of fuck ICE. He does say that in the debate at some point. I forget when.
He says it, but I think my problem was that when he then went ahead and described that situation, that was how he described it, was that yes, he made a gesture towards the temperature of the situation, but he phrased it as protesters are acting in a way, and ICE are causing, like, ICE are responding in kind. And the in kind is not the problem for me. It's the point that where he thinks that it's what he thinks is as the chicken or the egg. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
so,
no,
yeah,
I understand that. Sorry, continue.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So basically, my sort of frustration, and this is not with you at all, by the way, okay? Because I understand that what you are there to do is to argue like the legal nuances of the actual shooting in and of itself, right? Like, that's what you're there to do. That's what you're, like, you know, knowledgeable on. And, you know, let's be completely real. Chud is just about as qualified as I am. I'm just a shitter, you know? Like, so my question is I guess this is more of like an expression of frustration, is that sometimes I feel like the conversation gets brought to this specific, very specific, like, line. Is it legal or is it not? And none of the consideration is given for like any of the preceding factors, because, again, not a lawyer, don't have any kind of knowledge on this. I feel like all of those things are relevant when you're talking about the actual shooting itself. No, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't know.
I think that for the legal case, I think that they're minimally probative, because it really is a kind of fact specific inquiry. And yes, I would say the general demeanor of the protest is relevant to what an objectively reasonable officer would perceive. I don't say it's irrelevant. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily highly probative to the case. As to the broader frustration.
Yeah, it's no. I was gonna say the case itself, like the arguing the case itself. And when I say that, I feel like it should be relevant, I don't mean that it should be relevant to the legal case.
It should be spoken to. It should be addressed.
I just think that
it's an elephant in the room.
I think it's an elephant in the room, and I don't like it when I guess I don't like it when it is dismissed in that way, because because it's not relevant, you know, because it's not factually relevant to the case. Therefore, we don't have to look at it at all. We don't have to address it at all. And I feel like sometimes that is used as a way to kind of sidestep all these questions that we should be having about ICE, right? Or that we should be having about what ICE is doing. I think that's my frustration with it, right? I understand it's not your realm necessarily, because you're here to argue.
I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. But I can speak a little bit to that. First of all, I understand the frustration. And it seems preposterous that we have to have a more kind of narrow inquiry into this issue when so much bullshit is coming from ICE,
Mm-hmm.
that we're not even like looking at the big picture, that people can get the sense that we're missing the forest for the trees. I understand that. I respect that. I don't think in my broader coverage, I miss the forest.
Mm.
And the reason for that is, like, for example, the other day we looked at a lawsuit. This might have even been yesterday, about how ICE, in their use of tactics against protesters, was specifically found in federal court to have done so for the purpose of retaliating against First Amendment protected activities. That is to say,
okay.
they are breaking wedding rings, they're gassing people. What the court found on a preliminary basis was that this was done to retaliate for First Amendment protected activities.
Interesting. Okay.
That's to say nothing of the protectual racial stops that happened in California and that continue to happen across the country. U.S. citizens who are being detained with no good basis. There's a video, I think, of a ICE officer saying we're holding you because of your accent or something approaching that.
Okay.
So, and in my coverage broader, I think I talk about ICE's infringements in that respect. But I understand the frustration, because in this conversation, you can hear me kind of poo-poo some of the concerns, right? I poo-poo the concern of, well, do they even have authority in the first place? I'm like, I don't really think that matters that much of this discussion.
Right.
And someone who listened to that, like, wait, I want to talk about whether or not ICE has authority in this role. I want to talk about whether or not they should even be there in the first place. You can disagree with this tactic, and you tell me what you think. I think that we're winning the conversation with respect to the self-defense and shooting thing, and it's a good optical position to have conservatives on the back foot discussing the discrete use of force. I think it makes them look unhinged, and I think broadly the public is on our side. And I think that if I start soying out about broader ICE concerns, I don't know that that's a good look for me in that context. With Chud, where I'm like fighting to narrow the conversation.
Yeah.
And so me broadening it to talk about like other policy and constitutional concerns feels like an invitation for Chud to wiggle away, and dodge and look less preposterous.
No. Okay. To be clear, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said right there. I think that is like you in that case with Chud, and even more broadly as like your own, like even if you never broadened it out, that's not what I have. Like, no, I don't have any issues with that, right? The fact that you do broaden it out is, like, for me, more of a bonus, because you... okay, for lack of a better way to say this, I see you as having, like, a very specific role in the space, right? So for you to be filling your role is all that I need, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need you to expand it. What I'm more so... I guess where my frustration comes in, or rather, like, where I would want to go with that, is to kind of invite people to see when that line is being artificially drawn to, like, it's being artificially, like, forced to, like, the very legal, the immediate facts of the case. Is he justified in shooting when it's appropriate to broaden the conversation? That's what I mean, right? Like, that's all I mean. I'm not saying that you should do that. This is more of a case of, like, because let's be completely real, like, Chud is, and again, don't think that you should have done this with Chud. I agree completely with the approach you took with him. Actually, no, I do have one thing to contest with you on that, but that'll be my final thing, okay?
Sure.
Like, I'm saying outside of this context, right? Outside of this context, I want people to be aware of when that is being forced upon them, and they should be asking that broader question of, why was ICE there doing the tactics that they were doing? That's really all, I guess. It's not so much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I get that. And people say that similar things when we were doing these like insurrection debates about whether Trump engaged in an insurrection.
Yeah.
Like what sometimes they will say is like, well, who cares if it's definitionally an insurrection or not? It was bad, right? Isn't it? Can't we just say it's bad? But I think sometimes these labels matter insofar as they have legal consequences, and certainly in terms of what we would criticize our government to do. And so because I think, right, like if I didn't find this to be probably murder, I wouldn't be calling on the Minnesota officials to charge him with murder.
Right.
And so I do think that there's a self-standing, like, analytically rigorous requirement that we determine
Right.
if we're asking our officials to do something, whether or not we agree with it. And I think that's a value add that I provide. But I do agree with what I'm taking to be your core point,
Yeah.
namely that when we're in broader discussions and more open discussions, we should make sure to mention that the abuses of ICE and of this government aren't limited to the facts and legal determination in this case. And that even if it was found that this wasn't murder, and even if I was convinced this wasn't murder, it doesn't mean that what was happening was responsible from ICE. Doesn't mean people shouldn't be fired, and it doesn't mean that the administration should like keep lying or shouldn't be accused and negatively sort of have consequences because of their conduct from a broader sort of policy perspective. And so to the extent that that's your core point, you know, I'm in agreement with it.
Okay. Okay. Last thing, I promise. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, right? You had like watched a clip of Chud, and then you kind of more or less issued like a challenge to him. And then you kind of went in, like, then y'all set up a conversation and y'all had the conversation, right? I'm genuinely curious, like, did you think that it was going to be like nuanced discussion, or do you think it was going to be like complete optics things? Because I feel like I feel like I got an impression that you did think there was maybe a nuanced discussion angle that y'all could take, and then you had to kind of then it felt like I felt like you had to I felt like you realized, oh, this is what the situation is. Okay, it is optics. So then you did what you could. I'm just curious. Mm-hmm.
You're asking me what my impression of what the conversation would turn into before I had it?
Yeah.
I don't have a high opinion of Chud's analysis on
of course
these issues.
That was the other thing I was gonna say. Is
and I don't
sorry.
view him as having a kind of like rigorous analytical mind for approaching these problems. And I don't think that he's someone who you can rely on to work in good faith with you to the end of having a fruitful and whatever conversation. And so I think you can tell by my demeanor initially that I'm trying to signal to the audience, and I'm also feeling like a sense of just like, we're shooting the shit kind of deal. That said, just because I'm like not sold this will be like a very good faith conversation doesn't mean that I'm not going to approach it from what I take to be an analytically rigorous perspective, at least in some respect. So I think being sometimes too stiff might hurt the optics, but I was trying to push in a particular direction.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I think no. To be clear, I think that you did well with what you had. I'm not gonna so far, right? I just what I was critical of you in the beginning was that you had dropped a spicy challenge on him, right? And then when it kind of seemed like you were going in like you would go into a discussion with, like, say, Hutch, for example. You know, like, you're there, you are ready to, like, discuss the nuances, and then he was going full spicy, and then you had to, like, it just seemed like that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, like, yeah.
I just reacted. So when you said the challenge,
yeah,
I was at Word War Debate, and I saw a clip where he was like, it's political.
Yeah.
I'll just think that he's political.
Yeah,
and
he's
I was just saying,
brained,
like,
yeah.
if I like any one of these motherfuckers to have a conversation, whatever. I didn't like personally invite him to do it. He reached out to me and I'm like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I
And
see.
My inclination was it would turn into this kind of like more like this farce. And I don't really think that I didn't like watch any of his shit though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
But I could tell very quickly when someone is trying to get into like specific contradiction as opposed to giving their take on the incident, right?
Yeah.
So what he started with was not, this is why it's self-defense. What he started with was, you were incorrect about X, right? And so the minute he started with that, I already knew it was off the rails, because that is a telltale sign, in my opinion, of bad faith. Rather than approach the proposition, whether this was justified, whether it's murder, he's trying to score some sort of take on a specific contradiction that I was like wrong. That the proposition is now I'm wrong as opposed to
yeah.
this is an issue which has a particular result. And it's funny because he was wrong and his own point disproved it, and he fell on his face.
Yes, he did.
But the minute he started with that, I'm like, okay, this is a shit show. So it was even before all that other stuff happened. It's just how he framed it initially. I knew that he was not approaching the conversation in good faith. And I will say, yes, he is a bad faith interlocutor. He is not operating in good faith. That doesn't mean I'm never going to interact with him again. I interact with people who I think are bad faith operators. I'm going to be honest. I like Ryan Mullally a lot. I think he is a bad faith debater. I do. I think that he is dishonest.
You just have to know how to deal with them. You just have to know how to deal with them.
But I still can find the conversation useful for my own purposes. But yeah, I do think that Chud is dishonest in how he approaches that conversation. And very quickly, I thought that was what was happening.
And that's fine. I think you know, I'll stop the glaze fest. But basically, like, I think that was the way you essentially reacted to how he was approaching this was fine. You know, I just my criticism was only like, well, you did issue a challenge, and so then he came in like guns raring. That literally is the only like extent of it. It has it really does not have any teeth. But yeah, I'm gonna finish it to see if there's anything like any more like interesting things that we can take out of it. But yes, I do agree that he's so far made himself look very, very silly. I guess my final question is, like, if there is a civil case, or sorry, if there is a case that is brought up against this, right? Just with how like the Supreme Court has been, I feel like they've been very flip-floppy in terms of like whether they uphold like Trump's leanings towards things. What would be your intuition as to how they would rule for the officer, like, what did you call it? Like the officer induced jeopardy. Like what would be your like, yeah.
I think that all else equal, I think that they'll include it as part of the analysis.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that Minnesota would win in a case against Trump. And you've already sort of previewed the ways in which that could be harder by mentioning like a civil damages suit, where just because they find it that, you know, officer created jeopardy is relevant, doesn't mean that in a suit involving qualified immunity, where there's like this additional burden to show that not just the action was unlawful, but that it was like clearly unlawful. I'm not convinced that, for example, in that context, that the Supreme Court would side with the state of Minnesota or with the, you know, the state of the decedent or whatever. So in that, there are many different contexts in which this fact pattern could be presented to the Supreme Court.
Right.
I can imagine there could be a federalism issue. Are you allowed to charge a sitting line officer as from a state government perspective? I heard JD Vance, and if you watch my appearance with Crystal and Kyle tomorrow, you'll see us talk about absolute immunity for line officers.
Okay.
And so I think that it's possible that the Trump administration could bring the absolute immunity argument for its lower officials. And it's very
trying.
Dangerous.
Okay, I see. Okay.
And that's what JD Vance is invoking. And so there are a bunch of different ways in which this fact pattern could make its way to the Supreme Court in different discrete areas. And so that's let's not try to prejudge how it will happen.
Yeah.
But on the specific point that you bring, I do think it's likely that the Supreme Court, I don't say like huge chance, will in some capacity say as a totality of circumstances you consider officer created hazards.
Okay. I mean, like you said, I understand I'm asking a question that's like a wild hypothetical that has basically no information, all right? But I'm also trying to basically like temper my expectations as far as like what would happen going forward from here. Like I honestly expect there to not be a case or a case that goes anywhere. So I think it would be good if, like you said, there like the officer induced jeopardy does play a part in the analysis of that, you know, whether it's legal.
Yeah, there are a lot of hurdles. There's an evidentiary hurdle with the federal government trying to conceal its investigation from state authorities. There's the threshold questions of state versus federal. There's the question of whether the state has the desire to charge this individual. There's their interpretation of the facts as we know them. So the only thing I'm commenting on is what I think and what I think the evidence show. And what I think the evidence show is a murder in daylight from a cop to a civilian.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, that was more or less it. Thank you for having me. I'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you so much, Icebeans.
All right, have a good one.
_beans. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Bye.
Later.
Oh, holy shit. I took like 30 minutes of a fucking time, bro. Okay. That was fun. That was nice. Aw, followed. Thank you for the I just missed the convo. Can I get a TLDR? Okay, no. Okay, so, good questions. Oh, thank you. I mean, it's literally like the questions that we had while we were watching, right? Okay, so I asked him 3 questions more or less, right? Also, Amp, we were watching, prior to this, we were watching this debate, the Chud versus Pisco debate, which I will still finish, okay? We just did a fucking, oh my god, no, are you fucking kidding me? Remember when I took my, wait, hold on. Remember when I took my break? I was at 1 hour and 29 minutes, and now I'm 1 hour and 34 minutes in. Yo, Lonely Town, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, I will finish it. Maybe I'll just have my dinner on, like, I will eat my dinner while I'm doing this, okay? Ice ADHD is kicking in. Is it a coincidence that Ice is talking about Ice? Okay, alright, so we were watching this debate. I didn't mean to, like, put his fucking shit in jeopardy by saying the R word. I should probably not say the R word. Okay, alright. W Cloudfire. Oh, shut up, Omni. Omni, Aisha, I'll have you know that in my cult, I have given you a necklace. That means that I've given you a moonlit necklace, which means that you will never sleep. Okay? You will forever work for the greatness of the cult until you die, okay? You will not sleep. I just felt like it was appropriate. I just felt it was appropriate to do that to you. Hey, Stupid Dork. Beans learned to stream from Hassan. Yeah, sounds about right. Exactly. The mines. So, okay. Amp, to go back to your question. Basically, we were watching this debate. Hold on, I need to do this thing that, like, makes me... Okay. So basically... Oh, shit. Wait, am I still in the fucking Discord? Oh my god, I'm still here. How do I fucking disconnect? Huh? Where am I? Why is it showing me the Discord thing from his chat? Like, hello? Okay, alright. Okay. So, there were 3 questions, okay? So when people talk about the threat of deadly force, like whether the cop thought that there was threat of deadly force, I wanted to ask, is intent factored, like intent of the person providing the threat, is that factored in or no? And what he said was essentially yes and no. It depends. It's not whether there was actual intent, but whether the person who's perceiving the threat also perceives that there is intent behind the threat. I could be wrong about that, but that was like my understanding of his idea, of his explanation, right? Like, does the cop think that Renee intends to run him over? That's what matters, right? And whether that determination is reasonable or not, right? That's what matters. Okay. Then my second question was, because we've all talked about at this point, we've all talked about like the DHS guidelines that say that his approach of the car was, like his approach of the car, not good. His shooting at a moving vehicle, not good. Do those things, like him putting himself in that position and acting against DHS guidelines, does that have a bearing on whether his use of force gets deemed, like, reasonable or not? So I asked him that, and he basically said that it's unclear because, wait, hold on. What did he say about the evidentiary thing? I think he said that it doesn't have a bearing on whether... Wait, hold on. He said that it doesn't have an... It doesn't have a bearing on, like, whether he perceived a threat and whether he was then he could reasonably use lethal force to stop it. It does not have a bearing on that. What it might have a bearing on, but has not been established by the Supreme Court, is like the officer-induced jeopardy part of it. Because that's never been brought to the level of the Supreme Court. There's no precedent, essentially. There's nothing that is on the books so far. Did Pisco destroy her? I just had questions, Joe. Come on now. Again, I could be misremembering because now the drink is hitting me. But that was my understanding of it. No, for the evidentiary case of was he reasonably justified in using lethal force? No. But maybe in a potential case, and he also said that he thinks that, he anticipates that the Supreme Court would rule that officer-induced jeopardy could become a factor in, future case. Seeing whether the officer put themselves in that situation, that might become a factor. But it's just not been established yet. The last thing I basically talked about was, and I already showed this. I showed this on stream, or at least I didn't show it to him, obviously, but I showed this on stream. And it's basically what I consider to be, the line, which is that a lot of times when we talk about this kind of thing, and I said this to Pisco as well, right, is that, we talk about the ICE shooting like a legal concept. We only talk about, this one box, right? We're talking about the ICE shooting. Here are the facts of the case. Was it legal for him to have, use that force or no? And a lot of times we don't, talk about at all, what DHS policy was. What were the protesters doing? Were they being lawful? What effect does the ICE presence have in that community? The fact that ICE is there and employing all of these tactics, it's sort of it's almost like this is predictable. To me, this is not predictable, but it's going to have a negative effect on the community, right? And you're doing it anyway because you think this is what needs to be done, right? But it does have an effect on, it led us to this situation where you have protesters, where you have fucking trigger-happy fucks who, regardless of DHS policy, do what they feel is necessary and then are just relying on, the legal facts of this one. Then they get to basically claim, oh, hey, we're just looking at the facts of the case, bro. We're just looking at whether she was whether she was gonna run him over, bro. We don't at that point, people who try to defend these ICE shootings, which this is what Chud is doing. Chud is defending this person because he and again, I was saying this to Pisco, right? Because Pisco is the type of person who is basically limited, not like, it's not that he is limited, but this is his arena, right? Like, this legal analysis is his arena. His arena isn't necessarily talking about, like, the bigger picture, right? But what I don't like, so it's not a criticism against Peace Corps, and this is what I said to it. This is what I tried to say to him. It's not a criticism against Peace Corps. It's more so a criticism, or at least like a, it's just like an invitation, I guess, to get people to realize when they are being dragged against their will to only consider, like, the hard facts of, like, this case, when it is appropriate to broaden out a little bit and say, like, okay, you know, isn't this against DHS policy? Like, why were they there to begin with? You know, were the protesters doing anything wrong? You know, why is ICE going in there and damaging the like, why are they going in there and damaging the community, right? Like, because you wouldn't have protesters if you didn't have, like, ICE presence. It's not just ICE presence, by the way, it's also, like, ICE presence and their tactics, right? The community perceives the threat. Surely there's case law where someone has run over to protect themselves. What do you wait? What do you mean by that? By the way, Profilely Face. Do you mean like a protester? I don't know. You know, this. I think according to Pisco, I don't think it's enough. Like, I don't think we have enough information. I think he's basically saying that there's no, like, there's no, you know, there's no, like, I don't think there's just that kind of, like, it has just not gone to the Supreme Court, right? Okay, vehicle is self-defense. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I just don't think it's gotten to that point yet, right? Maybe from the, maybe if you're talking about protesters, but I'm not sure. Okay, alright. I'm gonna let's continue so that we can finish this, because I said I would finish this and I will finish it, okay? Alright, we'll see. I'll give it at least a fucking hour, okay? Alright, where's my fucking window? Oh, here we go. Alright.
Run around and start.
No, that's what I'm trying to.
Unlikely. No.
1.5%. Okay, you know what? We'll do 1.25. How about that? Okay. I don't think I can do 1.5.
Chill. So all we're asking is, what the hypothetical is trying to draw out is, you don't just.
No,
you don't. Let me finish.
You think you got me with your fucking stupid?
We're so close. We're so close.
Now I've nailed you because I've mapped your hypothetical onto the circumstances, and it still would be justified lethal force for the agent.
Let me get there. Let me get there.
No, you don't need to get there because I'm with your own hypothetical.
Let me get
with your own hypothetical.
Let me get there.
The assessment would be.
I'm too slow in the brain for 1.5. Yeah, they are pretty fast. Hold on. Here, let's drop it back, okay?
The assessment would be, right, what are
they
the
loot so much? Hey, Dr. Man.
Right? That's reasonable
Just watch the
on what...
Wait, just watch the end? No, they actually haven't looped that much. You know, they've looped, obviously. Okay, hold on. Why is my dad calling me? Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, be right back.
Hey, honey, just checking in whether you've filled in the ice job request yet. Oh.
Jesus. No.
Reasonable
No.
officer would do. A reasonable officer might step
Let me
aside.
get
A reasonable officer might jump on the hood. It's unlikely a reasonable officer would turn around terrified and start blasting behind him.
I agree with
so
that.
that use of force specifically would be
not be
unlikely
justice.
to be reasonable.
All
right?
right, so wait, let me
Come
get there.
on, bro.
Let me get there.
Come on.
Let me
Listen,
get there.
you nearly had
Let
me.
me-
Oh, you
let
nearly
me-
had me there, dude.
let me-
Oh, you nearly had me. By God, you bro. You know it's
Let
over,
me
dude.
get
You
there.
know it's over. Admit you've lost. Just admit you've lost.
let
dude.
me
It's
get
easier
there.
at this point.
Let
I
me get
will
there.
help you. Okay?
Let me get
you can either
there.
consent or defend yourself. Go.
Let me get there. Okay.
The shooting reminded me of something, Beans. Did you fill out the application? Bro, I've told you what his like, bro, my dad is so like South Asian brained. It's not even funny. Like, the kayfabe is epic. Oh yeah, Chud's kayfabe. Chud, listen, it's admirable. Okay, it's admirable. It's just that like, and again, I'm sure that Chud's audience watched this debate and like thought he was doing a big win, you know? Hi Hyper's waiting. Wait, you're not an ICE agent? What I follow for? Oh god. Yeah, I just think that like, yeah, of course, like it's a debate, right? Like whoever their audience is, they're gonna think that they won. It's just that like it is kayfabe. Yeah, you're right. It's kayfabe, right? Ice beans. Listen, I just yesterday I talked about like, so okay, I just for clarity, just in case people don't know, my dad unironically sent me a job listing to go apply to ICE, okay? I hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because I sent it to people, so here. Unironically, my dad like messages me and he's like Mission Support Specialist, Department of Homeland Security, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and Removal Operations, bro. Okay, so he sends me this listing, and first the title just says Mission Support Specialist, right? Okay, and it's like, okay, blah 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 blah. This is, yeah, I don't think it has the details. Okay, I just, as soon as I read Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, I was like, I'm done, right? And I went home and I said, Dad, because the way that he sent it to me in an email. He was like, here's a position I found. Send me your resume and I'll edit it and send it to them. Right? And I go home. I don't reply to his email. I go home and I talk to him and I say, Dad, you sent me a job listing for ICE. And I'm not going to go work for ICE. And he's like, why not? And to be clear, my dad is not conservative at all. He hates Trump. He's very boring. He's very like standard. He's like standard CNN watching Democrat. Like, he thinks Trump is a joke. Like, but you know, it's normcore. Yeah, South Asian dad, okay? He's like, but you can work from anywhere. You can work from anywhere. And they pay good money. And then I'm like, Dad, do you know what ICE is doing right now? And he's like, that wouldn't happen to you. You know, yeah, of course that's gonna happen. Why not?
Finally, you are making the family proud.
And it's like, he's like, you just have to get your foot in the door. I was like, Dad, no, I'm not going to go work for ICE. Yeah, it is on one hand, it's very South Asian dad. It is like the blinders, right? Like they don't think that like he and I don't think it's like because he has like a lack of empathy towards people who are getting deported or anything like that. You know what I mean? This is like literally like, I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not looking at it. It's a good opportunity for my daughter. You know? Like, and in that sense, like, I'm not gonna lie. And this was the other thing. This was the thing I talked about yesterday, right? Because yesterday, the thing that I found was basically how there was some person who they basically realized that, you know, when you sign up, when you go work for ICE, right? You don't get put on the street right away. You have to go through training, right? You have to go through training, and it's like months of training. Right? So what they did was basically they applied to ICE, they got in, they got paid to sit and do a bunch of training for like it was like a few months, and then as soon as they got their like orders to like go out somewhere, they quit. Right? And so then they got like paid like $18,000 for just basically doing nothing, right? And their entire point of it was just to like drain their resources and get paid at the same time. And so I saw that post and I was like, shit, bro, I should have fucking applied to it. But no, there's still considerations, right? It's like, okay, you have the mark of the beast now on your fucking resume, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't do it. It's just funny that my dad sends me this fucking job listing, dude. Can you imagine? I'm just saying. Can you imagine me coming to y'all and saying like, "Hey, by the way, guess what, guys? I traded in my Department of State job for fucking ICE." Bruh. Oh my god. I can't. Can you fucking imagine? Even if I did nothing, right? Even if I didn't touch a single soul and didn't leave the office, imagine. I would start calling you Ice instead of Beans. I feel like at that point I'd be obligated to change my name to just Ice. You know what I mean? Oh god. It's like talking to military guys. There's normal people and there's people that make it weird when they make it apparent they want to shoot things a little too much. Oh yeah. Oh, that's also I think that's also the other part. Oh, by the way, hi Hyper, that's also the other part of it, right? It's like it's not just like the resume thing, right? It is the resume. A lot of it is the resume thing. Imagine like it's you okay. When you're in the federal government, people know who you are. People know who you are. Okay? Like my dad works at the same agency I do. Okay? This is not a secret. I'm known by my name. Right? Like my name is known. Like I've said, oh, my name is so and so, and I've had people like react to that depending on how they like my dad or not, right? And like the thing is that you don't like, there's no way that if I ever applied, and this is my thinking, right? It is very much in part, like, of course, first of all, I'm not fucking suited for this. Can you imagine me arresting somebody? Can you imagine me arresting somebody? I'm 115 pounds soaking wet. Imagine me taking down an immigrant. Let's imagine. Bro. Also, welcome in, everybody. I can't, Beans. I can't. No, I can't do that. Is Grackle still a mod? No, Grackle's not a mod left. Deport the wolves. No, I can't see you saying spraying some mace all over the place. No, this is stupid, okay? And, to my dad's credit, okay, this isn't, new for him. Okay, this is not new for him. He has in the past sent me job listings. There was one time he sent me, I shit you not, he sent me a literal FBI special agent job listing. And in that job listing, it was like, oh, you have to in the job, the requirements or whatever, it was basically like, oh, you would be participating in arrests. You would be you'd have to learn how to handle a firearm. I was like, bro, are you kidding me? The same thing. I went back and I was like, are you fucking joking? What do you mean? And
I'm against the Gestapo, but hey, working in ops, I can work remotely and get paid well. People, comfy.
No, and the funniest part about that specific one, and in that specific one, I remember trying to appeal to my mom, Mom, do you can you believe that he sent me this job listing? And they want you to wield firearms, and she was like, just apply, see what happens. I was like, Mom, no, I'm not gonna wield a fucking firearm as part of my fucking I'm not gonna make arrests as part of my job, dude. So, I think the precedent was set. So then when I legitimately think all he thought was all he saw, he didn't. I can guarantee you that when he looked at this job description, that all he saw was oh, salary range. Salary range and where you would work. Right? Literally, that's all he saw. Oh god. But yeah, anyways. They had this when I applied to an innocent internship back in college, but bro, I'm a computer guy. Why would I need firearms training? Wait, did you get into... That's very funny. Did you get into, the NSA... did you get into that internship by chance? Did you have to do that firearms training? Because the thing is, I'm not even opposed to, the training that I would get, but, I would 100% use it as, okay, I'm gonna get in there and document everything, Which I did see. I got this. Oh my god, hold on. Hold on. Where is that? No, I failed my security clearance because a friend of mine at the time was a very active communist. He was on a list. Are you serious? Holy shit, bro. That's fucking crazy. You failed your security... Okay, that's actually really crazy. How bad was this person? Because I don't... Shit, that's fucked up. I'm genuinely curious. You don't have to disclose, by the way. I'm just saying. What were they doing? Was it... Also, hold on. You said that this was back in college. So, before... It wasn't Trump controlled, right? He would lead a lot of campus protests. The security clearance shit can be crazy. So, oh, yeah, no. I don't get... No, hold on. To be clear, I mean, I had to go through that process, right? Like, I had to declare all of my, like, foreign contacts, right? Like, if I met any of you more than a couple of times, I would have to disclose that to the government, right? Like, if y'all are, I mean my, like, international people, right? If I met y'all more than a few times, then I would have to disclose that to my workplace. Icebeans had to explain to the government why he's so radical. No, I don't have to disclose. Well. See, here's the thing: is that if I ever identified with like a movement like Antifa, like if I had to do that, then I would have to disclose it, right? You mentioned all of us? No, I didn't. But this is also, keep in mind, when I joined, it was 2022. So at that point, I was just like, I think I started streaming by that point, but I wasn't like this involved. You know what I mean? At this point right now, I'm still not to the point, like I'm not involved to that level. You know what I mean? I'm still just a shitter on the internet talking, you know? I don't identify with Antifa. Even if I wanted to identify with Antifa, I couldn't. That doesn't mean that I don't believe in, like, anti-fascist rhetoric. It's just that, like, I'm not identifying with Antifa, right? Because they are on the list, right? So that's my extent of it. And I've said this before, I don't comment on, yeah, Bing chilling, yeah, Bing chilling. Yeah. Yep. I don't know how the security clearance stuff here works really. I had to do one for a government job and I just had to give them permission to look into shit, but I don't know how they actually did that and what they were after. Are you talking about, okay, real quick, are you talking about the Netherlands? Or are you talking about where you live? Because I learned very recently that the Netherlands is very, very restrictive on what they can gather about you, as far as like a background check is concerned, right? Here, especially if you're going for a security clearance, they look into everything. Right? They look into everything. We don't have that kind of like protections. With the Netherlands, that's not the case. Like you can only do so much when you're looking into like employment history and things like that, right? I don't know if that's true. No. I had to look into this recently because I was arguing with one of my friends about this literal issue, and she basically like she brought it out. Like we went into, so essentially like because the Netherlands is more like oh my god, how is it phrased? The law isn't set on precedent, right? The law is set on like statutory law, which I'm not sure what that exactly means in terms of, I just know that it's not set on precedent. So just because a case is ruled in a particular favor doesn't mean that that's how it would be ruled going forward, right? So for example, when so in the case that we were examining, again, was arguing with a friend, right? Here, let me get some music up real quick, okay? Because we're on a tangent. So basically, an employment company, and this is even if it's relevant to the job, okay? So let's just say that you were, and this was the case that was being decided. Let's just say that there was an employee at a bank. They acted in a way that was, that got them fired, right? They compromised some bank details. They did it deliberately, whatever the fuck, right? And they were dishonest, whatever the fuck. Fraudulent. Okay. They were fired. They go to a new company. And the first company reports them to the board because they were fraudulent, right? And that board tells them, hey, you have grounds to reach out to the new employer and disclose this information, right? And that specifically was ruled not allowed. They couldn't do that, because they're not, the new employer is only allowed to ask for very certain information. They can't just ask like, hey, were you fired? Was it for a criminal reason? Right? Like, they can't just ask that. They have to be very careful when asking past employers about negative information. That's the thing, right? My BS dad couldn't get this job at the government because like 20 years ago, he had a friend who was suspected of having ties with the Beta Minoff group. I think that and to be clear, I think because my friend was arguing on the point of like, because she was saying, no, they don't allow for that. And I was saying, no, like there's no way that like they don't allow it for it in every case. I'm sure there's cases that they do allow for it, because otherwise how would they be able to conduct like security clearances? Because security clearances literally deal with things like this, right? That's why you have a security clearance. You're trying to determine if you have factors in your life or in your past life that would influence the way that you act at this job, right? Like, if I am actually a member of the fucking Houthis, you know? That's going to be relevant as to whether I should be allowed to look at Department of State information, right? Like, that's fucking relevant. You know? So I think that, I don't think that just because the GDPR is really strong, I don't think that I don't think that even the Netherlands government has basically said that doesn't, yes, privacy even in this case, no? Right? Okay, hold on, what did you say? The ties turned out to be BS anyway. Okay, yeah, see, this is the thing, is like, I'm not even arguing on like whether they was legit or not, you know? I maybe on lists honestly don't know, but just for some of the things I said in college debates, to be honest, I could see it. I don't know if I'm on a list. Like, I don't know what that means, you know what I mean? I was so pissed at the time because I was actually the perfect candidate outside of my friend, never left the state, family from bumfuck nowhere countryside for generations, too patriotic, but my friend was just a little too left-wing for their liking. Hi, Hyper, if you don't mind me asking, right? Because when I did my security clearance, like, I mean, I won't disclose what it was that they called me about, but they called me... I mean, they did an interview, but then there was something that they grilled me on that was, like, what they perceived to be, like, a discrepancy. And I'm curious, like, did they try to talk to you at all about this potential, like, connection, you know? Because I would think that that would be what they would have wanted to do. Unless, like, it was a case where they had enough of candidates that they didn't need to... They didn't feel like they needed to follow up with you. You know what I mean? I'm just curious as to whether they reached out to you or if they, like, just never... They just, like, rejected you on that basis. Because the thing is that, if I'm understanding correctly, the security clearance is, like... You're accepted, but you probably, like, even start on, like, a limited basis until that security clearance comes in. Maybe that's just me talking as, like, with experience in the Department of State? Or, no, you don't start, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, because, okay, to be fair, I didn't have, like, an interim security clearance when I started. I did have my security clearance, but you know what I'm saying? Like, they've accepted you already. So they would have, like, justification to follow up with you and try to, like, investigate it, right? They tried to poke me for my political leanings and then straight up asked if I knew my friend. I guess they didn't say it was him, but there's nothing else I can think of that would fail me. No, it was the initial interview. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's very interesting then. I wonder, like... There must have been more going on if that was something they brought up in the initial fucking interview. Interesting. Too woke? Maybe. Okay, alright. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. And then we're gonna watch this. We're gonna finish this. Okay? Here, enjoy Pisco's mug while I go pee. Go piss, girl. Okay, shut up. Shut up. I might get another drink while I'm at it. Shut up.
Beans left us without sound, but luckily there is a cat. Est flaskel fasold gialst foud fiadol G a fogo skuld fiakl stafial safial akstafial skafial skvia oskdafia slatis.
Please observe the cat. He's a good boy. Here, let's bring the other boy in. with Hermes, you have to like, you have to just walk behind him, you know? Because he doesn't, you know, he doesn't particularly prefer being picked up, you know? So if you approach him and he perceives that, you know, some pickup force is about to be applied, he will run away. And he runs away in, like, what I call to be, like, a fish pattern. You know how, like, when fish swim away from a threat, they, like, do a little quick thing, and then they slow down, and then they do another little quick thing, and then they slow down? That's how Hermes, like, runs away. So, if you chase him, that's not gonna work. You just have to walk behind him until he eventually stops fishing away from you. Alright, buddy. You're a good boy. I know you don't like being picked up. Yeah, it's just like it's literally just like you know how like ancient hunters used to hunt, where we would just literally tire out the animal? That's kind of what you have to do for Hermes. You just have to walk calmly behind him until he stops walking away. Anyways, let's not speak to what kind of like psychic damage I'm doing to my cat, okay? Okay, let's continue, okay? I know this is the literal longest debate analysis ever. I've got fries in the air fryer right now, so I am gonna, like, in about 7 minutes, I'm about to go get my fries, okay?
So what the hypothetical draws out is you don't just analyze the existence or non-existence
Psychological
of the threat.
cat abuse.
That's absurd, right? You analyze also, in addition.
Okay, also, by the way, we are just at the point where Pisco is essentially like bodied Chud in like why you can't just say that there was like some threat. Like, just because you have a perceived threat of force against you doesn't mean lethal force doesn't mean that you're justified, doesn't automatically in and of itself mean that you're justified to use lethal force to stop it, right? That's where we were. We just established that Chud did a bunch of like blustering to try to get around the fact that he'd realized it. I think he had realized that. Okay, all right.
Whether or not the
12 hours of reacting to one debate. Beans is like some communist version of Aiko. Come on! You know, at least Aiko has the... I'm gonna be honest, at least Aiko has the excuse that she's like high. You know what I mean? What excuse do I have, bro? That's crazy.
Force is objectively reasonable given the threat. And
well, would an objectively reasonable officer do that? And yes,
and the answer to that question,
yes, they would.
No.
There's tons of examples
No.
of this.
No. Yeah,
there's tons of examples
No.
of reasonable officers shooting at a car that's
God.
driving towards them.
Let me get there, you motherfucker. Let me get there.
I'm not letting you get there because I've counter you. And I think chat can see that now as well. You're done. You're finished.
No, you're
dude.
not.
Let me get
You're
there.
finished, bro.
You're finished.
Get there. So,
you'll never work in this town again.
given that we also, in addition to the threat analysis, wonder whether the force is objectively reasonable, and part of that analysis is, of course, the logical tendency between the use of force and...
No, I think if I got high, I'm going to be completely real with you, I would get absolutely nothing done in a stream. Okay? Like, I know what I'm like high. I would get absolutely... No.
It's prevention of the qualifying threat. And that's what the hypothetical, either the Watchmen version, which you're sorting out about, or the shooting from the north example, that's what that elicits.
No.
And that's what it shows you. And so now we can apply it to our case. Is this like the Watchmen example? No, in that sense. Is it like shooting from the north example? It's stylized. It's crazy. He's not shooting into a crowd. No. But here's what's the same. The same is that in that moment, shooting the woman in the car has no natural tendency to lower the threat that would purportedly qualify the use of force.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? Like, what's funny is that you can see Chud actually seriously considering this. Let's see what he says. What about mushrooms? I wouldn't rule that out. I have wanted to try it at some point. I just never have tried. I would imagine that I would need a babysitter. Okay, you know what I mean? I would have a babysitter. I wanted to try, like, acid. I would need a fucking babysitter. Why the fuck is it in shades, beanie, and a hoodie? Okay, listen, okay, it's his thing. I don't know about the sunglasses, but like I think the hoodie and the beanie combo is like his thing now, you know? How much HP does the car have?
That's what's the same.
Mr. Beans can sit on you.
Here's the problem with that, right?
Debate.
Here's the issue. He's got a car driving towards him. He hasn't got many fucking options, and he's got to make a split-second decision.
Again, the appeal to like what would I do in the situation if I had a gun and I thought that the gun would stop the person. Like, this is the other thing too, right? Like, okay, maybe this is not something that has been addressed yet, right? But like, even if he thought that the car was coming towards him, right? I'm kind of curious now, because again, I know that DHS guidelines are like, you don't shoot at moving vehicles, right? But I guess, like, why is that the case, right? Hold on, let's look it up, because my question is now, or maybe I will like save that for later in lieu of like, you know, I'll save that for later maybe. Why would you shoot at a moving car and think that that would mitigate the damage? Like, isn't that just like a reactive, like, I am retaliating? Rather than like, this is going to stop the person from hitting me? Tell them that everyone could tell them like look so fucked right now.
He's supposed to do.
He's about to go to the post office, bro.
Jump to the side and not shoot.
But just because there is an option, right? Other than the
You
one
said he has no. You said he has no option.
No, wait.
He does have an option.
No. You're misrepresenting me and trying to fucking counter me. But you're
Did he say that? Wait, hold on. He did say that, didn't he?
got to make a split-second decision.
That in that moment, shooting the woman in the car has no natural tendency to lower the threat that would purportedly qualify the use of force. That's what's the same.
Okay, here's the problem with that, right? Here's the issue. He's got a car driving towards him. He hasn't got many fucking options. And
he hasn't gotten many fucking options. Okay, that's what he said. So therefore, he's saying that one of the allowable options would be shooting at her, okay?
He's got to make a split-second decision.
So maybe Pisco like misrepresented his position, like that he said that's the only option, but let's just see, okay? Let's just see.
Well, he does have an option. He can.
What's he supposed to do?
He can do what he did and jump to the side and not shoot.
Well, he's saying he hasn't gotten many fucking options, which is he's saying that is like one really good, like allowable example of an option is shooting her, right? And then Pisco says, no, he does have one other option, which is to step away from the vehicle and not shoot at them, okay?
But just because there is an option,
and
right,
then he says, just because there's an option apart from the one I'm thinking about, doesn't mean that he has to do it, right? This would get you the bad ending of the David Cage games, like one of the Sudoku ones. Yeah, look, on one of the origami killers, like, you know, sticking you in the back of the pole or whatever.
You said he has no. You said he has no option.
No, wait.
He does have an
so
option.
Pisco did misrepresent them there.
No, you're misrepresenting me and trying to fucking counter me.
He did misrepresent him a little bit, but also what Chud is like ultimately driving towards is that like this was fine for him to do, right?
And anyone that's red
Why do
lights
you use
knows
this
that you're fucking
terminology
red.
as like a? This could trigger
Because
people,
it's
you know?
funny and entertaining. Why'd you do stupid hypotheticals to fucking get the DGG still clapping for you? It's so transparent, dude.
All right,
Okay,
so
right.
tell me
DGG
how.
So you're the
mentioned.
woman-
DGG mentioned. DGG
Okay,
mentioned.
This is the issue. You're trying to box me into this thing, but you don't understand the case law on this, okay? It's not what the perfect...
You don't understand the case law on this. Wasn't there only 10 seconds from when the ICE agents got out until the shot happened? Hey, Nair. Nair sulk. Wait, Nair. I'm so sorry, Nair. I know you as Nair Socks. Like, do you want me to call you Nair Sulk? Because I will. Did anyone bring up how shooting her endangered more people? Since when did the... No. The thing is that... Whatever you want. Okay. Wasn't there only 10 seconds from when the ICE agent got out until the shot happened? I don't know about the time frame from when the ICE agents got out until the shot happened, but my sort of position on this is that I think that they had plenty of time. He had the guy, Ross, whatever his fucking name is, he had plenty of time to assess the situation, even like from his own cam footage. He needn't have approached the car like he did. And once he had and even after, and he was filming not with like a body cam but with a phone held in his hand. He switches the phone to his other hand so that he can draw his gun, and then he steps away from the car and then shoots her. Not once, but like 3 times, right? And by the way, also, as an aside, they found 4 bullets in her. So I need to like go back and check up on that point. But I feel like I read that somewhere. Hold on. Yes. FBI reported that she was shot, that she had 4 bullets. Like she had been shot 4 times. And so my thing is, I think Chud specifically is he is using a very specific lens of like, I personally think 1 second is not enough to determine that I am not in legal danger and therefore I should not shoot at this person. Lethal danger. And from what Pisco is saying, and from what Pisco is saying, that the law has determined, case law has determined 1 second is enough time to determine that. For a layperson, maybe no. For a trained officer of ICE, yes. A trained law enforcement officer, sure. Yes. They are given protection when making split-second decisions. But the fact of the matter is, he did put himself in that scenario. And all of the evidence that has come out so far has just shown that the likelihood of him claiming to be in lethal, that he had a credible threat of lethal force from Renee, it just gets less. Not 0, but less, right? Law enforcement thinks people will comply because driving away from lawful or... Wait, hold on a second. Law enforcement thinks people will comply because driving away... Wait, hold on. Nair, can you rephrase that? I'm sorry. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm drunk, but I cannot parse this.
Thing to do
I'm sorry.
One option
Also,
being
my fries are
reasonable doesn't make another option unreasonable. Okay? The point is, right, if he perceives a threat, he's allowed to use lethal force. He doesn't have to definitively stop the threat. He
Driving
doesn't have to...
away from cops is sub IQ. Okay, yes. I'm not dismissing that. However, she was not just subjected to one order. She was subjected to an order as she was driving away. my like I don't think I honestly don't think that like she like see the thing is that like I can even bite the bullet and say that her actions led to her death in that she drove away after chronologically he said get out of the car. Like chronologically speaking, that is what
Ding
happens.
fries are done. Ding fries are done. Ding fries are done.
Okay,
Ding
shut
fries
up,
are done.
shut up. Yes, yes, I'm getting my fries. Okay. Alright. Ergy redeemed hydrate? What the fuck, Ergy? Do you know that my glass of wine... well, sorry. Do you know that my glass of water was empty because... Okay, alright, okay, hold on. Okay. Also, did I close that window or did I just, like, minimize it? Okay, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay. Where am I? I was hoping so, bro. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Civilians act irrationally. We're scared. This is where ALEO policy says don't stand in front of nor behind vehicles. ALEOs are trained, trusted to account for civilian panic. Can she prove she would have driven away? Who is to say she wouldn't slam it in reverse after she turned the wheels to get away? Nair, my question is, okay, because again, I know you just entered, so I'm not gonna put this on you specifically, but my question is, you know, do you not consider the DHS policy on this? What do you think about the DHS policy on this? That, like, let's take it back a second. Of course, I'll engage with you on the line of whether it is legal for him to have shot her, right? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with engaging on this line. But what I'm curious about is whether you would, what you think about the DHS policy on this. He's a dumb fuck for being on the road. Okay. And, okay, to follow up on that, what do you think about the fact that DHS policy states that they shouldn't be shooting at moving vehicles? What would you say, what would be like your position on that? Okay? Because I'm just going. Probably a good policy to follow. Right. Okay. So you agree that then he shouldn't have been doing either of those things to begin with. Right? Like, let's just say he was not in any danger, right? He shouldn't have approached the car. B, he shouldn't have shot at it as it was driving, like, as it was driving. Forget about driving away. Driving, right? Correct. Okay. All right. Cool. Now that you've then acknowledged that like DHS policy is relevant, that's fine, okay? I'm more comfortable then at that point, like, talking to you about the actual legality of the ice shooting. Right? Because my problem with not people like you, okay? But like people like Chud. Right? Who from the get-go, and he, again, I'm gonna go back and find the thing that he said that to me belied this, like, I need to go back and get word for word what was the thing that he said that like belied his thinking in this case, right? He more or less characterized the tensions between ICE and protesters. He characterized it as like a temperature thing that ICE were then responding in kind to how protesters were acting. And what I don't like about that is that you're essentially ignoring everything, or at least you're assuming, a priori, you're assuming that the protesters are being disruptive. You're completely ignoring the negative aspects of ICE being in the area, and also, and then thereafter, doing the tactics that they're doing. Because specifically, you can't ignore this, right? ICE are in the area, and they're doing these tactics that are disruptive to the community, that break down, like, the relationship that people have with their local police, that break down, like, you know, kids are not being sent to schools, and people are not showing up at work, and all of this shit, right? These are, like, you know, some people might think that these are, like, fringe things, but I feel like these are relevant things, right? Because they inform whether or not that there are protesters, and also, because the thing is like the protesters, of course, there are always going to be people who, like, from the very get-go had an issue with ICE, but the ICE's tactics have escalated it. It's not the protesters who have escalated things. It is ICE who is going door to door, going in fucking FBI open up style, right? And so my issue is with people who only want to talk about the legal aspects of, like, the ICE shooting and whether the ICE shooting in and of itself is justified, and they don't want to consider any of the preceding things, right? They don't want to consider any of those preceding things, and that to me is the problem, right? Now, that's not necessarily you. I just think that I happen to disagree that her following, like, it's not as simple as she should have followed orders, because she was being yelled different things at different times. And I think that combined with the fact that he was in a position where he shouldn't have been, means that he might have had a credible threat of lethal force. He may have interpreted that. I'll give him that. I don't think, morally speaking, like, he put himself in that position, and then he took the legally allowable option out. Does that make sense? Because I can 100% see him getting off in this case, because he can demonstrate that he felt like he needed to shoot her. The first shot, yes. Right? The first shot, yes. But his actions, he shot her multiple times. He approached the car when he didn't need to. She had a demeanor that was not antagonistic. She was waving people on. She literally said to him, "I'm not mad at you." Right? Like, I'm not convinced that he went in there thinking that this would go well. And by well, I mean that he thought that this was going to be resolved amicably. I personally think he knew that it could escalate and he was fine with that. That is my problem. I don't want that kind of officer on the road. That is not what that's not what I want a law enforcement officer to be. You know? I want somebody who knows how to de-escalate the situation. I realize who I'm asking it of. I'm asking it of ICE. But legally speaking, I want that to be like legally speaking, that's what I want to be demonstrated, right? That's my point. Is that even at this level, even if you can justify that, he was legitimately in fear for his life and that he had to shoot in order to, eliminate the threat, which, by the way, that in and of itself is not necessarily, it's not given, right? It's not given. I'm not gonna sit there and ignore all of the previous things. Because this is why she's there, right? Okay, sorry. He could have been wanting to shoot someone because he has car incident. That part of it, I'm not even considering, I'm trying not to consider, I am trying to consider it in this sense, this is what his training, I'm trying not to let that necessarily bias me, but, we also can't deny that it has a bias, right? That's my problem, is that it's like Elizabeth said, it's then after the fact, it's then being used as it's being used as an excuse to excuse him, to say that he was justified, that he had a credible fear because he has been dragged in a car before, right? So then you would think that, then he should be held doubly to the DHS standard of not approaching cars and not shooting at cars. But that's obviously not going to happen. So focusing on the legal justification of whether he's allowed to shoot her is interesting from a perspective of what kind of precedent this will set. But I seriously doubt, I would invite people to doubt why they are so invested on arguing this particular point. Because to me, if you are only interested in arguing this part of it and nothing else, then that to me indicates you're after a certain, as Chud is, okay? I'm not saying you are, I'm saying Chud, right? This is what Chud wants. Chud has openly said he thinks that he was justified in shooting her, right? This is one of the charts ever. I'm sorry, is this one of those psycho charts? He has, wait, what is this emote? What is this fucking emote? He has PTSD. Why do we have this? The fucking hamster, dude. He has PTSD so bad he stood in front of another car approaching from blind spot while on his phone. No, he was recording. I don't care almost about the phone. The phone just tells me, he didn't even drop his phone, bro. He didn't even drop his phone. Chad is interested in the legal aspect because people really think he has no chance of winning in court. I don't think anyone believes that. I'm gonna be real with you, Dr. Man. I don't think anyone believes that. And when I say that, I mean, I don't think anyone serious believes that. I 100% can see this man getting off in a court. As to whether, okay, again, I know some people came in just now, so they didn't see this, but I did actually just go on to Pisco's stream and talk to him about this, and I asked him about some of the I basically asked some clarifying questions, and he basically said that it's very possible that this man will, like, or at least... Hold on. So him putting himself in that position and acting against DHS guidelines, it will likely not have a bearing on whether his use of force is going to be deemed legal, right? What Pisco said was that as to whether there is eventually a ruling on, like, officer-induced jeopardy, as to whether his actions may put him in that position, it's not been tested by the Supreme Court. It's not been tested. There's no precedent to fall back on. It could be the case that maybe this case goes to them, maybe it doesn't. It hasn't even been brought yet, right? He did just enough to probably get off, sadly. Yes, I think that's my position. I think he will get off if it's brought. He will get off on whether, like, I do think he thought there was a credible threat to his life. I just happen to think that he put himself in that scenario, right? I think he should have known better. That's it. I personally think he wanted, like, he didn't care if he killed her or not. And so that's why he put himself in that situation. Because he knew it would fall in his favor. Why else would somebody who had already been dragged by a car even approach another car in that situation? If I'm somebody who had been dragged by a car, I know this is me invoking, like, the layman person thing, okay? But I'm just saying, as, like, even as like, okay, here, let's bring it back to something that's way more applicable to me, okay? Okay, shut up, Omni. If I get audited for a certain type of case, and I get, like, reprimanded, I get a mark on my record, I get blah, 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 fucking whatever. You bet your ass. Every single case type that I ever receive that is that case type, I will be ultra diligent in making sure that that specific thing never happens again. Right? And that's just me being, like, a fucking, like, desk worker. Right? Doing shit that, like, it's not life or death. Right? It's not me losing limbs or being dragged, put in the hospital, nothing. Don't you think that would apply to a law enforcement officer? Like, don't you think that would warrant some kind of extra effort on your part to make sure that I don't ever get dragged like that again? At least not, like, never dragged again, because you know that can always happen, but he then just, like, approached the car and then shot at it. I don't know. I'm not buying it. That's my point, right? All right, back to it. We have an hour.
As long as he's
Jesus.
doing what a reasonable officer would do, and a reasonable, officer would shoot at the car.
Why? In virtue of what would a reasonable officer do that?
Because when they use force and they're shooting a car, they don't have many options when it comes to what force they use. They've got a pistol against a car. They're doing the best they can given the
pistol against a car. Car's not going to stop because of a pistol. Just saying.
A reasonable officer wouldn't. Here's my evidence that a reasonable officer wouldn't do that. All right. A, their use of force policy forbids it. B, they're trained.
Oh wait, he brings it up.
C,
he brings it up. Okay.
C, wait. C, the other officers didn't draw pistols. You want me to go on?
The issue is you're quoting policy now, right? That's conduct.
No, what I'm doing is quoting policy.
You can make an argument
I'm quoting
they're not following
policy. I'm quoting because they didn't pick these policies randomly, right, Chud? You're not saying they use the use of force policies. Oh, we just, like, randomly selected policies that we could, like, do.
Okay.
Clearly, what you're saying is that the experts.
No. Use of force policies. No. Dude, you're so. You don't even realize it.
Dude,
use of force.
This is cowardly as fuck. At least Nair was able to. Look, at least Nair was able to instantaneously say, like, of course, DH's policy. And Chud is like, well, hold on now, big boy. Hold on there, brother. Hold on. You're being bad faith because you're moving us off because you're moving us off the very prescribed notion that I have set for this conversation. Right? This is a debate, to be fair. No. Yeah, it's a debate. Right? It is a debate. And I've said, and Dr. Man, I've said this before. I even said this to Pisco in the call, and you can go back and look, okay? It's actually not that long ago. Okay? But Pisco, I personally think that Pisco kind of went in expecting a discussion, and that Chud was like raring for a debate, right? And this whole time, like, from like a very early stage, you could tell that like Pisco essentially had to pivot to like a discussion thing, right? And that completely understandable. I think Pisco should know that, like, yeah, of course you're going into like fucking optics brain shit, but also that doesn't mean that what Chud is saying is he's not just, even in the moments where he is considering it, he's not engaging on the nuance. He's not interested in it. I heard that crunch. Oh yeah, these are some crispy ass fries, okay? I like my fries crispy. Sorry, I didn't mean to make anybody else hungry. I like literally said that at the time. No, you're fine.
Policies are best practice, and they're more.
I'm just saying it's still dishonest,
than the
right?
law. Okay, so they will often.
Would an objectively reasonable officer follow policy?
Well, this is the issue: is that just because there's a policy, right, of stepping aside from the vehicle, doesn't mean that in that imminent moment when you've got to take a split-second decision, it's illegal to use force. It's like,
that's not the policy I'm talking about.
That's
not the policy I'm talking about.
No, I don't, but I could.
People don't know what they're talking about, and you're overcomplicating this.
That's not the policy I'm talking about.
As you're making it.
That's not the policy I'm talking about. That's not the. And I'm not saying it's dispositive either. That policy is dispositive. I'm giving you some evidence of what an objectively reasonable officer would do.
Here's the thing. A reasonable officer may follow the policy. A reasonable officer may perceive the threat so imminently, right, that rather than follow the policy to the letter of the law, he instinctively goes and shoots, right, because he's perceiving a threat. That could be the action.
Okay. So he's saying that. Okay, wait. So he's saying that that a reasonable person would approach the car despite that being against policy because he perceives a threat, and that thereafter, when the car starts moving in a way that could present a lethal threat to the officer, that he could then also reasonably be expected to ignore the training and policy that he's been given and shoot at a moving vehicle. Right? Like, that seems to be what I'm understanding his position to be. Because those are the two policies that people say that he essentially violated, right? And so, even if I was to be charitable and say that, you know, he's only talking about the second one, where it's like shooting at a moving vehicle, right? He's still relying on this, like, layperson's understanding that means that you instinctively shoot at somebody in order for them to stop a car that's being driven at you. And I completely and utterly reject it. That's not, no. No, I don't care what Chud himself, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that this shit was up. Okay, you should have told me. Okay, someone should have told me. I don't care what Chud fucking feels is what would be his expectations. He needs to consider what an actual law enforcement officer would think in that scenario. Because they have training. They know the policy. They know they've been in an actual situation like this. What your bystander, like, fucking, like, reaction time would be, what your bystander like thinking would be. That has no regard on what a law enforcement officer's like training and experience would inform them. And the thing is that, like, I'm even open to that being the interpretation from a law enforcement officer. It's just that you can't claim both of them. You can claim one, but then not the other, right? You can claim, okay, yes, in the moment that he was in the situation already, he saw the car moving, he thought it was gonna hit him, he shoots it as it drives away. Fine. I'm okay with that. But not the first one, right? You can't say his instinct pushes him to move towards the car in the way that he did despite DHS policy. He has no reason to. She was blocking the road. Yes, that is correct. Her demeanor says she was being friendly. It was this other woman, her wife, who he doesn't know that it's her wife. She's the one who comes in and says, like, the whatever the fucking... Even if you think that those are those phrases that she said to him are, like, antagonistic, the woman in the car wasn't being threatening to him, right? Kitty time? God damn it, Omni. Okay, I'm gonna get some sriracha and some ranch, okay? Because Ergi saying mayo made me realize I want some sriracha, okay? His servile English mind can't comprehend this. God damn. Hey, cat. You're getting the Hitler because the Hitler's right here. Get mayo? No. I want sriracha. Sriracha mayo? No, not sriracha mayo. I'm a huge fan of sriracha because, like, I like the the tangy the tangy ranch flavor, you know, but then with like some heat. Okay, all right.
A reasonable officer. Just because a reasonable officer might step aside doesn't negate the ability of a reasonable officer to shoot.
No, you're being very slippery.
No, dude.
You're being very slippery.
No, I'm not being slippery. You're on the wrong.
Slippery.
You know that you're wrong.
No.
You know that you're wrong about this, and you've
Mayo's
come up with
too
this kind of
spicy?
stupid
What do you
argument that's convinced people because they've not read about this.
I'm
the
locked in,
difference
bro.
is I have read about this, and I understand this, and I've got a grounding in this, and you know that I do, and you know that I've read this, and you know that I understand
So the question isn't whether or not he would...
You know that I do, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, you know that's why you're laughing.
I'm laughing because I know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. The audience knows where I'm going. And so it's funny to see...
The audience is hopped up on retarded takes and they're politically motivated. Don't care what they're saying, okay?
Okay, you don't care.
I'm telling you, I'm correct on this, right? You do not need to retroactively explain or justify, oh, this is how the force would reduce the threat, okay? Because in that imminent moment, in a split-second decision, the threat is present. You're entitled to use lethal force to try to defend yourself.
No,
right?
As a per se rule? As a per se rule? As a per se rule?
Well, it's all contextual, isn't it? It's all contextual.
Right.
No.
It's not a per se rule. It's not. It's contextual. It's not a per se rule.
It is, yeah. Dude, you were arguing this earlier. It's totality of circumstances.
Right.
Of course, right? And here's the thing, right? I understand where you're going with this, right?
Yes, everyone does.
The reality is, I will speak to you about the concurrent opinion on this recent decision because it speaks to what you're saying, okay? There are no good options when someone drives off of a traffic stop.
I'm not going to get distracted.
So there are no good options, right? When someone drives off from a traffic stop, right?
No
so the
good
officer
options.
has to make the best determination.
No, hold on. What the fuck is this? From a traffic stop? From a traffic stop. If somebody moves away from a traffic stop, there are no good options. Guys, by the way, There are no good
in a
options.
split second
What the
of what
fuck
to do.
is this?
Do they shoot? Do they move aside? Do they jump on the hood and try and use force that way? There are no good options because the person has decided to drive a fucking car in a direction that looks like it's towards them. So they're trying to make the
What the fuck is this?
best decision at the moment, okay? And I fear that we're getting into retroactively justifying the use of force based on things that happen afterwards, because we don't know what's going to happen when he decides to use lethal force. The car could come to a stop. They could put the foot on the gas and continue forward and smash into someone. If you let them go, they might drive.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does Chud know what happens when people die while they're driving? Does Chud know what happens to a person who's already got their foot on the accelerator? Does he know that? The car immediately stops. Yeah, Taylor. It's like, you know, bro. What is this shit? What is this dog shit analysis? Do you think cops don't know this? They skip their next turn. Yeah. It's like getting the, you know, it's like getting like the go to jail card in Monopoly. You know, they go to jail, they immediately go to jail, they don't pass go, they don't collect 200 pounds, right? Not even the gas is if the car isn't drive, it will move forward. What is this dog shit analysis? Yes, they have limited options. That doesn't necessarily mean that shooting them is the correct one, dipshit.
Away and crash into someone else and kill them. It's the unknown risk. It's why broad latitude is given to officers, okay, to use lethal force in instances where people try to drive off from a traffic stop.
No!
Do you think you distracted me just then with your monologue? I'm just wondering, do you think I'm distracted?
DH's policy literally says no.
I'm correct, and you're wrong.
I just don't understand when people do this thing of like just talking and filibustering and running the clock out as though I'm going to be distracted. I don't realize what the point of that was.
I've answered your hypothetical. Now you're trying to change it because
I'm
you know
not.
what I've rated.
No, I'm trying to apply the principles that we learned from the hypothetical to the actual facts of the case. That's what I'm trying to do.
I'm
and you're not letting me
yes.
do it. You're not letting me do it.
And now he's like, oh, I was never with the hypothetical from the start, so I'm not gonna listen to you now.
Get there. You don't let me do it.
Here's okay. Okay. A reasonable officer would use force in the direction of the threat that's being presented to them, okay? An unreasonable officer would freak out and start firing in a different direction. So that's where that comes in. That answers the hypothetical.
I'm sorry. He just said it. He literally just said what he should have said from the very start, right?
Okay. Okay. A reasonable officer would use force in the direction of the threat that's being presented to them, okay?
No. That's his conclusion. That's been his conclusion from the start. But it's so like transparently clear that he doesn't want to consider any other like interpretation. He doesn't want to consider that there are other options. His only thing is, and that, well, not just that there are other options, but that those other options were more like I don't know what the legal term is, but like basically like, you know, because him shooting her, again, I'm still not like closed off to the possibility that him shooting her could be legally like justified, but like I'm trying to think of like the term for like what he should have done or what a reasonable officer should have done in that position, right? I don't know.
An unreasonable officer would freak out and start firing in a different direction. So that's where that comes in. That answers the hypothetical.
No, the principle is broader than that. What we learned isn't like you're so low IQ if you think that the hypothetical was meant to elicit don't randomly shoot into a crowd. That's not what the hypothetical was eliciting. The hypothetical was eliciting a broader principle, which is that the use of force must be examined for its tendency, its natural tendency to actually respond to the qualifying threat, and that to the extent that a use of force. Wait, let me finish it.
Use lethal force against the guy.
Oh my god!
Chad doesn't like this
because
line
you
of
clearly
question.
are trying to draw our inquiry into something that's incredibly narrow,
Dude,
hyper specific.
Spud gun in chat, stupid bitch. A reasonable officer would follow policy and training. That's retarded. A reasonable officer might decide to shoot. It goes against their training, but on review,
so
because
mad,
of the totality of circumstances, they decide the
No,
use
that's
of
true.
force
Wait,
was
wait, wait,
justified,
wait, wait,
even though it was
wait.
against policy.
Wait, no, Chud. I agree that policy isn't dispositive, by which I mean, anyone can write a fucking policy and promulgate it in their department. It doesn't mean that the law says that. So I agree with Chud in that it doesn't determine the case. I'm just offering policy among other sorts of evidence that I can offer that an objectively reasonable officer, in relation to the threat that officer faced, would have no reasonable belief that firing a gun would have any tendency to lower that threat, to prevent.
Not that mad performative to stream. I don't care. I don't care, Dr. Man. Chud is... I realize that he's not... that he's being performative. Like, this entire thing has been a performance, but that's also part of my issue, right? Is that this is something... This isn't like a... this isn't like a WIC debate. This isn't like one of those situations where Tuna comes on and has a wild take that nobody else holds and that we go into it and blah, blah, blah. This isn't one of those times, right? Like, this is very specifically basically a no qualification shitter, just like me, is seriously contending against somebody who does legal analysis on the daily, right? And so I'm not saying the stakes are higher, but I'm saying that you can't go back to just performative for the stream. I don't even care about the reach that Chud has. It literally doesn't matter to me. Whether his audience is big or not, it doesn't matter to me. What matters is that this is the argument that we are considering, right? Like, we're watching this, therefore I'm going to contend with it as if Chud is being serious. I can recognize that he's not being serious at several points, right? But he genuinely does also believe this, right? And the performativeness is stopping him from considering the nuances. I think you can maybe even agree with that. There are at least 3 points in the stream that I can specifically go back to where you can see Chud actually seriously considering the thing that Pisco is saying and then turns around and performatively bluffs his way out of it because he doesn't want to consider the nuance, because it would mean that it's an optics L for him. And so that's, to me, where it then becomes a problem, right? It's not even like I started out as this being a performative thing, but then I realized that there was going to be nuance to be had, and I'm actually genuinely curious about the nuance. It was never like that. Like the thing is that you can see that there are opportunities for Chud to take that position, but the truth of the matter is there's no incentive for Chud to be nuanced. Right? He believes ICE will get off legally and can't see otherwise. No. Because here's the thing. Pisco believes that he might get off. He argued with Hutch about it. He thinks that there's something that can be brought against the man, but that he also thinks he would get off. So no, it's not that he will get legally. Chud thinks that he should get off. That he is justified. That's what Chud thinks. And Chud has come to this position, I don't know why. Because he's ideologically bought. I don't care, right? The point is that he's arguing about it, so that's why we're dealing with it.
No, but that's not what's being asked by that question. That's not what's being asked by that question. You've got it wrong. You're overcomplicating it.
I'm not.
Okay? Reasonable force is evaluated under objective reasonableness test.
I know.
Okay? Are the officer's actions reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances? Okay? Now, they cannot know when they deploy the lethal threat what is going to happen.
I know.
They might miss and shoot a bystander, okay?
The morality is another conversation. No. Dr. Mann, no. Because there are times when he is presented with that idea that he has options and then specifically says, No, he should still be allowed to he shouldn't be held account to that fact that he had options and that he specifically took this action. He's not saying no, I just reject that. It's not just that it's an immorality is another conversation. I don't care if Chud says fuck ice. I can see what he is saying. Again, go back to what that said with the temperature thing. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna find it because I think at this point I've referred to it enough that I feel like I need to find the specific quote, okay? Because he says that I'm so sorry. I know this is a fucking derail, okay? But I think I have to get the fucking temperature thing, right? Okay. Wait, what timestamp are we at? 1:45, okay.
Trigger happy.
Okay, by the way, this is the point that I said earlier that basically shows what Chud's mindset is in this time frame, okay?
Happy because some woman is protesting them.
Okay, but hang on a sec, right? I mean, the thing is, you're talking about an officer, right? I think that
Your thing is, you're talking about an officer.
there has to be some thought process about, and this is where I start to look like I'm defending ICE. There is a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the
There's a lot of antagonism between ICE and communities at the moment.
moment, and you're seeing it in videos all over Twitter.
And you're seeing it all over videos all over Twitter, which we'll put a pin in that for a second.
And I think there is a sort of temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens to engaging in very provocative behavior.
Okay, there's a temperature around ICE that is leading to citizens engaging in provocative behavior.
ICE are responding in kind, and it's creating
And ICE are responding in kind.
this kind of loop of antagonism.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's creating a loop of antagonism, okay? So, again, there's a temperature that is created with ICE where you get this loop of citizens antagonizing ICE, and then ICE are protesting in kind. I just reject this idea. I reject, no. Chud is showing that he thinks that the protesters are the antagonizers. Okay? So him then bringing up legality afterwards, you can't say, and him trying to say that he separates out morality. He doesn't separate out morality. He thinks that ICE are justified in what they're doing. I'm not even talking about him. I'm not even saying he's defending ICE. I'm just saying in this moment, this is a very telling sentence. This is what he thinks. This is how he thinks of it. He thinks of it as that woman instigated this situation, and not the ICE were there to begin with, fucking up the community vibe, fucking up the community culture, fucking up the community peace, and their relationship between citizens and law enforcement. He doesn't think about it in that way. All he is thinking about is that her car shouldn't have been there in that situation, and she drove towards him. That means he's justified in shooting her. No other factors to consider. He is making a moral statement. I do want you to consider that. He is making a moral statement, even if all he is talking about is the legal thing, right? I would have thought Chud would retain from legal moralism critiques from his lefty days. No. At this point, I sincerely doubt that there's anything of Chud that remains from his lefty days, if I'm going to be completely real.
Draw our inquiry into something that's incredibly narrow,
Dude,
hyper specific.
Spud gun in chat, stupid bitch. A reasonable officer would follow policy and training. That's retarded. A reasonable officer might decide to shoot. It goes against their training, but on review, because of the totality of circumstances, they decide the use of force was justified, even though it was against policy.
Wait, no, Chud. I agree that policy isn't dispositive. By which I mean, anyone can write a fucking policy and promulgate it in their department. It doesn't mean that the law says that. So I agree with Chud in that it doesn't determine the case. I'm just offering policy among other sorts of evidence that I can offer that an objectively reasonable officer, in relation to the threat that officer faced,
I do think she's kind of antagonizing. No. Hold on. Yes, she is. She's in the fucking road. Hold on. I've never said she isn't. She is antagonizing ICE. But you know what you know what else she's doing? She was also waving people over. She said to him with a smile on her face, "I'm not mad at you. It's okay. I'm not mad at you." She says that to the officer, right? Again, I've said this before. This is a very specific function of the thing that she's doing. She's not saying it sarcastically, even actually, you know what? Hold on. I'll walk that back, because maybe he could have interpreted that she was being sarcastic. I don't care, right? The point of the matter is she was not being antagonistic. If anything, the only person who was antagonistic in that cell phone audio thing was her wife, right? Yelling at chatters in the middle of responses, classic Wick. Okay, shut up. Okay, hold on. I need to find the. I don't think that this is good enough for an alert or something. But where is this? I have a clip of Tuna going "Bro, he's wicking out." And I can't find it, so you know what? It's fine.
That firing a gun would have any tendency to lower that threat to prevent.
No, but that's not what is being asked by that question. That's not what is being asked by that question. You've got it wrong. You're overcomplicating it.
I'm not.
Okay. Reasonable force is evaluated under objective reasonableness test.
I know.
Okay. Are the officer's actions reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances? Okay. Now, they cannot know when they deploy the lethal threat what is going to happen.
I know.
They might miss and shoot a bystander. Okay.
I
but
know.
Generally, as long as it's directed towards a threat, fine. Okay.
No.
There are no good options in this.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I found it.
We're currently becoming only more based by the second. Bro, he's wicking out!
It's not that good. It's not that good as an alert, It's not that good. It's mildly funny, but it's not that good. I will say one thing. I did find this clip, which I think I think I should do something with this clip at some point because it's just so funny. It's just great. Okay, this is Tuna Chip, everybody. Look at Tuna. Look at my man.
Oh no. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
He's got some fucking moves, bro.
Ow. Ouchies. Ouchies. Oh shit, he's throwing a magic attack at me in the middle of my...
This is great, dude. This is when y'all were playing Elden Ring. I think he was already dead. That's why he just starts dancing. That was fun. That was good. That was good times. Okay. I might make that an alert. That's a good alert, right? Thank you for the 420. I appreciate that. That was a good clip too. All right, okay, back to it.
Wait, no. So I'll give you another hypothetical which disproves that point.
Okay, no, I don't want another hypothetical. I want you to engage with what I'm saying.
Well, how I engage with what you're saying is disproving it by giving you an example which shows it.
He's going into more hypotheticals. Okay, that is...
It's absurdity.
You go into another hypothetical, dude, because you know that you're owned on this point. Your little hypotheticals crumbled when I've spent 5 seconds thinking about it because I didn't want to get into it at first. But now I have, and you've on your hypothetical too.
No, you
Where's
got
the big
raped on.
Persian
Oh,
debate
sorry, I
club
can't
I
say
was
that word.
promised?
You got fucked on the hypothetical.
Okay, wait, sorry. Someone else said that. That was someone else said that. That wasn't my words. Queeman said that to me. Queeman said that to me. That was Queeman.
You're not even you're not letting me get and apply the principle in this case. Let me do. I won't even ask you questions. I'll just say it out loud. Okay.
Shoot.
Don't worry. You can. Your adrenaline levels can come down. I'm not going to ask you anything. You're not on the spot. All right. So the reason why this is relevant is because we've learned from the Supreme Court that the use of force must be objectively reasonable in light of the threat. It's not enough to just examine the threat. You have to examine the use of force and its tendency to prevent the threat, right? It would be absurd to think, well, just the threat is enough. Can I fucking get to the application part? You're not letting me get there, right? So the whole reason we do this, we get this principle and we put it onto this case is a person in that position, because of the car's inertia, and because the car isn't like connected to the life support of the person, would know that the car's going to keep going. And there's no reason to believe that killing the driver is going to have any tendency to prevent the qualifying threat, assuming the threat existed, right? So even assuming the threat existed, shooting has no, and a reasonable officer would know that in that specific circumstance and in the main line of situations, it wouldn't eliminate the threat. Now,
Now, whether Chud accepts this as something that a reasonable officer would know is, I'm curious, because this would kind of inform, like, well, okay, one thing is that, like, I do think he's, like, he is bought in on this idea. I don't think that he's going to accept that, like, I don't think he's going to, like, necessarily accept that that is reasonable for an officer to know that and to apply it in a split-second decision. Because I personally think that Chud is going to fall back on his analysis that is, well, I would not be able to know that, right? And, like, I think he's going to fall back on that analysis. Let's see what happens, though. I don't know, right? One thing people rarely meant for some reason is that she was backing away to reposition her car, steering the wheel to the right afterwards, multiple spins, to not hit the ice guy. Do people not know how cars and directions work? Amp, I think that the argument is that, I could be wrong, because of his positioning of where he was in relation to the car, he could have not known that she was trying to drive away from him. That's my, like, guess as to what the argument is. And I think that he is too close to the car for somebody to reasonably say that he should have known where she was aiming. I think that's my understanding of it. I mean, he was very close to the car, right? So if she backs away, like, I can presumably see how he would have missed that she was backing away in a way to then turn away from him. That's my only point, you know? We can see her steering the wheel, so unless he had his eyes closed or looking at a different... No. Hold on. You can see on the video her turning the wheel. No, what I'm saying is that there's part of the problem, and I'll grant this for the police officer, and this is the ICE officer, and this is the only thing that I'll grant him, right? Just because he's recording that situation, and that what we see from, like, multiple head angles, is that, like, that's what we see, right? That's what we see. That's what we see, like, the camera sees, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that's what he, like, perceived and then interpreted as. That's, like, my only point. Like, you know how people always say, okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring this up. Please tell me if this is, like, something that's not, you know, necessarily, like, relevant. But, like, you know how people always say, like, you know, when you record, whenever we're, like, concert recordings, right? I'm not looking at the concert. I'm looking at my phone, right? I think that there's something to be said about how you could be missing things in lieu of the fact that you're holding up, even just as simple as something as you're holding up a phone and trying to record something. You could be missing things that are happening in peripheral vision because your focus is literally on the phone, right? And so that's my only, that is like, that's all I'm saying, is that I am giving him that space mostly because I think that that is something that can be legally argued for and that can be held up in court, right? That's all. I do agree that A, he shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been so close. And then B, if he's going to be so close, he should know what, he should be more aware of what is happening. Right? Like, he should be more aware of what is happening in his literal immediate vicinity. But the problem is, we're talking about, like, I'm really, like, this is really, I think I've actually brought this up before, but like, this is like going, you know how like they teach you, like, you know how like, I don't know if anybody else has been taught this, okay? Hey, Axion, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, when I learned to ride horses, yes, I am that person who learned to ride horses, okay? You can all shut up now. When I learned to ride horses, one of the first things that they taught me was that you never walk around the back of the horse. You never walk around the back of the horse. You never, ever walk around the back of the horse. But if you do have to walk around the back of the horse, for whatever reason, you always keep you always, like, you're supposed to always, like, essentially keep your hand on them. Like, you, okay, shut up, okay? You always, like, essentially, you always make contact with them, and you make noise, like, so that you basically talk to them, so that they know you are going around the back of them, so that they're not startled as you go around the back of them, and also, you walk as close to their behind as possible, because it's not actually, it's not, like, you know, if they kick you while you were immediately on their back end, if they kick you, you're getting kicked by a fucking horse, okay? There's no good way to get out of it, but that is, like, how you will avoid, like, essentially, if you get in, I'm sorry, okay, hold on, okay, hold on, okay, if you've got, okay, if you've got, like, the rear end of the horse, okay, alright, this is the rear end of the horse, okay, the horse kicking, okay, is like this right here, right? So if you are standing right here when the horse kicks you, you are fucked, my dude. You are absolutely fucked, right? Versus if you are here and the horse attempts to kick you, that's right, Shai Halud. You are absolutely, you're gonna get pushed. You're not going to get the full force of the kick, okay? Such a good drawing on the fly. What is that guy doing to that horse? Okay, shut up now. But, like, you understand what I mean, right? This is, if this is something, and this is kind of what I'm, also, like, baffled at, right? Like, I would say is that, like, this is something that I, as a person who learned to ride horses, no. Nice cock? Okay, shut out now. Okay, hold on. Hold on, you know that, wait. Hold on. Y'all know Hades, right? Y'all have played Hades? If y'all have played Hades, okay, there's this really funny clip. Hey yo, Court is bored. Welcome in, okay? I'm sorry, hold on, I just need to show y'all this. Okay, hold on. Let me bring it. No, I wanted the big react, okay?
That sound. That was revelry? People having a good time? Well, sure then. In the name of Hades, Olympus, I'll accept this message.
Hey there, Zagman. Nice cock.
I'm sorry, he said nice cock. So true, King. This is such a good that's real. That is not real, Argy. He does not say that, but he might as well as have, okay? All right, okay, back to it.
Al says in a lot of the Supreme
Okay, I'm
Court
sorry.
decisions-
The point of the horse analogy is that like it is one of those things. It's like there's policy around it, but it also like I don't know. There's also ways to mitigate that. I'm sure that there's also ways to mitigate this. And like, look at when was the last time I rode? Like the last time I rode a horse was like at least 7 years ago, and I still remember that. And if I ever like ride a horse again, I'm not going to walk around the fucking back of them, right? I'm not even going to do the thing where like the mitigation technique, like of like staying close to them, keeping your hand on them, talking on them so they know where you are at all times. That's not going to happen because I'm just never going to go around to the back of a horse. That's it, right? In the second one, he congratulates you on your transition. Wait, really? That's really cool. Wait, do you have that clip? That's funny.
For example, Plumhoff, or this case Harris, where there's there's already been like a big high-speed chase, or the person is fleeing from a murder, or the person has gone through a thoroughfare, or the person has some other indicia that they're trying to run someone over. In those cases, for public safety reasons, for self-defense reasons, you've now cleared a threshold by which killing them actually does eliminate the threat. There might even be some collateral damage.
Incorrect.
What do you mean?
Especially in the case that you cited, Barnes versus Felix, in the recent 2012 decision, because he jumped on the sill of the car as the car was driving off and used lethal force, okay? And in the car, a number of things could have happened from him doing that. It could have stopped the car. It could have careered off into the road, okay? It could be that he missed, fell off the car, he got killed, ran into traffic. The point is, there are no good options. And rather than do these hypotheticals, why don't we talk through the concurrent opinion that Kavanaugh wrote in the decision of Barnes versus Felix, because it's instructive.
I'm applying the tests from the Supreme Court to the facts of this case. So we're out of hypotheticals. Those hypotheticals were meant to show you that the objective reasonability test is relevant to the use of force and not just the perception of threat. That's what those hypotheticals are trying to set up.
These hypotheticals, this is what Kavanaugh said in his concurring opinion, okay? He said, what should the officer do when a driver flees from a traffic stop? There are no easy or risk-free answers.
Yeah. How does that help us?
So what he's saying, okay, that helps us because it's saying that there are no good options, and the deployment of force by the officer could have a great many impacts, and a reasonable officer may decide to try and shoot the driver, okay, and from there, they don't know what's going to happen, okay, but there are instances where shooting the driver has decreased risk.
I agree.
Reduced risk.
I agree.
So there's no definitive answer as to what shooting the driver is going to do.
I'm not saying
so
that...
a reasonable officer could do that. They don't know what's going to happen, and they don't have to know what's going to happen in order to go back to justify the use of force. That's not how it works.
So are you telling me that there are no cases in which you would say that this shooting of a vehicle, which is a threat, is unjustified?
Well, it depends on the totality of circumstances.
Right. So just because I agree with Kavanaugh there's no good answer. It's not easy. It's not 100% predictable.
Exactly.
But all I'm saying in this case, in this situation, there's plenty to think that the use of force is not objectively reasonable. It doesn't have any tendency to
just
prevent.
Because there are other options doesn't mean
that's not what I'm saying.
He's so allergic to the nuance, bro. He needs there to be one concluding, like, analysis, and it needs to be that he is allowed, like, he's legally off the hook, right? I can't, like, it's fine. I'm not expecting more of, like, Chud, but, goddamn. Okay, what is this?
What is going on in here?
Wait, this is Hades 2! Wait! Hey, this is Hades 2. Okay, I'm gonna... Ergi, I know that this is probably, like, this is like hold on. This is an actual clip from Hades 2. Okay, yeah, I will not watch this because I have not played Hades 2, okay? I had waited for her, like, I didn't want to play Hades 2 when it was, like, in early release. I said in the second one, oh, okay. I'm sorry, you did say that. I'm sorry, you did say that. You did say that.
I'm not saying other options. 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 I'm not saying other options.
You're wrong on the law. You don't know self-defense. It's obvious, bro.
I'm not saying other options. I'm saying this option is unreasonable. I'm not saying other options. I want to say that 5 more times. I'm not saying other options. I'm not saying other options.
It's unreasonable to shoot at a car that's driving towards you. I'm not saying a decision as
okay, this is 3.
No, it depends.
Oh,
it
he
depends.
didn't say it 5
sometimes
times.
Yes, sometimes no. In this case, no. In this case, no.
Okay.
And in this
Why
case,
not? Why not?
I'm trying to get there, and you're not letting me. Right?
Go on. Okay, just explain it, and we'll go.
The reason why in this case it's not justified, even if it were a qualifying threat, which I'm assuming, is because in this case, shooting the driver of the vehicle has no tendency, and an objectively reasonable person would know that, but have no tendency to eliminate the threat. That's why.
Okay, but you don't have to argue that your use of force had a tendency to eliminate the threat.
Yes, you do. Then an objectively reasonable person would think that.
Depends on what a reasonable officer would do.
Okay, I know the use of force policy is in law, but that does say he's supposed to do any other available options instead of shoot. They have been exhausted. The problem is that once again, Eon, we are talking about somebody who is not like they're not like okay. Now to be again, actually, hold on. I'll say that even Pisco isn't like he said that the DHS policy in and of itself is still only a factor and not a it's not an end-all be-all, which I will walk my own like because what I think of it, because the more I'm thinking about it, right, and also based on what he said in the conversation, it's the use of force policy doesn't necessarily mean that that's what legally, like, it's not, the precedent has just not been set, right, as to whether the officer can be deemed to have put himself in that jeopardizing situation. So, and then he also has said in this debate that anyone can make any kind of policy. That doesn't necessarily mean that the officer can be, in a legal sense, reasonably held to that standard, right? So, in this sense, I will sort of give it some credence and demote it from, like, a major factor to, like, a minor factor, but only because the legal precedent hasn't been set, right? That doesn't mean that I don't give it the same amount of weight, because in my mind, I still gave it the same amount of weight, you know? It's not like this guy was, like, new, right? He's been in DHS for 10 years. Like, in my mind, it's pretty fucking weighty. Okay, hold on a second. I can hear a car alarm. I just want to make sure it's not my car. Okay, it's not my car. Jesus. He's a firearms instructor. Right. And again, he's been in this situation before. I just think, like, I'm just trying to give it sort of the consideration that Pisco is giving it. Really, I think the thing that's changed my mind is the fact that or not changed my mind, but, like, given me more perspective, is that there's no Supreme Court ruling on this yet. on the officer-induced jeopardy part, right?
Said that,
So,
but I-
like the use of the use of force policy, that's where that would apply to, right? It's not like, does he perceive a threat and how is he responding to the threat? It's like, should he have been there in the first place? And how does that relate to how he reacted? I think that's the only
officer
way.
shoot someone in a vehicle as it tries to drive
But
away.
but you know what? I think one thing that would be good for me to do, and probably not now because I won't remember it, but like, is to look at the actual use of force policy, right? But I think I'm also not off on like what the use of force policy says, which is that you shouldn't be approaching cars like this, and then also like you shouldn't be shooting at moving vehicles, right? It's not like flipping off a car for I know my rights. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, the thing is that yeah, because it's been set in precedent. It's like burning the flag, right? Like, like burning the flag has a precedent. But yeah.
You apply it to the case, right? Not just the general situation.
Yeah, I'd love to apply it to a case, but you keep talking about fucking hypotheticals.
No,
So
I'm talking about this case.
Okay.
Plumhoff, Graham, Garner, these are all the principles that inform our analysis.
Yeah, and the principles back me up, not you. But you seem to think they back you up, and you've concocted some novel
They've
legal theory
backed
that
him.
an officer
They have not backed
has to
Chad
know, or be able to elucidate as to how
I'm
that
the
exact
president
use
of
threat
flag
would reduce
burning?
the exact force
No, that an objectively
it's
reasonable.
always a contextual analysis. Shooting someone in a car, it's all you've got. He's authorized to use lethal force because there's a threat present to him.
No.
He shoots the driver of the car.
So now,
what other possible options of lethal force does he have? He's got
What
very.
What are other options, Chud? What are the other options, Chud? What are the other options, Chud? He could have fucking walked away. Wow.
Limited options, and just because he can step aside, right, doesn't mean that a reasonable officer would not stand there and shoot.
No,
That's what you're getting at. I'm answering what you're saying, and you're claiming that I'm not because you're trying to wrap me up in hypotheticals.
I'm not.
You're trying to wrap me up in vines of fucking stupid hypotheticals, but it's
What
not
a
working.
fucking
You've lost, and you know
retard,
you've lost, dude.
I'm not analyzing whether or not he could have just stepped aside. That's
just
relevant
soyed
to
out
me,
for
I
nothing.
think, in the inquiry of putting yourself needlessly at risk, and of the and of the
It's not
analysis.
looking good for you, bro. It's not looking good for you.
You're so bad.
Oh, now we gotta
faith.
posture. Now we gotta
Dude, there's so
posture.
many chatters that are like,
faith.
Now we
let's go.
gotta. Now
And
we have to posture because we just soyed out for a bit, and then this guy didn't soy out in response. So like we have to now we gotta posture.
Now, it's turned a bit. I gotta say, dude.
Oh no. So I think that the fact that he can step away is relevant to the risk analysis, and I think the fact that he can step away is relevant to whether or not he recklessly put himself in harm's way.
But what he's perceiving. How do you know he's perceiving the opportunity to step aside? You don't know that. He doesn't know if he steps aside, he's going to be clear. It looks like he tries to do both.
What?
He's making the best of a bad situation.
What? If he steps aside, he won't be clear. Bro, this is some like this. He's trying to invoke. Okay, if I'm gonna be honest, if he's trying to invoke that, like, he's doing this out of instinct, he's trying to, he's doing what is reasonably expected, right? And it's almost like he's just going one step above, like your body automatically making your hand move away from, I'm sorry, I forget, it's been a very long time since high school biology. I forget what the reflex reaction to, like, a burn is, where you move your hand away before your brain gets that signal, right? Or your brain knows that it's being burned, that you're being burned. I think it's just literally called a reflex reaction, right? But he's trying to basically say it is kind of like one step above that, where involuntary reflex, right? He's basically saying it's like an involuntary reflex, but like with a little bit more analysis than that. He's made an assessment that he's about to do a threat, and now this is the reflex. This is the natural progression of things. And then he's also simultaneously trying to say that just because he could step away. Then he's trying to say that, like, stepping away would involve another set of consideration that he cannot be reasonably expected to do. And my thing is, I feel like, maybe this is just me, but I feel like that is the first thing that you would do. No? Again, this could be me putting my layman's perspective on it, but I think that stepping away is just as likely to happen as, like, shooting at the thing to make it stop. I could be wrong. I just think that it is equally likely, if not more likely, to happen in somebody who is not trigger happy, right? Like, if you don't have your gun drawn, okay, look, if you don't have your gun drawn, right, you would step away, you know? I try to think of like scenarios where people like jump away, step away from like okay, this, I'm sorry, I know I keep bringing up horses, but it's there was this one time where I went for my riding lesson, okay? And I was at the time, this horse that I was learning on, he was a big fucking horse, okay? His name was like Castorius or something like that. And this was a massive fucking horse, okay? Very sweet, but massive horse. And as we were getting we were done with the lesson, and my mom was there because she was gonna pick me up. And my mom was like sitting right outside the paddock, and I was leading him out of the paddock, and like he sees, like Castorius sees this like giant pile of carrots. I don't know why there was a giant pile of carrots, but there was a giant pile of carrots on the bench right next to where my mom was sitting. And Castorius sees this and immediately makes a beeline for the carrots, okay? And at the time, I didn't know how to react. Like, I'd never been in a situation where a horse that was on a lead was, like, actively walking away from where I was leading it, right? And this is, again, a massive horse. So for a few moments there, I was not in control of this horse. This horse was just approaching my mother. And from her perspective, she was like, there's a massive horse approaching me. Like, bro, what the fuck? She, like, so she started blasting. She immediately, like, grabs a handful of the carrots and she, like, holds it out to the horse. Like, here you go, please don't hurt me. She drops like half of the carrots as she does so. It was so funny. And then after like a few moments, after he'd like chomped a few, like he chomped at least one carrot out of her hand. But it was like, that was her reaction. That is a reaction that people have, okay? So like, if you're trigger happy, fine. You react to things by shooting them in the face. I don't like it, but I'm okay with it. But I think you can then say that it's not just as likely that somebody would jump away, step away, run away, do anything to get themselves out of that immediate danger. To act as if that is a absurd reaction is crazy, right?
She's creating the jeopardy.
Please chill.
She's doing the best to respond to the lethal threat. I'm chill, bro.
Chill.
I'm chill.
Okay.
But I'm also correct, and you're irritating me with stupid hypotheticals. And I even engaged your hypothetical to this, and you still didn't accept it.
And you lost on the hypothetical.
I'm telling you, we don't have to look at whether he could step aside, because I'm granting, for the sake of this argument, let's say that he could not, right? And so the only thing we're analyzing is the use of force in this context and whether it's objectively reasonable, not the threat itself.
Again, keep in mind that, like, sorry, I paused like literally a few seconds after he started talking, but keep in mind how Chud has, he has basically forced Pisco to concede even further, right? He's also real welcome in, real as dad. Adas Dad, welcome in, and also, wait, what is this name? Civ Hate V3 Man for real. I'm sorry, I butchered that name, but just as a reminder, I want you to realize that we have now even further narrowed the conversation to like, okay, like we are narrowing that conversation, okay? So Pisco has, for the purposes of engaging with Chud, narrowed it to the point of like him stepping away. Okay? Him stepping away, that's not being considered, okay? We're only considering what if he doesn't step away, okay? And again, I expect Pisco to engage on this level. I'm just like calling into attention how debate perverts like Chud will get you to concede everything until you are forced to say, well, in this situation, I could see how he would be justified. And then they will take that analysis and literally use it to justify literally fucking everything, right? Do you get MLK Day off? Yes, I do. That's part of the reason why I'm streaming today as late as I am, right? Reasonable fear of that. Could he see the tires? We talked about this. Wait, I'm sorry. What would you like me to call you? Sate V3 Man for real? Because I'm gonna fuck up your name every time otherwise, right? I think that like I just don't like this framing. He's not even willing to concede that like stepping away was a reasonable thing that any person could have done, right? Caveman, like the book holds. Oh fuck yeah, let's fucking go. I love the book holes. I actually read that book before I watched it, except I read the book. You know how like books will sometimes have like the fucking movie editions where like they'll have the movie cover on the book? I read that version of the book.
In relation to the use of force.
I love that book. I love the movie too. It's
like
pretty good.
Insane overall arguments that aren't relevant. They're just not relevant.
They are relevant though. Every argument is
they're objectionable, reasonable threat. Yes. Would a reasonable officer stand and shoot? That's one of the options.
That's what we're looking at.
Certainly yes.
No, so
and there's lots of examples of that.
The answer is no.
And you don't have to say, this is how exactly it reduces the threat. Because it's an impossible situation to contend with a vehicle driving at you in 1 second to decide what to do, which is why the Supreme Court says take into account split-second decision-making. This happened in 2 seconds.
Let us get there.
2 seconds.
You're
asking him to analyze all the options of what he could do.
We're asking a layperson. We're asking me to identify a threat and respond in 2 seconds. I can't imagine doing it, so I can't imagine this guy would you do this to him?
And then to consider if his application of force is definitively going to stop the car. It's unreasonable to expect an officer...
It's reasonable. Yes. That's the whole fucking point of the use of force analysis, you dipshit.
To contend with all of that in 2 seconds. So you're asking too much of them.
You're zooming out.
Simple.
You're asking too... Oh my god, you're asking too much.
I'm trying to zoom in, right? I'm granting you for the sake of this argument. Let's grant.
Oh shit!
It's
sorry,
a qualifying
I'm
threat.
sorry. Y'all need to tell me when I do this thing where I like put up the.
So that's already done, right? We've already shown that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily injury for purposes of what I'm about to say. Okay, so we don't need to argue about that anymore.
At that moment, lethal force is justified.
So
that's it.
No, but we already proved that it's not per se justified, right? With the hypotheticals, we proved that. You granted that.
Okay. What would a reasonable officer do?
Right.
And there's examples of officers, and this is something which there's in the training.
Oh my god,
they would shoot at the car.
Dude, it is impossible to actually run the dialectic if you don't give me the space to do it.
Oh no, he used the word dialectic. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Is Chud gonna say?
You've not cited any fucking case law that backs you up.
Plumhoff, Garner.
You go back to the main ones, that's all that you know.
Oh, bro. You just tried arguing that he doesn't know those cases. You can't say that when he says them now that that's all he knows. Sorry, Chud. You don't get to argue it both ways, right?
Oh no. Also,
I'm not. This isn't wine. It's vodka.
This case that
okay.
I provided called
and lemonade.
Mum v. Morrison. This is from 2006, Supreme Court of Minnesota. The use of force needs to be reasonably necessary.
Are you getting that from chat? Are you getting that from chat?
Who gives a fuck, Chud? Ain't no way, bro. This man is fucking... Who gives a fuck? Like, you either believe that this is what he does day in and day out, or you don't. You're the one with the day-old analysis on it. Right? You got a license for that citation. Yeah, is it correct or not? Who gives... No. I understand the game that Chud is playing. Chud is playing the... Are you being informed by, like, shitters in chat who are giving you the answers in a debate? I understand what he's doing, right? Nate the lawyer covers this. Who is Nate the lawyer? She did run over ice. I don't think that she ran over him. He jumps away from her. But the point is not that... The thing is that I'm not even sold on that idea. Wait, hold on. Once that car went into drive is all over the crying. No, he didn't run she didn't run over ice. She didn't run over. She didn't run him over. At most, the car touches him. And I think it does make contact with him. And I think that, you know, to your credit, or to whoever's credit, I don't fucking care if it's you. I think that it does make contact with him, and that there is some justification for him to think that in that moment, there was, like, some credible threat to his safety that necessitates a reaction. My thing is that him shooting at... Okay. I'll even... Again, I've said this multiple times. I'll even extend it to the first shot if I'm giving him the credit for being trigger happy. Which I don't necessarily think I am. I'm just saying that legally I think he could get off on that basis. What I am not giving him credit for is the following shots. And then also the fact that he could have, from the beginning, stepped away, and then even further from the beginning, not approach the car in the way that he did, or even go in front of the car or anything else. He had internal bleeding according to the hospital, plus he had almost been run over previously. Right. So you think that if he'd almost been run over... I'm sorry, hold on a second. He had not almost been run over previously. Previously, he had reached into a car, and then the car drove off, the person in the car drove off, and he was dragged. So you would think that a person in his scenario, whereas he has had that experience before, you would think that he would be doubly concerned as to how he would approach a car, and that how he would engage with a car, right? I'm accepting, like, we know, well, no, it's not even according to a, like, I don't even care about, like, what his internal, I almost don't care about what his condition was when he went to the hospital, because I'm just pretending as if, I'm not even pretending. I'm accepting that he genuinely thought that there was some credible threat to his safety. My thing is, as I'm saying, he shouldn't have been there in the first place. He shouldn't have been as close to the car as he was. He went around the car, and then after that, he shot at a car as it was driving off, not knowing whether that would stop the threat. Shot her multiple times. That... No. No. Just cooperate? Oh, I'm sorry, caveman. I'm sorry. No, there's only so many, there's only so many, like, there's only so many bad takes I will take, that I will accept in a row, and that's not, it's a little too much for me. I'm sorry. I thought we had something, okay? I thought we had something. No, you can't just cooperate. She had multiple orders set at her. I'm so sorry. I understand you just came in, you think I'm some kind of fucking soy person. That's fine. I'm probably soy, okay? Yeah, glue factory. They lost one too many races, okay? They were always destined for the glue factory. I don't care. I don't care. Like, it's not that I don't care, right? Because the thing is, internal bleeding actually adds to that, like, it adds to that he was, it adds to his, again, I've always said from the very start, which I understand not everyone's here for, so I have to reiterate it multiple times. I could very well see him being, like, let off or, like, getting off, legally speaking, and I would be fine with that, even though I don't like it, in that he is okay, that he's legally allowed to have done that first shot, right? Even if he's the one who put himself in that situation. But no, the combination of everything that he said, I'm sorry, no. Unban request? Is there... I can't do it that... I'm sorry, I can't do it right away. There's no way. Okay, alright. Ban chatter, if you're still there, there's a conservative streamer named Reservoir you might like. That's true. Thumb human, said the guy in hiding. Yeah, Reservoir. His name is Rezziviaer. That's, go hang out with Rezzy, okay? Go hang out with Rezzy if you have that kind of takes. I'm gonna say it again, okay? Rezziviaer. Go ahead, buddy. Go somewhere else. I'm sorry. I'm kind of sad, man. He was like, we had a whole thing going. We were talking about holes. His name is Caveman. Like, come on now.
Are you AIing it?
Yeah, he's on right now. Wait, he's on right now. Is he on right now? Okay. If he's on, oh, that's fucking perfect, bro. Go try that here. Go see what happens. Go see what happens. Yeah, you can talk about hold on. Wait, no. That's not how you paste things. Hold the fuck up. Okay, wait. No, wait, why the fuck is it not working? Okay, wait. No, this is not how you paste either. Okay, there you go. There's the fucking link. Alright, okay. He went over there. Did he really? No. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We need to see this. Wait. Please tell me. Wait, please. Oh my god, I pasted the wrong fucking link. Please tell me he went over there, please.
In their statements, right? Like, very early on in their statements, both girls, Sacramento and Katie Clorox, both mention it.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, shut up. Where's the chat? I'm here for the chat. I'm not here for your Rezzy. Where is the talking chat, bro? It's in chat right now. Oh my... No! Are you serious? He got told to come here. Bro! He literally said... I didn't ban him for that reason alone, bro. Wait! He's actually in chat right now. Oh no, please.
She says, like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day. Or do it so hard. I hurt and bleed. That's
okay, hold on a second.
Rez's former partners came out with the allegation.
Okay, shut up. I don't care. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, listen. I'm just saying, I've been cultivating a bit of a cult, okay? I've been cultivating a bit of a cult, okay? Could we use him, okay? If somebody actually goes over... Oh my god, he's actually, like, engaging in chat, bro! No! What is that? No! Okay. Okay, wait, what? Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. A new Grackle was born. No. This is you're ignoring something, Cho. Okay, you're ignoring something. Okay. Okay. You are ignoring something. This is somebody. This is like the equivalent of like. This is the equivalent of indoctrinating a follower from an egg. Okay? You're doing it from the ground up, bro. Just imagine. Okay, look, we have a poll in chat. Okay? We have a poll in chat. Okay? Please go vote. we have an opportunity. Oh no! Argy, you motherfucker! I see what you're doing. Okay, let's see. If he pulls it up, then I'm gonna watch it, okay? This is exactly like her. I'm just saying you can vote no. I'm just saying. I still might time him out, okay? He's not gonna watch it, is he? Let's see what Argy betrayed us with. Oh shit. Conservative streamer and raspberry man like? That's true. Thumb human, said the guy in hiding. Yeah, Reservoir. His name is Rezziviaer. That's, go hang out with Rezzy, okay? Go hang out with Rezzy if you have that kind of takes. I'm gonna say it again, okay? Rezz. Okay, alright. Oh, he's watching it. 8 votes for unbanning him.
Our N-word once, all right? And I didn't even understand why, man.
Out with Rezzy, okay? Go.
Oh, wait, you're the guy? Wait, no, like legit? Oh yeah, this is Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom is like one of the biggest slop tours.
All right, okay. Okay, all right. I'm getting back to it, bro. I'm getting. I reserve the right to time him out, though.
I can provide for you. This is decided.
No, I'm not saying that you're on the case. I'm saying that you're using AI to search up for cases that back you up.
No, I have fucking. No, I have like access to different search.
So
platforms.
you got your research. Have you got your research document there?
I don't have my research document here. No, I don't have a research document.
Okay,
bring me on.
Do you think that I don't have access to like?
Okay, hold on. Wait, Yamato. Wait, real quick. In just the interest of like time, if you want to come on, that's fine. I will be putting on a timer though. If you want to come on, that's totally fine though. Just let me know because I do need to finish this. It's 10:11, bro. I have to finish this before midnight. But if you want to come on, just let me know, okay?
LexisNexis or have access to Google.
It just seems like you're flailing. It just seems like you're flailing to desperately find something that backs you up because you're starting with hypotheticals. If you had good case law backing you up, you quote that first.
I do. You're just trying to bog this conversation down, filibuster, and like clinch in this situation because you're getting fucking beat like a dog.
Dude,
and
I'm not getting.
Yes,
beat,
you
dude.
are, and you're not letting me finish.
I was the underdog, bro, and I've come in with a far.
You're not letting me finish it. And so you're trying to be like, oh, you got no case law, mate. I know the case law better than you, mate. And you're trying to make this about anything other than the actual analysis. We have to do the analysis. Okay. Let me do the analysis.
I'm doing the analysis.
Okay,
and I've said what the analysis is based on precedent, and that's the end of the conversation. And you're creating this new rubric.
I'm so sorry. What the fuck is this? Hey yo, what the fuck is this shit? Yo, what is this? Is this Nick Fuentes? I'm so sorry. I love my short kings, but is that recent? I don't know. Okay, who is it? The Iron Entertain Fuentes. Is this fit or is this fresh? I think it's fresh, right? I don't know who the fuck this is. And then this is Nico? That is a lot of chicken leg Nazis. Just say Myron? Tristan Tate? Wait, who's Oh, wait, brother? I'm assuming? Is he also, like, same vibe? Same, like, you know? Interesting, okay, interesting. He's the Patrick Bateman wannabe? Okay.
Right,
Same
in this new
vibe?
rubric,
Jesus, okay.
Because it's what would a reasonable officer do, okay? And that doesn't necessarily mean they have to definitively stop the threat. Or it doesn't mean that they need to definitively lower the threat, even, okay? They can just
I'm not
respond
saying
with
that.
lethal
Wait,
force
I didn't
to
say
the threat.
I'm not saying that they need to
Smarter?
definitively do it. I never said that.
Interesting.
I'm not saying they can't make mistakes.
But
I'm
they
not
need
saying
to explain why that. But they need to explain
Smarter,
why that
good? Wait, smarter, good one? Oh, you mean smarter as in, like, you're... Well, he could be smarter, but not yet as much, this, like, you know... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, also, hold on. Sorry. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Okay, somebody... Okay, I just... Oh, 2 minutes? Okay, Yamato. Here, come on, get in the green room. Oh, you meant 2 minutes? Okay, just get in the green room whenever you're ready, brother. I'll keep it up so that, I'll pull you in.
necessarily reduces the threat.
No,
right?
They have to explain why an objectively reasonable officer would think that the use of force is itself objectively reasonable, by which we mean would have at least some tendency to prevent the threat, not punish people, right? It's to prevent.
No, listen. I can explain it to you. Because basically what police officers are trying to do is they're trying to shoot the person in the car because that's the only real option. Wait, why are you laughing at that?
Because you're just...
He just said... What is...
Punish people, right? It's to prevent.
No, listen. I can explain it to you. Because basically what police officers are trying to do is they're trying to shoot the person in the car because that's the only real option. Wait, why are you laughing at that?
Because you're just ignoring the point I just made. You're saying, they got no other options, Mike. They got no other options. They got no other...
I'm answering it. Listen,
the question isn't whether they have other options. It's whether the option they use is reasonable.
Now because you know I'm about
the question
to
isn't whether... The question... Wait.
Stop. And I'll explain.
The question isn't whether...
I've got you here, bro.
The question isn't
I've got you here.
You, it's not... No, you don't have him here, Chad. You don't have him here. You've just belied, like, you've just shown that you were actually, like, you don't care that there are other options. You think that there's only one option. You don't care. You don't want to consider. You're not allowing. No. It's even better than this, right? Because all this time, the thing that Chud has been trying to say. I'm not saying that they don't have options. I'm just saying that this is a reasonable option for this man to take. But then he says something like this, and it's like, no, he thinks this is the only option that they should be... Like, he obviously, of course, if the man stepped away, then he wouldn't have a problem with it. But he's willing to put his entire force behind if the guy shoots somebody. Right? It's so stupid. You blustered and you like cried and you pitched a fit, and now you're saying the thing you actually believe. And it's just like with the chicken thing, like when you played chicken with Pisco earlier and you lost, and you allowed Pisco to do the thing that he was always gonna do. Like, it's just like that. And it's not any less pathetic. It's even more pathetic that you then did all that blustering. Like, I think the point is that he's hoping nobody goes past the blustering part, right? Everybody is supposed to just take the optical L that Pisco took because he's what? Less like soy. He's more
Let
soy.
me finish. So the question isn't whether he has any other options. The question is the option he used reasonable?
So stupid.
So it's not whether he has other options. It's whether the option he used was objectively reasonable. That's what we're looking at.
And it is objectively reasonable to shoot the driver, and the hope, and obviously it's not guaranteed, it's uncertain, but the hope is that by incapacitating the driver, okay, that means that the car comes to a stop. And that's the hope that they've got when they shoot, that they incapacitate the driver.
Here's the problem, Chud.
And the vehicle comes to a stop.
Here's the problem, Chud.
Yeah.
Have you driven a car before?
Yes.
Now, you tell me this, because I'm not a scientist. But if a car in motion is in motion, and you shoot a person and kill them or start to kill them, does the car stop moving in close proximity?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so in that case,
not necessarily, but that doesn't matter.
BC, okay, thank you. What's up, butter? How you doing, Yamato?
Beans, you messed up. You can't ban people, okay? Just because they said something you didn't like, okay?
Oh, come on now. Come on. No. What you see what
trying to get what you trying to do is you trying to do some cult shit and you trying to get people codependent on you and then you kick them to the side and it's like, no, I'm just messing with you.
Oh my god. Okay. No.
Oh, did you looked at the photo of Nick Flintez and Sneeko and them? I was like,
also,
yo, that is the nightmare.
Wait, hold on a second. Really quick. Why are you echoing? You have some doubling going on?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
You're fine. You just sound like autotuned. It's all right. Yeah, I saw that the nightmare blunt rotation. What the fuck is that about? I don't know anything about it except that it was posted in my general.
People are saying that Sneeko got cucked, and he just like let them two guys just say whatever the fuck they wanted to, like clavicular and Jesus Christ, dude, that is
clavicular
the new access of power.
Is clavicular the Tate brother?
No, clavicular is the guy who ran over somebody and got away with it.
What? Wait, hold on. What? Wait, what? What? Say that again. Who is clavicular? I don't know who this person is. I genuinely, I have no contact.
But you never seen the video? It was like it happened like during New Year's. He like ran over one of his stalkers, and like he got away with it. Aiden Ross helped him like sweep it under the rug. He didn't go to jail. I'm not even sure if the guy's dead or people said the guy's dead, but like he seemed to be injured or something.
Wait, okay, wait. I'm sorry.
Ran that guy over.
I'm sorry. Who is clavicular? Can you start there?
Some streamer who is also a groiper, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
And he ran one of his oppositions over.
Okay. What the fuck? Is he in this picture or no? He's not in this picture, right?
He's in the picture, but that picture is kind of cropped.
Oh, I see. Okay, this picture. Oh, okay. You know what? Hold on. I do see another person here with this like drink in their hand. So maybe that's them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that later. I mean, I just pulled up this picture because it was posted in my general chat. That's it. You know.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to derail you. I was just trying to give you shit for banning. But yeah.
No, that's fine. Okay, no. I'm gonna be honest. Like that chatter, he just had too many bad takes in a row. That's really it. Okay, I just was like, I can't deal with this right the fuck now. I did unban him though, but you know, if he comes back, whatever. He's chat fodder. Okay, the chat can have him.
All right, okay.
But I
Somebody's like, oh, what the fuck is this derail?
Oh yeah, no, just ignore it. Ignore it.
Anyone kid,
ignore Dr. the Man. Ignore Dr. the Man. Come on now. I appreciate you coming out, bro.
Anyway. No, but I just don't agree with fucking Chud. He just sounds completely dumb here.
Oh, I understand that Chud, even if he holds this position genuinely, which I can 100% believe he does, it's very sad, but not surprising also. you know, that's it. That's it. But I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a little bit of shit, but yeah.
All right,
I
I'll
gotta
talk
fix
to
this
you.
echo thing.
You do have to fix that echo thing. I have no idea what's going on. All right. See you later. Okay. Let's get back
but
to
that
it.
doesn't matter.
He's
because it's
super
about
active in
whether the use
Rezi's
of force
chat.
of object-
Well, good for Rezi, okay? Maybe he'll learn. Maybe he'll be. Yeah, wait. Did Grackle get banned in Rezi's chat? Maybe he'll be Rezi's new crack.
is objectively reasonable.
So an
right?
objectively
The
reasonable officer,
no, listen,
would
the
know about
officer pulling
physics.
their gun
Would know
up-
about
Dude,
fucking physics, okay? He would know about
okay,
physics
dude,
and
you're still raised
inertia.
on this point. You know what else has got physics? The bullet coming out of the gun. Every time an officer pulls out their
What?
gun, they're increasing the risk. It doesn't necessarily decrease or deal with the risk. Okay, so they're shooting a bullet. It could shoot someone at the back, to the left, to the right. Okay, they could shoot the driver.
What
and
the
it
fuck
stops.
is
They
what
could
the
shoot
fuck
dri-
is wrong with you, Chud? What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Is this an emergency stream? No, people, Sido. It's a stream that's been, you know, I started this stream and the entire purpose of the stream was, well, no, it's not exactly the entire purpose of the stream, but I started the stream because I wanted to kind of finish this video. It's been 8 hours later. It's been 8 hours later and I still haven't finished it. And by the way, just so y'all know, when we started, we had already finished 30 minutes of it. I've been live for 8 hours. Now, granted, at least a good portion of it was me playing Cult of the Lamb while also doing it. For sure, fair use content creation. Also, we called into Pisco's stream, okay? So at least like 15 minutes were spent on Pisco's stream. You know what I mean?
And it speeds up. The point
Kick
is,
link.
there's no good
Oh,
option
whoops!
with a
Sorry,
reasonable
people
officer
sit
and
off.
no stuff.
I need to disable that because I don't actually go on Kick. I don't go on Kick at all, right? 15 minutes. Okay, shut up, Chin. Shut up, Chodole.
Circumstances take that
30?
shot, and the answer is yes.
No. The answer is no.
even though, so
the answer is
explain these
maybe.
policies then. Explain the policies. Can you explain them?
Sure.
They just,
So, I mean,
they just
obviously
randomly like wrote something down on paper.
30?
They had a typing monkey. They're like, "Oh, this looks good. It's random. We don't really have any
I can
opinion
ex-
about
I-
whether it's
dude,
safe."
I-
1 hour? It was
No,
not
I
1
can
hour.
explain
It
to
was
you,
like.
okay. So there's a difference between
You can add another
policy
10 minutes
and
stalking
law.
you, Grackle.
No, I know. Stop with your bullshit. Stop. This is so fucking tiring. I'm not saying that
Hold
the
on.
policy is dispositive on the law. I'm
Calm
saying,
down, bro.
why
I'm
did they?
gonna
Why
explain
did?
it to you.
No, don't do this. Calm down. Shit.
Because
No,
it's
he's
best-
actually
Stop.
like,
No, dude.
I'm sorry, he's actually like, look at this, look at my man. I'm so proud, okay? Who suggested that he go to Resi, okay? Look, he's found himself a little home there, brother. Look at this. This is so cute. Look at this. That was me. Look at it. He's so happy. Look at it. Good job, Taylor. I honestly believe that everyone deserves entertainment, okay? You can find it wherever you want, wherever you need to, okay? He found his forever home. I hope to be there on the day that Rezi, like, straight up, like, just, like, screaming yells at him. Mobile quality too low. You're fine, people. We just had a chud chatter in here who, like, essentially said a little too many retarded takes in a row, and then basically we banned him, and then right after we banned him, we said, hey, you know what you could do is you could go to Reservoir, www.twitch.tv/Reservoir. And then he actually went there, and look at him. He's like fucking happily typing away. He's like the main person. He's got 44 minutes. He's got 44 messages in Rezi's chat already. Holy fuck, bro. He's happy, okay? Good for him.
Best practice.
No,
Godspeed,
virtual
brother.
What is the best practice?
Yes, best practice, but best
Because it's
practice
safer,
doesn't mean-
right? Because
Another
it's safer?
successful
Because it's safer?
adaptation.
Is it more dangerous or is it safer?
You're not going to badger me on this, okay?
Yeah.
There could be best practice, but a reasonable
Also,
officer could do
okay,
a
also, for real though, this is one no, you know what? This is, we've done some good here, okay? This is one less person trolling, like, political streamers. You know what I mean? Look, he's into drama now, okay? We've sent him on his merry way. He's gonna fall into the drama streams. He's gonna realize that he enjoys drama streams much more than, like, political streams. He's gonna get his rocks off of, like, covering drama content. It's like a win-win, brother. Like, Rezi gets money. I don't get, like, I don't get, like, needlessly antagonized. It's fine. I'm okay. I like this. This is great, you know?
variety of things. They're not looking for perfection.
You're thinking of this guy a lot. I just think it's very fun. I think I'm just very tickled that, like, he took the suggestion and that he's now there and is like a chatter.
And you can
You know,
make
I just
mistakes
like-
as well.
I'm not saying that you can't make mistakes. I'm not
Until
saying
Rezi
definitive. I'm not
covers
saying you can't
politics, at least,
be
of
perfect.
course, yeah.
What I'm telling you is the reason those policies exist is because people who are smart have made some.
I'm sorry, but by that point, he's probably, like, bought in, right? This is how it works. You know how, like, you know, by that point, you've already made them part of, like, you probably already made them part of the routine, you know? Then it
risk
pays off
analysis,
again.
and they've
Exactly,
determined
Joe.
That it might be the case that
Okay,
in
all
most
right, locking
situations,
in. I'm locking in.
shooting the driver of a moving vehicle increases danger, doesn't decrease it.
Okay, that's true. However, right, that's not what the law says. The law is a different standard than what the policy says. That's best practice. And the other problem too that you're not going to be able to contend with is if you.
But he is contending with that. But let's
decide
give
to
it.
not shoot
Chach.
because you think in that moment it's not going to reduce the threat. They're going to drive off, and that creates more risk to the community. So you have got no good options. Either the risk is on yourself, the suspect, or the community, and you've got 1 second to make a decision about what you're going to do. You are asking for officers to go through a decision matrix of the best possible option in that moment when someone is driving a car at them. Actually, Pisco, I will grant.
It's so funny because, like, you know, oh my god, I do not have the legal I don't have the legal knowledge for this, right? But I'm so sure that the policy of not shooting at somebody is not just derived from that being an unsafe thing to do. I'm so sure that the policy of not shooting at someone in a moving vehicle is derived from the fact that there are better ways to mitigate somebody driving off when they've been ordered not to drive off, right? Like, I'm trying to keep my cool here, but I feel like this is such a it's so oh my god, it's so narrow-minded.
Aren't you something?
I
Okay?
can't-
There's one person. There's one.
I thought these hogs were big fans of common sense. No, real. No, show hog. Okay, shut up. No. It's only, that only applies when you're talking about what is beneficial for the ICE agent. Okay? All this time, Chud has been saying that 1 second or 2 seconds is not enough for an average reasonable officer to make a decision about whether he is in danger and then thereafter how he should react. That's the only time when common sense applies, okay? He doesn't care about DH's
No
policy.
B is nuar, no bash no I, no I, no I, no fi, no arsh, no vi, no I, no B, no vi, no for nuar, no fi, nuar, no fi, no fi, no fi, nuar, no fi, nuar, no for no fi, nuar,
Here, I
nuar,
will
no fi,
hydrate.
nuar, no vi, no pi, no fi, nuar, snow fi, nuar, no fi, no for no fi, nuar, no fi, nuar, no for no.
What the fuck was that? Lauren? No. Comments? No. 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 You have to realize common sense only apply. When people say common sense, they never apply it to the other side. Right? Chud certainly isn't. Has Beans been I'm on my second drink, okay? I don't like, this is not like common sense only applies when, like, it's literally like Chud is putting himself in this situation of like, well, if I was in the car, I would have complied. And if I was the officer, of course 1 second's not enough. Right? So like, that is not like, yeah, no, no, you can't like, you can't assume, like, yeah, they're big fans of common sense when it's beneficial to them. That's really it, right? You take anybody who calls themselves like, or says that they are you know, like, big fans of common sense. It's never, like, they never apply it to anybody else. It's only to themselves. Right? So, yeah. I'm sure you know that, but I'm just saying. Oh shit, that's like 10 drinks in for an average trip. Okay, shut up. I wouldn't have hit the hydrate if I knew that. Hey, listen, profiley face. Argy already got me already when she said, go get my fries, and then immediately as I sat down, she was like, okay, hydrate. If I was on that plane, 9/11 would have never happened. No. Yeah, this is so Kuyamaya. This is like so got to shoot or the endangered community. Like, it's so cop brained. I'm not even like, I mean, you know, like ACAB and all that, but like, you know, I'm also like, I like this like, this willingness to like suck this person's cock for no perceivable reason is very, again, should not be surprising, but it's just, I don't know, his willingness to, okay, I think, oh, I'm sorry, I think this is the other thing too, is that like, and this is how maybe you can tell that like there's no ounce of like integrity left in Chud, right? Because I've had people, like, one of the things that I like about the VCs that I sometimes have with people, right? Not just on stream, but like also off stream, right? Is you can tell that, like, okay, there's been so many times where like Tuna has come on and said something completely fucking outlandish, and we've argued on it for like 3 hours, and we've had somebody in here who like fucking continues to argue, and then I bring it up later in a VC, and then we have another 3-hour VC, but we get to a point where I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I don't know if I necessarily agree, but I see where you're coming from, right? And the thing is, that's me, like, I understand that that's me being already, like, charitable to Tuna. My thing is, like, that even if you are a person who has the community that Chud has at this point, right? And you know what it's gonna be, what it means to take that optical L, right? I think that at some point, the possibility of you learning something would present, like, it would be intriguing, right? You would realize, like, again, there are at least 3 points throughout this conversation where you can see Chud actually actively considering the point that Pisco is making, and at least one point at which you can see where Chud realizes he's wrong. And I feel like, again, maybe this is just me, I would be interested in learning more, even if in the moment I'm not willing to take the optical L, right? Because that's me. I'm usually the person who I am very defensive in the moment when I'm told that I'm wrong. But also I'm the kind of person where, like, you have to put me on fucking timeout for like 10 minutes and then I'll realize that, like, I was off the mark or whatever the fuck, right? And I feel like I know that Chud is not going to take that 10 minutes and come away thinking, I actually learned something from Pisco today. You know? Maybe he could prove me wrong. I just think that there have been multiple points in this conversation where he was presented with an opportunity to learn and he actively did not take that opportunity and tried to, like, belittle and like obfuscate the fact that Pisco just taught everybody something, right? Why is Pisco dressed like cold? That's pretty fun. He's always dressed like this. I was saying earlier that, like, he dresses like this now, you know? Like, this is like his thing now. He gets, like, really comfy. Like, is it the same hoodie? Oh no, please don't tell me. He needs to get another hoodie, dude. Wait, hold on. I don't have a beanie. I don't have a beanie, but I can do the Pisco thing too, okay? Does he just not have headphones or something? Okay, does he just not have headphones? Like, how does he do this? I don't think... Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I might have a cap. Oh, wait, bro! I do have a cap. What the fuck am I talking? Wait, where's my cap? Hold on. Where's my fucking cap? Wait. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Is Pisco okay? The guy streams a lot. At the moment, Elmo sunglasses. Is he on cocaine or something? Beans, how much longer did you want to stream for? I wanted to stop at, like, 6 o'clock. It's 10:40. I'm not streaming past midnight, okay? How are you doing, Conduit? Alright. How don't you have a beanie? I do have a beanie, I just can't find it right now. I'm just debating because I'm... Oh, wait. I'm just asking because I'm debating when I'm hot. Wait. Just to see what, like, my head... Wait. Just because I'm debating whether to hop on and talk about anything. Well, we have... I'm not gonna lie, Conduit. We have only... We do have 30 minutes to go through. But also, that doesn't mean... So, like, I would finish by midnight. But also, like, I won't stun lock. Okay, no, you're fine. I'll probably be on Weezy afterwards. Okay, alright, let's go.
Way to
We're pulling a
meaningfully
Pisco
stop
now.
the threat. And do you know what that is?
I don't know.
The person in the car to turn the ignition off.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed the context of what
Ignition matrix are the best possible option in that moment when someone is driving a car at them. Actually, Pisco, I will grant you something, okay? There is one person, there's one way to meaningfully stop the threat. And do you know what that is?
I don't know.
The person in the car to turn the ignition off.
Okay. I think he thought he cooked with that one. Leftists have been saved from my heart to say. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know why that's relevant to our analysis of deadly force.
Because the police officer has got options that they've got to make a selection of in a split second, okay, right? And the realistic answer is there is no way of them definitively stopping the threat. And that is why people
you're saying that
with
wait.
detention.
Are you saying that there's no way to stop the threat? In that situation?
I'm saying that
you just said
can
that,
take
didn't
your best
you?
shot.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm saying, okay.
whoa. Did you just say that? Did you just say that?
God, dude.
Okay, you're trying to pick up what I'm saying now because you're fucking. Okay, dude. This is so, dude. I was expecting
Did you
the
just
fucking.
say that?
Okay, hold on. What if we made Biden like a little hoodie and beanie combo?
The Peruvian debate god.
Did you
You're
just say
nitpicking
that?
at what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that'd be
You're
so
nitpicking
funny.
at what
So
I'm saying.
shooting wouldn't stop the threat, right? You just said it, right?
Well, the thing is, it depends. It might stop the threat. It might not stop the threat. Shooting the police. No, dude, this is pathetic, dude. You're trying to nitpick at me on something. You're
He's getting mad because Pisco's employing the same tactics that he was
Chud logic, more like Israel logic, because Israel is logically the best country, and Pisco.
God, do it.
Bro tactics. Debate bro tactics.
Oh, bro.
This is, honestly, I'm disappointed, bro.
Save
I'm
that
gonna be honest,
still.
dude. I was a bit anxious coming into this because I'm like, he's a lawyer. I better look into this, right? But I shouldn't have fucking bothered because you don't even know what you're fucking talking about, dude. I wasted my time researching this, bro.
Do you still want to start a show?
Of course, dude. This will go hard, dude.
Of course.
This will go hard,
We'll
dude.
think about it.
This will go super hard.
Okay, wait, I'm making a fucking hoodie, dude. Oh, face goes green wild. It's pretty funny.
It is. It's really fucking embarrassing.
No, it's not.
You just said
You've been
that,
mocked.
you just said
I've
that he
beaten you on
has
substance,
no
I've beaten
thing.
you on law.
Wait, yeah, hold on. I want to. That was pretty funny.
Because you don't even know what you're fucking talking about, dude. I wasted my time researching this, bro.
Do you still want to start a show?
Of course, dude.
It's cute. It's very cute. Okay, Pisco looks cute when he smiles.
Dude, this would go hard.
We'll think about it.
This would go super hard.
But I just want to be honest. This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing.
It is. It's
not
really fucking
at
embarrassing.
all. No, it's not.
You just
Okay,
said
hold on.
that. You just said
I've
that he
beaten you on
has
substance,
no
I've beaten
thing.
you on law.
You just said he has nothing he
I've
can
been a
do.
bit cagey on are the
He just-
hypotheticals, but I applied your hypothetical directly to the car, and you said that
Oh,
wasn't
no.
good enough. Okay.
no, you
And
just said-
and then
you
you're
just said-
concocting
You got
these
some
rubrics
sticker residue,
that
buddy.
are used in case law.
I'm gonna
or
replay
in
what you just
precedent.
said. So you just said there's no thing he can do to stop the threat, mate. Well, if there's nothing he can do to stop the threat because nothing would help, then how is shooting the person in the car reasonable, given that it
The
wouldn't have any
threat-
tendency
the threat
to stop the threat?
entitles you to use force, okay? What I'm saying is there's no good option. You don't know what's going to happen. The threat might be extinguished because you shoot them. They might drive off. You might shoot them. And
My
they crash
final
into a
question.
vehicle.
My
You
final
might
question.
shoot-
I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. Do you think it's objectively reasonable to use force, even if there's no good reason to think that it would have any effect to lower the threat?
Yeah, certainly.
I think that's cooked, and I rest my case.
Oh man, that was fun. Is that it? Are we done? arguing, or what do you wanna do?
We can
The
keep going.
Pisco conversation is still
can
going.
also-
Okay, listen. You're not here. Hold on a second. You're not here because you wanted to watch the fucking Pisco Chud debate, okay? If you wanted to watch the Pisco Chud debate, you would have clicked off my stream, clicked on the actual, like, searched up Pisco and Chud, and looked at the conversation yourself, and you would have put it on the background while you were making dinner, and you would have watched it start to finish without any interruptions. Okay? And you would have gotten through the entire content. That's not why you're watching me, okay? She's drunk. Okay, shut up, Roach Boss.
Argue about the other two shots. Which
That's not why you're
are
here.
So insane.
I'm making a Biden hoodie, okay?
so insane. The other, but folks, we haven't even
Biden
touched
needs
the
a
other two
hoodie.
shots. All we're talking about is the first shot. The other two shots are so cooked. I don't even know.
Meet you with Logic and Ice Beans had so much fun at that Pro IC rally.
The first shot could be justified, okay, right? The second two can because it's one single coherent use of force, right?
Oh, right.
Here's the question.
Right, because Chud thinks that it's one use of force. Which, you know what? I'll actually give, like, Chud that, I will give Chud that interpretation. Like, I don't think he's earned it, necessarily. I think that he, you know, the analysis that he's done like a Dunning-Kruger's version of like legal analysis, right? He's done as much as, you know, I've said this from the very beginning. He's done as much as I have on like researching it. Well, okay, no, he's done a little bit more. But like in terms of like knowledge and or credentials, Chud is not any different than me, which should tell you something. Like everybody in chat should like, especially Chud viewers, should realize this man is not any kind of legal expert. He's just a fucking shitter on the internet who has a platform, right? So like, you should be taking everything that he says with a grain of salt, right? Just because you like him, just because you like his opinion, just because you like my opinion, doesn't mean that anything that I say or that he says is correct, right? So, and I'm not even like saying this to like play up Pisco. I'm just saying that like, I think that because I could say the same thing about Pisco, right? All he is more knowledgeable than me in terms of law. He could still be wrong.
If you wanted to go to Israel with me and Beans, you would have gotten your passport, bought a ticket, and wrapped yourself in that beautiful blue and white flag like a Jewy burrito.
Yo, Glenn, bro, I disavow. Holy shit. Jewy burrito. That's deranged. Okay, listen, okay? I'm just saying that, like, I don't think that you shouldn't be taking your political views from streamers. That's all. Me when implementing my clip over 3 seconds is a single use of force. The thing is that, like, I'm even, basically what I'm trying to say is that, like, the amount of research and knowledge that Chud has, I'll give him that he thinks that emptying he literally said earlier, right? He said that they're authorized to use force and their authorization is to shoot until the trigger goes click, right? Dunning-Kruger, more like coming gooner! Ayo! Okay, I just realized testes Dorker is a literal testicle. No, it's a bean! But that actually is very funny. I should make it a literal testicle, shouldn't I? I just think, who do I take them from then? No, don't. I'm not gonna tell you that, Dr. Man. Go figure that out for yourself, goddammit. That's the whole point. You can't take it from, let me tell you who to take it from. That's the whole fucking point, Dr. the Man. Jesus.
For you. Here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. So you're saying, right, that shot doesn't necessarily reduce the threat. What's more likely to reduce the threat? One shot or 3 shots?
In this case,
I can arrange for that to happen, okay? I can arrange for that to be where, like, just testes, like Lurker, will have little testicles behind him. Those are supposed to be feet, right?
Case?
Sure. What's more likely to reduce
how do you divide
shot, 3 shots?
What does it mean to divide by 0? What's that again? I'm just trying to give you the.
Now answer the question, right? If you're shooting at a car, what's more likely, right, to eliminate the threat in the vehicle? Is it taking one shot
in
or
the
3
case?
shots?
Why would my Lurker be?
In the case or in general in situations with cars?
Why can't you just answer this, bro?
With respect, okay. I'm asking you to clarify.
Right, you've got a car coming at you. The idea is you're shooting at the driver. Okay.
3 shots.
So, by your own logic, it's better to take 3 shots than 1 shot.
You know that's not going to work on me. You know that's not going to work on me.
No!
You know that's not going to work on me. You know that's not going to work on me.
Bro, people thought I was and I've come back from the ashes like a phoenix.
I'm going to have so much fun celebrating Robert Ely's birthday tomorrow with Icebeans and Griffith from Berserk.
Huh? Wait, I'm gonna have so much fun celebrating Robert Ely's birthday. Oh my god, bro. Bro, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up while we listen to
make
the
it
end
more
of this. This
likely
is
to
just
eliminate
posturing,
the
okay?
Because the more force that they use, the more bullets that they use, the more likely it is to eliminate the
This
threat.
is desperate.
So you're actually
What?
calling for more violence.
This is
oh,
desperate.
Dude,
This
come
is
on.
de-
You've
this
got
is
to admit
shit,
that, dude.
bro.
You've got to admit you're fucking wrong. Is it true, yes or no? 3 bullets is more likely to eliminate the threat than 1. Yes or no?
In the hypothetical you provided, yes.
Right. Is it more likely
the
that 15
hypothetical that
bullets,
isn't the real thing?
Okay.
The hypothetical
once
that
again,
isn't the real thing.
Is it more likely that 15 bullets is going to stop the threat than 1 bullet? Yes or no?
In the hypothetical you
What
presented,
the fuck? This is baby analysis, okay? This is like baby, like what is this shit, bro? Okay, also I'm so sorry. I know this is like okay, look, okay, this is where I used to live, so I'm not gonna, okay, like, so in Charleston, SC, okay, there's this place called Marion Square, okay, and in Marion Square there used to be a Confederate memorial to Robert E. Lee, okay, and it got removed because it's Robert E. Lee, right? And then I shit you not, there's a group called, hold on, where is it? Daughters of the Confederacy. Okay? They are in possession of this memorial, and they are also in possession of a private section of property in Marion Square. And they decided that they're going to put that Confederate memorial in that, like, privately owned space. Which, it's a privately owned space. But they did it without any input, without any consideration. They just fucking did it. And their statement on it was, like, basically, let's see what they said. The ladies of the Charleston Chapter 4 Daughters of the Confederacy have fulfilled our duty to preserve the memory of Robert E. Lee and the work that the ladies of the UDC undertook in 1947 when they erected the granite memorial to mark the Lee Memorial Highway. Charleston is the city that pioneered the historical preservation movement, and it's time that we live up to that legacy once again. We are pleased with the new, and okay, sorry, I was wrong. It was not originally in Marion Square, it was somewhere else, right? We were pleased with a new and more prominent location and hope this is the beginning of a new day for America's monuments. It's so fucking cringe. You know? It's in a cemetery, though? No, Aeon. No, it's not in a cemetery. Marion Square is basically, like... Marion Square is very, No, Marion Square is pretty... It's pretty central, right? Hold on. Let me make sure that I don't, like, dox myself if I do this. So, like, okay, bro, what the fuck? Why does Google do this? No, I'm glad I didn't pull this on screen. Okay, go, if you search up Marion Square, it's basically like, oh no, you meant the one of my ancestors. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, never mind. But yeah, Marion Square, like, yeah, Marion Square is like, Marion Square is pretty popular. Like, it's a pretty central park location. It's like right, like literally 1 block away from like the College of Charleston. It's like Marion Square is a whole thing, right? And the funniest thing is that, like, you know, Marion Square is home to like other monuments, one of which is like a monument to like you know, the Holocaust. So it's so funny that like this is where they chose, like, this was a deliberate, right? Marion Square, by the way, also is like, Marion Square is where that church is that Dylan Roof shot up. Okay, you know, y'all remember Dylan Roof? Like, that was in my city. That was in my city. I remember I used to park at that church, okay? I used to park my car
daughters of the Confederacy, but none of the daughters the Confederates had with their slaves, because they had slaves. The Confederates were slavers, and these people remember the slavers fondly.
Jesus. Wait, who? What do you mean who? But yeah, like, no, Marion, like, the fact that they go in and put it in Marion Square and without any like input whatsoever, it's so telling. Like, and even in this statement is very telling that this is what they think of like Trump's, like, this is what they think is this is what they think that Trump is bringing in. They think that this is a sign, like Trump being reelected is a sign for them to bring back all of these like Confederate monuments. It's just really fucking sad, you know? I don't give a shit if you want to like personally like commemorate the Confederacy. Do it in fucking private, bro. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. You like, you're gross. You are disgusting. Sorry about it. Sorry. Shame, yeah, shame. You're just gross, dude. Do it in fucking private. You don't have to do it in Marion Square. You can do it in your own museums, bro. Have a museum for the Confederacy. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm fine with that. You know? Commemorate. Yeah, commemorate.
Which isn't what happened. Yes. Wait.
Okay,
It would be.
so
yes.
you are actually making an argument for more force, and the more force
No,
the
I'm
officer
not.
uses, the more justified they are in
the
arguing for
hypothetical.
reasonable force.
Beanie
use.
hipster.
You just shoot one bullet and check, shoot 15 to make
In the
sure they definitely
hypothetical.
go down,
In the
and
hypothetical.
then you can
In
say,
the hypothetical.
well, look how
In
effective
the
the
hypothetical.
force
In the
In the
hypothetical.
Oh
In the
my God.
hypothetical.
Okay, I
In the
need a bigger
hypothetical, yes.
I need a bigger
Not in the
thing.
real
This
case.
is gonna fit the
In the
Biden
hypothetical.
thingy.
Bro, you are so owned. You are so owned, dude. I know it, and you know it. Chat knows it too. It's so
Posturing.
funny, bro. So, dude, I thought I was the guy that was Mr. Force. You're saying fire more bullets to make sure it's more lethal.
In the hypothetical.
Because the more lethal,
In the
the
hypothetical.
more lethal, because more lethal, the more
hypothetical.
justifiable the force is.
In the hypothetical. In the hypothetical, not
So
in
if
the real
we
case.
think cops, so if we think that cops should be more lethal
In the
order to
hypothetical.
retroactively justify
In the
force,
hypothetical.
should we give them like machine guns?
In the
to shoot
hypothetical.
Okay, also, I'm gonna just say that I can 100% accept, and like Shad has also like demonstrated this, that he thinks that this is fun, right? This is fun for Chud. And I'll accept that. And, you know, I know that at quite a few points he's been playing this off as like, oh, it's not so serious, bro. Like, we've been having fun, haven't we? We've been having fun. You know? It's just it's upsetting that, like, it's upsetting that this is ultimately the analysis that then gets like used to roll people over or to dismiss like legitimate concern, like use of force concerns with ICE, or you know, distill it down to like she should have just listened to the commands she was given. And it's like, it's sad because, like, if you're going to be completely real, like, you know, like somebody lost their life for no good reason. And it's upsetting, you know? It's upsetting that, like, I'm not even taking into account, like, the things that Kristi Noem has said, or that JD Vance has said, or that anyone from the administration have said. Like, you're talking about, like, somebody online who has had a history in leftism and has presumably had a base of leftist politics, and this is how far you've fallen, to the point where you see it as a, like, you see this person's death as, like, an optics opportunity. And it's, I don't know why I'm, like, moral frogging this, like, what the fuck, right? Like, you know what I mean? Bro, I went away from the riot, what the fuck is this drip? Okay, come on, I'm just emulating my man Pisco over here, okay? As if she wasn't the one in danger. I think that's, like, kind of the point, is, like, you know, she was, like, I'm not even saying he wasn't in danger. I just think that it's sad that you're at this point where your immediate reaction is, I'm going to take up this position that it was justified because I perceive it to be like against the leftist position that it wasn't justified, and then you bring in everything possible in order to like back up that statement, you know? I just think it's sad. You're not even like, and the thing is, this is why I like having people who are like a range of opinions in my community, and it's also why I don't commit myself to like leftist or lib, is because there are so many times where I like have like a leftist ideal, but then somebody will like come in on a VC or on stream and like not disabuse me of that notion, but tell me like, okay, these are the pragmatic things that would like entail if you wanted to actually hold that position, right? And then on the flip side, like we said, like we had yesterday, where I wanted a more leftist position to see what it was like, and to push back on this idea that you know, that leftists have to kowtow to libs every single time, right? Like, that's why I want that kind of well-roundedness, because I don't want to be told, I don't want to have like an opinion and then go with that opinion and then just have that be reinforced, right? Like, I remember when fucking Akriel was in my chat lecturing me about like Uma Musume, you know what I mean? Because that's the kind of thing about like gacha games, about the horse girl game, right? Like, I want that kind of like actual pushback in my chat or actual pushback in my space, because I don't want it to be an echo chamber, right? I just think that it's sad to see where I guess it's just sad. It's very profitable for Chud. It's very profitable for Chud, right? I'm sorry. I know I wanted to get on my soapbox for a second. Yeah.
Let's give them grenades.
Yeah,
Into the
so
car.
I can ban them and send them to res. True. Wait, hold on. Let's check on our little. Like. Let's check on our. It's gonna be just like checking on a little cult member. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we've nurtured them enough. Okay. Okay, hold on. This is gonna show the fucking the history, okay? I'm checking Dank chat. Oh no, they've stopped chatting. They've stopped chatting. No, maybe they went to bed. Okay? Maybe they went to like, you know. It's okay. We'll see.
Right? Because that's more force. That's more likely to be effective. That's going to blow the car up, right? And that's
did it happen already?
Shooting them.
No, it didn't. They didn't get banned.
Okay?
No, because
and then that's going to be real.
I didn't want to trigger.
Oh, dude.
So I didn't want to trigger you. So I do want to say it's something interesting you just said. In the hypothetical, more shots, fine. But this would trigger you too much. But I don't want to say it. But I think another thing that informs the objective reasonableness test is the threat to others in this context. And I think in this context, shooting those shots, especially the shots afterwards, because of their risk to others, the shots themselves drives down the reasonableness of the use of force there as well. Now, I didn't bring that up because I think it's just like a grenade might, right? Or, I don't know, using a nuke. Like, this is what Chud's position is. You can nuke if the only option. This is your position. You can nuke. You can nuke. You can nuke.
No, I'm taking the position to your logical conclusion. You said the more lethal the threat, to reduce the threat, to stop the threat more conclusively.
No, come on, shut the fuck up.
So by your logic, you could launch a nucular weapon at a car.
Okay, also, I'm so sorry. People need to stop saying nuclear. I need people to stop saying nuclear. Okay, it's nuclear. Very easy. You're English. You should know this.
10 shots. I said 10 shots, 15 shots, 5 shots in the hypothetical. I didn't say in the actual
Dude,
case.
oh my god, dude. Dude, I thought you had me for a second there, a little bit. I didn't really exactly, but we came back in the end.
Because let's put aside the legal question.
Okay, go on.
Shooting him shooting her right there. That's not going to lower the threat of him getting hit because the car's in motion, right?
He's making a split-second decision.
No, I'm not.
No, answer the fucking question, idiot. It's not going to stop the car. He's appealing to what you've always been indicating to all along, which is that you operate by common sense rules. Answer the common sense question, because it's very easy. Common sense would tell you that shooting somebody who's driving a car doesn't make the car stop. That's it. There's no way. If he refuses to answer this, then it's never been about common sense, right? It's never been about common sense, and it's only been about invoking common sense when it benefits him, right? I'm very genuinely curious.
Be a man!
Man to man.
Be a man!
Okay.
All right, man to man.
Yeah.
Shooting her, the car's going to move and hit him or not, and shooting her doesn't affect that.
Correct, but also it could stop a threat to the rest of the community.
Oh my god. Okay. Good night, Deez. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. At least he acknowledged that Pisco was correct in that it wouldn't have stopped the threat to him, okay?
How?
Okay. Because if the dude.
What threat?
Okay.
No. See, again, real. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call you real dad. If you want me to call you something different, let me know, okay? I'm just telling you. This is the cope that they have to go with because, right? Because you have to realize that the ultimate conclusion that they have to make needs to end with he was justified in shooting her. So everything has to bend. Real ass dad? Okay, I like real ass dad actually, okay? I like real ass dad. Real ass dad is like that's a good one, okay? I provide free abortions because it mitigates a possible future threat to the community, okay? Yeah, imagine okay. Imagine if Chud's mom exercised her right to have an abortion, right? I'm sorry. I think that it is a disingenuous case around a preform. That's exactly what it is. So everything has to bend to it. There's no room for realizing whether you are incorrect or not. There's no desire to educate yourself, right? And there's not even a desire to educate yourself behind a veil of not wanting to lose face, which is again completely something that I would accept, because again, like I have said, right, I'm the type of person who is defensive in the moment. This is a problem that I have, right? I don't want to lose the argument. Even when I know that I'm wrong, I don't want to lose the argument. So my best bet for how to deal with that is to walk away when it gets truly difficult, give myself some time to process it and try to understand where they are coming from, where I am coming from, what is the story I'm telling myself about this situation, and does that align with reality? I have to do a whole thing, okay? It's something I've worked on in fucking therapy. And that sort of thing is I'm not saying it makes me perfect, because I sure as shit do not uphold to it in every case, but it means that I don't dismiss if I feel uncomfortable, if I feel challenged, right? It's an invitation to like ask myself like, why am I feeling challenged about it, right? And very clearly that process is not happening for Chud, even in a situation where he knows, like, you can see that he knows the power of what he knows who Pisco is. He knows that Pisco. Oh wait, no, like the thing is that he knows what he has with Pisco. He's gone so far as to say, "Hey, we should do a show together." Because I think that your analysis would be good content. So it's not as if he doesn't recognize Pisco as being smart, because he absolutely does, right? It's just that also he's only processing that in terms of like, how do I make this into content, rather than how do I make this into a chance to learn? Which, whatever, fuck, if he doesn't have to have that soy like goal or whatever, I just think that it's sad that he doesn't. And it's just, I don't know. It's sad that he doesn't. I guess that's the thing.
That shows this point.
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
Share your screen.
Okay. Man to man. Okay. This could be a little dude. Oh my God. Okay. I've got 20 minutes. Can we do this as a trial of the show idea?
See? Look, oh my God. It's literally what I fucking said, bro. He knows. He knows what? He knows the potential of what he has. You know? Like, he knows that this dynamic is interesting, it's engaging, it gets his chat going, it gets Pisco's chat going, it gets them money for both of them. He knows what he has, and it's because, part of it is because Pisco is knowledgeable, and partly it's because Pisco can engage on the same level that Chud is. It's just I'm not even saying that it's disgusting that he's taking it in the terms of like profit. I'm just saying, like, at least learn, at least pretend to learn, you know? Chud is pretty open to talking to people on Discord. That's not what I mean though, Dr. Man. You understand, like, being open to talking to somebody on Discord doesn't necessarily mean that you're open to learning. Chud has not learned anything in this conversation. Can we agree on that? Like, has he acknowledged or conceded, or even like, since he has talked to Pisco, because I know you watch Chud, right? Has he conceded any of his points? Has he said that he could have done XYZ? Or has he demonstrated any kind of like not expanded thinking, but like, he's chewed on the situation, and now that he's thought about it a little bit, now, maybe like it's not even like I was being too ham, I was being too whatever the fuck. It's just like, does he have like a more better understanding of the situation, or is he still dug into that position? Because I would say like it's probably the former, right? Being open to talking to people on Discord doesn't necessarily mean you are open to having your positions changed. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, right? Shilling for indiscriminate deadly state violence against civilians is crazy work. It's disgusting no matter what his motives are. I think that, I mean, you might find this more or less disgusting, real as dad, right? But, with Chud, it's not that this was always the position he was going to take, right? With Chud, truly, he does have a contrarian streak to him, where I sometimes feel like it could have been any position whatsoever. Beans is leaving the door open for Sal to do the same thing. Okay, shut up, Peter. What do you mean? Right? What do you mean by that? I think that it's not like, like, let's say that people were like defending Ice. I can't guarantee that he wouldn't have taken the other position, Because it's not as if he hasn't done that in the past. I think that's what I'm trying to say, is that he's got, like, and this is why sometimes there's, like, this sentiment of that I'm disappointed in Chud, he's fallen far from where he was started and stuff, because he used to have, like, these leftist values, right? So, he said he wants to know why people truly think the other position. Well, Dr. Man, if that is his stance, then I would expect him to take a completely different approach to this conversation. Even if he had, and the you know how, like, I mean, initially I said that I had a criticism for Pisco, where his reaction to Chud's clip was very spicy. It was a challenge. It was a debate bro challenge. It was like, fuck you! Come at me, bro! Come at me! Like, fuck you! You're wrong, bro! Like that is literally that was his reaction, okay? And then Pisco came in, wanting a discussion. Chud came in, expecting a debate bro panel, like a debate bro one-on-one, and that's what Chud acted on, and then Pisco had to pivot. And even Pisco said this, like, he always goes in thinking that there will be, like, nuance to the discussion, right? Like, he said that today when I talked to him. And so my thing is, like, you know, if he comes in with that position of debate bro, that's fine. Because that's how Pisco initiated this interaction. However, as soon as he realizes that Pisco's not your average, like, debate bro, that he does know what he's talking about, then your reaction shouldn't immediately be, I'm going to pretend as if he doesn't know. I'm going to pick on... It's funny because it's exactly the same thing that people shat on Demon Mama for. Remember how everybody shat on Demon Mama for having dunk brain? Where you would just watch something, wait for them to say something dunkable, and then immediately go on them. Dunk on the, like, you know, every little thing that they get wrong, dunk on them, right? This was a criticism of Demon Mama. And that was what he did the entire time to Pisco. You can't say that that didn't happen. So you can't say that then he simultaneously genuinely wants to learn or to understand the other position. No, he wants to understand the position within his own framework in a way that he can deal with, in a way that he can process, and in a way that he can still spin in a way that benefits him, right? And let's be real, like, everybody kind of does that. Everybody kind of does that genuinely. Right? They were friends after all. I mean, I just don't think that, like, you can't say that that didn't happen this stream, right? At least, at the very least, you can't say that that didn't happen in this stream. Like, every single time Pisco stuttered, even, he called it out as stuttering. And I think that, like, that's why I don't like this situation. I don't like this situation. Chad has had people on that are in debates to talk genuinely about the situation. I think that him, like, that's nice. That's nice. I think his like actions here don't give me like, they don't get, like, okay, it's like one of those things where it's like, they don't give me hope that this is how he operates, right? From the outside looking in, I'm not a chart viewer, right? But I would say, And again, I'm not even like a Pisco orbiter. I don't chat in his chat. The most interaction that I do with Pisco is exactly what y'all might have seen earlier today. I hopped into Pisco's chat and like asked him something. Oh, is he even streaming? He's not, okay? Like, I don't watch Pisco. I barely watch Pisco. I sometimes go into his chat and like talk to him. Like, I've done that literally like 2 times in VC. And I just call him every day. Yeah, no. This is different, okay? This is like streamer networking, right? I'm not like a Pisco chatter. If I catch him, it's like me catching IRI, you know? I catch IRI, like I catch way more IRI than I do Pisco. And I think that like my thing is, I'm sorry, hold on, give me a second. Let me think about where I was going with that. I just think that like at the very least, if you're Chud, you would recognize, like just as fast as he recognized that this is great content, I think that he should also recognize that this is a perspective that he doesn't actively have, that can teach him something, that he should maybe respect. And even if in the moment it would not behoove him to save face, like, or to not concede, he should know, hey, this is like actually this is a good point of like, it's a good source of information, right? He's my Discord kitten. Jesus. I don't know. I personally think that like him then talking to other people and listening to other perspectives is, again, I don't expect him to have that realization like okay. I'm not expecting to have that realization and change his behavior in the call with Pisco. I just think that like I would then need to see follow-up behavior from Chud before I would even agree with your assessment. That's all I'm saying. Right? Because he could very well be getting that well-rounded perspective from other people. But this performance is dog shit. Like, this performance is dog shit. He's espousing dog shit views. He is blatantly and openly caping for Ice while trying to hide that behind a like, well, guys, people gonna accuse me of defending Ice, but I'm just gonna defend Ice. I just think it was the most reasonable thing he could do. Like that's what he is doing. And so if he doesn't want that to be who he is, then he shouldn't do this. Like, this shouldn't be his approach. As soon as he realizes that it is more than just a blustering fucking crow, like, rooster fight, like a cockfight, he should just, like, fucking realize, like, okay, yeah, I actually have an opportunity here to have a conversation with somebody who is knowledgeable about legal stuff, that I've also read about legal stuff recently. Let me just engage with him on the actual thing and not make it into a fucking optics battle. That's what I'm saying, right? Is the problem. Is he had that opportunity to realize it's not just about the optics. That's all. Okay, sorry.
I think this should be great. Okay.
All right,
Trust me, this is going to be good. Okay. And you can pause, comment, whatever you want to say about it. Okay.
Okay, we have 20 minutes. Can we do it? We've got 20 minutes and like about 30-ish minutes left. Okay. Before midnight, you motherfuckers.
Let me just find it real quick. I've got it here somewhere. Here we go. Right. So let me share my screen real quick. Here we go. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Dude, why is that? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm fucking this up.
You're good. Take your
Here
time.
we go. I've got it. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Right. I'm ready now, okay? I'm ready now.
Okay, he's fucking stalling, dude.
Sorry,
what's
here we
happening?
go. So, look at this. We'll talk through it. I'll pause, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts as we watch this, okay?
was about to set in motion a series of events that would ultimately devastate
Oh no. This is the kind. Okay, listen, I'm just gonna be real with you. This is the kind of shit that Mr. Geek watches, okay?
a family and a community. Please.
We can skip through it a bit just to give you an idea, okay?
Actually, never mind. No, all Mr. Geek does these days is just listen to like AI slop, like of like literally like Reddit, am I the asshole? Like he like these are like this shit, okay? This is the stuff Mr. Geek just has on repeat now, okay? Never mind.
Yeah.
He did used to watch like he used to have like a regular rotation of like Kitchen Nightmares, Cops, and then like one other thing I'm blanking on, but now it's just all Reddit AI am I the asshole slop.
Okay. Now, I'll play it a bit and see what you think.
Because I don't know who you are at this moment, so as soon as I have information, then you can come back. Okay, you'll have to step out for a second, okay?
Do you watch these these videos a lot?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay,
This is how I've learned about self-defense.
All right, keep going.
Oh god.
So they're trying to do a stop. They're not complying. They need to get out. They're not getting out, right?
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh god. Please tell me Pisco does not agree to this shit.
Okay.
This is because if he does, then this is worse than like the Hutch stuff, you know? Like at least Hutch is like he's, you know, he's arguing on nuance and then he's saying that like the nuance says that you're a fucking communist, leftist, blah blah blah. This is even worse than that, right? This is a fucking trap.
But you have to put the window down, thank you. If you want to just stand back here. Yeah, but...
Listen, if you don't come out of the car, you're going to be arrested. Because she's asking you to step out.
Okay, so I'll just talk you through it because it gets a bit boring, okay? We need to figure out the format better.
Oh,
Basically,
bro. I don't think I've ever heard the Hutch say the nuance says you're a communist. No, I think what I don't like, I don't like the no, I think that they argue on nuance and then what the accusation will be is that, you know, you have like a leftist influence that is pivoting your thinking in this direction. That's what I have seen when I have watched the Pisco Hutch debates. And I also know that like this is like common enough that it's something. It's almost a joke on their like, you know, Lib and Learn streams. Is that there's like a Hutch Pisco segment that then gets like, you know, that has to happen, you know, at some point during the Lib and Learn debates. Oh, or sorry, the Lib and Learn panels. They're not really debates, right? That's the dynamic that I'm talking about. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that like Hutch always calls him a communist or something like that. I'm just saying that like I think also like I know it has to do with like boring shit like Straighterade and all that shit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying like that it originates from Hutch very specifically.
Okay.
You gotta come out of the car right now. Undo your seatbelt and come out.
I just think that like whatever happens with Hutch, because again, like I've said, you know, Pisco ultimately has decided that like it's not such a huge deal. Like his engagements, like he says, like he always says, Hutch is his boy, you know? So like obviously he still thinks it's within his like realm of acceptance. So like everybody else getting mad about it is like, it's more like, it's just performative, right? But like with Chud, this kind of thing, this is way worse because this is the kind of thing where you actually don't know everything about the case. You don't have all of the information. You're being asked to give a take on it in the moment, and then you are going to be held according to that take. You don't get any time to process on it. You don't get any time to like, okay, well, what are the other angles that came out? You're just looking at some fucking like body cam footage of a police officer being asked to give a take and then being judged on the take when the person who's judging you has already had time to like digest that take, right? That's what I'm like. I think this is way worse than whatever Hutch does, if he does anything. That's all I'm saying.
You don't have a license and nobody knows who you are.
So, listen.
You're arguing.
All right.
So this is like de-escalation, right? They're trying to. Yeah. Okay.
He's got no other option. He has to shoot.
Dude, the only option he's got now is to put.
Oh no! What is this? I'm sorry. What is this? What is this? Oh no! What? What is this? God, the nuance says that you're a fucking communist, leftist, blah blah blah. This is even worse than that, right? This is a fucking trap. What the hell?
And by your logic, empty a man out. Okay. Now I've seen this, so this is cheating. We need to find ones we both haven't seen because it'll be better that way. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's nice, John. So far. Someone post that to r/conservative? No! What the fuck, people say no? That's evil, bro. You can't do that. That's evil. Stop. Do not do that. Do not do that.
Or de-escalation.
Oh my god, dude. Have a hot take, bro. Come on.
It seems okay.
Oh, okay. Have a hot take.
Sarah in front of my vehicle right now.
One of my extensions lets you unmute Twitch by middle clicking the player. Ooh. Do you know what the extension is?
I get it.
We're not talking to either of you.
All right, he is not doing a good job right there. He sounds like a little soy boy, and he's like he's like finicky, and he's like
FFC.
No. So I think that this is bad.
I think I have FFC.
You think okay? These people are sat in a car, not listening to commands. Okay. How long do you think you would take until you get a bit chippy with them?
No, I'm not saying chippy. It's just like he's adding levels of anxiety. I think he should be like a calm fucking man with no name, fucking Dirty Harry type.
Okay.
Dirty Harry type.
Dude, if it's Dirty Harry.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm just wanna. No, that's like middle. Wait, by middle clicking the player. The new one. No, I don't automatically have it. Nope, that's not it either.
Black.
Oh no!
Okay. But do you think this is kind of good practice so far?
You can just press M.
I guess. I'm not an expert in like conflict resolution or de-escalation.
Oh my god, dude. Have a hot take, bro. Come on.
It seems okay.
Okay.
She have to Sarah in front of my vehicle right now. She'll have, ma'am, I'm going to tell you one more time. If not, I get it. Okay.
We're not talking to either of you.
All right, he is not doing a good job right there. He sounds like a little soy boy, and he's like he's like finicky, and he's like no. So I think that this is bad.
You think okay? These people are sat in a car, not listening to commands. Okay. How long do you think you would take until you get a bit chippy with them?
No, I'm not saying chippy. It's just like he's adding levels of anxiety. I think he should be like a calm fucking man with no name, fucking Dirty Harry type.
Man with no name, Dirty Harry.
Dude, if it's Dirty Harry, these black women will be dead. But okay,
no, I'm just saying like.
What the fuck, please go? How are you still alive? I'm drunk. That's why I'm still alive.
We're gonna I'm not saying don't use force. I'm just saying don't have this excited energy about it.
I've just realized what you want. Have you seen Demolition Man? I'm going to use a movie reference now.
Oh, is that with Denzel?
No, this with Wesley Snipes, and the cops are total pussies.
Sorry, hold on a second. My cats are beating each other up. Carlos? What the fuck's going on, bro? Okay, sorry.
What you want, dude? You want pussy cops?
Is Denzel not in Demolition Man?
Kitty, no, Tessie. No, I have to finish this video before Oh my god!
be
I have to
sniped.
finish this video before midnight.
Fuck. What am I thinking of?
I don't know, dude. But the point is, there's these cops that are total pussies and they don't know how to actually engage force correctly, and they just completely subservient to the population.
So
That's
this
the
is peak
reality.
performance.
Hydrate. Don't worry, I have a water right here.
I mean, my take on it is like I can understand the frustration. They're not complying, and they're trying to resolve.
No,
this.
god
They've got an
damn it,
obligation to get out of the
Testy!
car.
What are you doing? I hate you. No, we're doing the
I
race
can't
time
remember the law,
afterwards.
but, a seizure, legal seizure is them getting out.
We're
of the car
almost
when requesting
done,
illegal
bro.
Stop, right? So they have to get out. So they're resisting arrest, essentially.
Jesus. Okay, now I will say I have every right to stop this debate right here and now because they don't actually they're not talking about the ICE debate, you know?
Seems fine.
But I will finish the video just in case. Because this
I will
is
skip
kind
some
of
this
boring.
because it just continues like this, okay? And the next portion, because I do need to go in 15 minutes, unfortunately.
worries.
But this is the escalatory part that I want you to see, okay?
Uh-oh.
So not exactly clear the length of time. They're still not getting out, so they decide to escalate to more force, not lethal force, but some force.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll see.
The last bit they go over some of the video.
We're gonna break the window if you don't step out of it. And then you're coming out anyway. So okay, you're under arrest. For... You know what? I'm gone. Get out of the car. Now, for driving without a license. Step out of the car. No, step out of the car.
Bro.
Yeah, I think all this is justified.
He's co-edited note. YouTube
racist,
Safe
but
Centers.
Do you think it's not justified? I think this is justified.
I mean, seriously,
See
this is all
that?
justified.
See
and
that
it's just the
small
right level.
Muslim cop lady? That could be you, Beans. What the fuck, Testy,
Situation,
bro?
I think, as much as it looks horrible.
Yo.
Okay, right. So she's trying to drive off now, okay?
Oh, she drives
Circumstances,
off.
Not that dissimilar. Not that I really want to debate that anymore, but you get the idea,
I think
right? So
it's
driving
very. I think this is very different.
Are you
but,
a-
yes.
Are you her dad? Oh my. No. Oh, that's very
I
funny.
think that there's some similarities that are like.
That's very
well,
funny.
okay. I know that you're very sensitive and you don't want to admit defeat. That's okay, right? So let's just say this, okay? You've
Embrace
got
your destiny.
a person.
No,
we
I
don't
will
know the
not be
exact
embracing
crime,
any
But
destinies.
driving off in a vehicle is likely a felony from a detention, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is
So at this
Caveman's
point, they
point.
become a
Hey,
fleeing-
by the way, oh my god, full circle. This was Caveman's point, right? He shouldn't have fucking driven away. She should have just complied,
Felony.
right?
Yes,
Yeah?
probably.
Okay. So in this circumstance, this is a situation. Do you shoot? Yes
Check
or
for
no?
recording devices.
Okay, so you let the vehicle go, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Well,
I'm
wait, no,
cheating.
no,
Bear in mind, I've seen this already.
Sorry, I have
you
a clip
follow-
I'm going to bring up.
Well, the thing is, I watched this and I'm like, I'd probably agree, right? Based on what I've seen so far, I said, yeah, probably bad to shoot here, right? But do you think there's a reasonable perception from the officers that there's imminent threat to the community?
Not yet.
Okay. Let's continue.
Mm.
Let's continue. I've cheated, so obviously I've seen this already.
Well,
but I'm making a point.
I will
okay?
tell you when I think that has manifested, in my personal opinion.
Sure. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for when you think the threat is manifested, okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh wait! Fucking Christ, dude! I fucking hate it when it's like when it's a thing that like you open up. Okay, here we go. Sorry, relevant clip.
Destiny's Atrium. Watch out for any cameras.
It's you, Drew. I like the casual way she just says it. Amazing. Ban. Oh no, we're not banning on it. Get out of here, Dustin. We're not gonna ban.
So, do you think that? Can you pause? At that point, you agree with me? No shot, right?
By the letter of the law, legally, yes.
Okay,
morally,
that's what
yes.
we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Morally,
Okay.
yes.
So far,
interesting.
so far we agree.
Yes, we do agree, right?
Yeah.
But I don't. But. Well, actually, sorry. Legally uncertain. Morally, I'd say don't shoot.
No, I think this is
But
pretty.
legally.
This is pretty certain. So we have.
No, it's like the thing is that people driving
Destiny
off.
and icebeans sitting in a tree, both of them coming to Israel with me
No.
plus. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes divorce because Destiny can stop gooning.
I that's very funny, Conduit. I actually really like that one. Okay. Why is he backtracking? It's so strange because it is funny because this is now like, it's okay. You know what's the funniest part is that he was poo-pooing like hypotheticals earlier, and this is no different than a hypothetical, right? It's just that this is a hypothetical that has, like, this has just as much information. Like when you, okay, if you don't follow up on any of, if you don't look at this case and follow up on any of the like legal, like, you know, case, trial, anything else, if you just watch this footage and only this footage, then it is no better than a hypothetical, because that's as much as you're only getting that information, right? It is obviously not I'm not saying it's not a hypothetical, because it's something that did actually happen, and that also we probably have an idea of like what ultimately came out of it, which is maybe that somebody, look, like it says from civil infraction to 7 to 15 years in prison. But apart from that, like, it's not different from like it's not necessarily different from the hypothetical that Peace Corps was trying to bring about, like, for example, the North-South thing, right? Like, it proves a point. It, like, you're using it to prove some kind of underlying point, which is, I think, I do feel like hypotheticals are overused, but I like the way that Peace Corps used his, right? He used his in a very specific way to demonstrate that, like, the lack of detail actually supported his ultimate conclusion, right? The lack of detail means you can say it is not automatically justified that it's not automatically given that just because you feel like you are in danger means that you can use lethal force, right? There has to be more considerations than that. That's like the literal point of his hypothetical. I actually do like that hypothetical, right? So it's
like
funny
a
that he's
non-violent crime that's being accused of.
Yeah,
it's not one of these.
Fleeing from a detention is not a non-violent crime. The act of trying to drive away, I think, could be classified.
And okay, I'm sorry. Initially, the reason that I stopped was also like it was basically like, just because somebody drives away doesn't mean that they are a danger to somebody else. That's just not true. That's not true.
I'm telling you, it's not enough under the existing framework. It's not enough to just flee in a vehicle for it to be.
It doesn't
considered.
need to be a violent crime. That's only you'd know this if you looked it up. One of the Graham
Serious
factors
bodily-
is the nature of the crime.
Oh, Graham factors again.
But the flight itself, this is considering using
the flight itself is factored into the totality of circumstances,
yes,
right?
The factual circumstances of the flight, for sure. But the existence of a flight in a car is almost like per se, unless you're fleeing from a felony or a crime in which one of these threats manifested.
Okay.
Then
the
it's not
moment
justified.
they put their foot, okay, but the second, and this, I mean, obviously, you know, this is where it gets into at what time does a crime exactly occur? But the second they put their foot on the gas pedal to drive away, that in and of itself is a felony, and they then become a fleeing felon
now
because
you're
they're trying
now
to
you're
evade detention.
Now you are violating the Supreme Court precedent, which tells us
why
it's not enough. That flight by itself is not enough.
No,
Good
you
work,
look at the
icebeans.
totality of circumstances, right?
Right.
And so flight isn't enough, okay, right? But is there threat to the officer or others?
Correct. Yes.
There's not.
Okay.
Isn't there
So-
not?
and
Is
so-
at least okay? There, I didn't feel like there was. I also didn't see it because it was blurred out. But if they just drove away from that scenario, I wouldn't say that there's automatically flight, like danger to themselves and others. It kind of would depend. Oh, well, I guess it depends. It's just not automatic that if they drive away, then they are a danger to themselves and others. I think that's the only thing that I would say, right? I can't tell.
You don't think there's an imminent threat to others in this situation? Oh shit! I ended the stream by mistake. You don't. I'll bring it back up. You don't think that there's an imminent threat to others here?
I'm saying
in this video.
An objectively reasonable officer would not think that there's a serious threat yet of serious bodily injury or death under the existing framework.
Okay. Okay.
And just because that threat manifests later on, I'm just saying at this point in time, under the existing framework, no shot yet.
No, sure. I mean, obviously, you can see where this is going. The threat obviously manifests later, and that's why I'm saying I've seen it, because I would agree at this point, no shoot.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying because I'm trying to say that I'm not trying to say.
Chad is not doing very well pitching his new show to Pisco, isn't he?
The best thing to do here is to shoot. I'm saying, look at the difficult decisions they have to make, and look at the unfortunate consequences.
But we have to come to results at different places. So if she drove off, and in that situation, it's an even easier case that it's not justified, right? Because the guy's not in front of the car, right? He's to the side of it.
I agree.
Interesting.
Right.
So because there isn't a direct threat to an officer,
that's an easier case.
It's an easier case for the prosecution if they decide to shoot
in that moment, right? And now
in that moment, right?
And just like you can't go ex post when you're like, for example, people will say, but the car accelerated afterward. If you make the specific point, well, the car accelerated afterward, therefore, it wasn't.
Legendary 11-hour stream. Get drunk more. Wait, how long have I been streaming? It's 9:59. Come on.
Safe. That's like being a post hoc analysis. You are.
I have overworked
at
today.
The point in time the shot is taken.
I've streamed this entire weekend. Okay. Also, it has quite a bit to do with the fact that Mr. Beans is not in town, and therefore cannot tell me, "Hey, by the way, why aren't you hanging out with me?"
Now
we can use the fact that it accelerated for other propositions,
Carlos.
but yeah,
okay,
you can't do it in either way.
Sure. I just want to be really clear here, because I'm not arguing, look at this, the officer should have shot. I agree. My interpretation of this is the officer shouldn't shoot. Whilst I think you could argue threat to others, I would agree that's a flimsy case.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think you could still argue it
So we agree.
potentially because they're driving. Yeah, we agree on this, right? But this is more about the officer didn't shoot. We've both agreed the officer shouldn't shoot. Okay. Yep. I think you would agree an argument can be made, but a prosecution would have a strong case that this is not a justified shoot, right?
Correct. Well, if you just say that an argument can be made, an argument can be made on anything,
No, sure. Okay, let me be more specific.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wait, I'm sorry. Why is he bringing up this example? No, wait, hold on. Irrelevant body cam derail cope in brackets. No need to watch. All right. Thank you, Pisco. I'm taking this as a sign that I have watched entirely way too much of this segment. I'm calling this an unironic win for icebeans. Okay. I'm calling this a win. We got through the content. Okay. Pisco himself blessed me and said irrelevant body cam derail cope in brackets. No need to watch. And that's where I'm gonna take my win, okay? Alright, okay, that's all I'm saying. Objection, no objections. Pisco himself blessed me personally and said I don't need to watch this, so I'm going to fuck off, okay? icebeans making it through a 2.5 hour video and 10 hours of the record. Pisco himself. What does the footage contain? Nope. Watch the dog video. No, not tonight. To Dr. the Man. It is 11:52. I have not done a single productive thing today. Okay. Where did Pisco say that? What do you mean, where did Pisco say that? It's right here. Okay. Hold on. See, it says it right here. It says, hold on. It says irrelevant body cam footage. No, irrelevant body cam derail cope in brackets. No need to watch. That's where I'm taking it. I missed the start, but I'll remember where I was when Beans finished a video. We got through the part. Watch the last 5 minutes. Icebeans, what the fuck? Go to bed. Hey, Parallax. How are you doing? Welcome in. Dr. the Man, I am too tired. But you know what, Dr. Man? If I stream tomorrow, that'll be the first thing I watch. How about that? Headache, but good. Technically, you haven't finished? No, technically I've finished because he said, Pisco himself said, sorry, hold on. I'm trying to click on this thing. It says, irrelevant body cam, derail, cope, in brackets, no need to watch. That means I don't need to watch it. Poor Dr. the Man, always getting cucked, dude. Actually, did you ever watch my Aspen video on stream? I don't think I did. Icebeans, you look like poverty, right? Bro, what is that supposed to... What is that supposed to mean? Hey, yo. You haven't watched an entire anime if you haven't watched the film. This is like, you know, what... Okay, so one of the things I've been doing... Well, one of the things I did do until, like, I couldn't keep up with it anymore was, like, I've been watching One Piece. Okay, also, hold on. Carlos! Hermes! Can you stop? You don't need to kill each other in the other room, bros. Okay, sorry. Did she say pace or did she say it in Canadian? No, I said One Piece. Very specifically. Red hat, hoodie, messy hair, Indian poverty. What the fuck does that mean, Parallax? Okay, okay, listen. One Piece is a... It's basically like... It's basically a project where some people have gotten together and, like... Here, let me show you, okay? It's essentially like it's One Piece, right? But they essentially put it together they put together like a watch list of all of the actually relevant episodes of One Piece. So like you don't have to watch any of the shit filler. You can just watch like what's considered the essential arcs and still get like the main gist of like the plot and everything. Right? Link it to me. Here, I will link it to it. I like it a lot. We got through quite a few episodes. It's just that I haven't been able to, like, I think we kind of petered out, right? Here, we'll do it right now because otherwise I will forget. I mean, it's great. I like it, okay? I think we got through, like, the Syrup Village, arcs. Bloody! And it's only 500 episodes instead of 1,000. I think that's the other thing, is that, like, it's only, like, you know, it's, like, half the episodes. Like, you don't have to watch all of the fucking bullshit. But I still get people who, when I say One Piece, right, sometimes people will, instead of them being confused and, like, wondering whether I had a misspeak, they will treat it like a, oh my god, you're not actually watching One Piece. Ugh, what the fuck? Because you're not watching all 1,000 episodes, right? Like, they know One Piece exists, and they're, like, offended by the idea that I wouldn't sit down and watch 1,000 episodes of a show. You know? If I'm gonna be honest with you, right? The fact that I'm watching One Piece is a testament in and of itself, okay? Do you know how often I comfort rewatch shows? Like, do you know how much easier it is for me to rewatch a movie that I've watched 1,000 times instead of watching something new? So yeah, no, if you, either I'm watching One Piece or I'm never consuming any One Piece content ever. So if you, like, take your pick, buddy, you know? Yeah, if you want 1,000 episodes of content, then suck it up and read the manga. I watched the whole thing, all over 1,000 episodes, and the manga. I did it all! I spent 1 week watching One Piece! I stopped at Caesar Clown Arc. They didn't do any more filler, but the pacing is horrible. I mean, look, I just, like, it's only because we didn't keep up with our habit of like, the Sunday morning One Piece. I should message Turtle and be like, hey, we should start that again. They're gonna spend the next 10 years rebooting One Piece. It's gonna turn exactly like, wait. Or like One Piece anyways. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Well, see, at least that part I'm okay with. Because to me, if that's what they do, then it's like, okay, well, here's a market-tested version of it, you know? Like, the fact that this website exists and it, like, collates all... Like, it's not just a website that says, here's a watch list. It actively shows you this is how you can watch it. This is all entirely fucking legal. You know? Look it up. It's called One Piece. Right? I don't Japanese know of One Piece. Really? I would doubt that, but that's just kind of me. All right. Okay. This was very fun. I need to go to bed. It's 11:59. Okay. Who do we want to raid? Okay. You know what? I feel like after doing this kind of stream, I think that there is only one person that I need to be raiding. Okay? After spending 10 hours and 10 minutes on a... how long was this debate? How long was that fucking debate? Like, we were 2 hours. It was 2 hours and we spent 10 hours on it. I think there's only one person we need to raid at this particular moment in time, okay? Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I don't know. I can't guarantee that I will stream tomorrow. But if I do, it will most likely be more Cult of the Lamb and, like, React content, but we'll see, okay? Be good. Say hi to Aiko when you get there. I will see you. Okay, actually, before we raid out, next week will be the last week that I stream in this apartment. Because after that I'll be moving. The weekend after I'll be moving, so I won't be streaming. But I'll let you know what's gonna happen. But yeah, in the meantime, be good. I don't know what kind of emotes she has on her channel. So if you have my emotes, you can do that. Oh, I only follow her for the partner. So you're gonna lose your PO box? No, my PO box is gonna stay the same. The PO box will stay the same for now. Because I'm moving, but I'm also, like, my job still is going to be in the same city. So until I find a new job, I'm still gonna have to do this fucking driving back and forth. It's just gonna be more shittier until I find a new job. But my BO box will be stinky. Let's go! Yo! Okay, alright, okay. Alright, be good, okay? I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay? I'll try to stream tomorrow. I like you. Okay, alright, bye! Good. Be good. Have a good night. Goodbye. Oh, wait, hold on. What the fuck? Did it raid us? Why did it do that to me? Oh, it just fucking automatically raided. Okay, bye!